To do, my brothers, my brothers, and they have really done that. We're just really getting done dirt, man. It's like they've been doing us dirty for over half a century, and they're not done yet. They're still fucking. They're squeezing every last fucking ounce of blood or labor or taxes out of us, and they've stripped us of everything else too. It's just the more I put it into perspective, the more profoundly I feel the loss, a sense of loss about shit. I mean, I'm fixing to break it down just how much they've taken from us, just how much they've taken from America. Because it's not even just us. We're not our our disenfranchising and disenfranchisement, that's only one half of it, basically. That's only half. We only make up half of the population. At our highest, we only make up half the population. I mean, well, 30%. But even though I think it affects black people, white, it affects us all the same, though. Just in our elites, like these guys, they're asking for us to hand over. Like we're in a paradigm shift right now. We're moving into AI and shit. How is it these motherfuckers actually they expect us to trust them with this brand new world, brave new world, and they've ruined everything for half a century, and they're asking us to trust them to lead us into this new time period? I say fucking bogus bunk. Fuck them. That's bush league. Fuck that. We need I mean, I feel like the more I think about it, the more I think, yeah, we need new elites. People that because these old codgers, they're they don't have to live in the world that they create or that they're asking to make. They're asking to make the new world and they're not going to inhabit it. How does that make sense? Donald Trump, why is this guy in charge of forging the new world order when he's going to be dead in 4 or 5 years? He's not going to be alive if he makes it that long. Lindsey Graham, Chuck Schumer. Why are these old motherfuckers actually? And what's fucked up is they can be bought off. These billionaires, they're all these rich Jays, they're buying off our old politicians. They're so fucking these old politicians, they're so greedy, so used to that way of living, you know, because things are gonna change. They're probably stacking cash and that shit probably won't be worth a damn thing in a few years. But I mean, for over half a century, they've been robbing us, they've been fucking us, and they've been doing an awful job. And I'm not talking about, oh, the Democrats. I'm talking about all of them, bro. It's the uniparty. We're ruled by elites. It doesn't matter what party they're on. They're the people that control everything. And they just play good cop, bad cop. And these dudes up until World War II, we had good ruling elites. They did a damn good job. And actually, our ruling elites, they did a good job all the way up until the new millennia. And then they totally shit the bed. But I mean, we had no deficit or not deficit. We had no debt. We had no national debt. We were at the zero mark in the late 90s because of Newt Gingrich in the House, Speaker of the House, Bill Clinton. They made the contract for America where they basically set out what they were going to do. Hey, we're going to balance the budget. It's going to require austerity, or not austerity measures, but they were doing welfare reform and shit. And they actually got us to a fucking like a budget surplus, dude. We had extra money, man. Like, how is it that we went from extra money to 40 trillion in debt, bro? This is criminal. It's like embezzlement. They've been allowed, like we basically they gave the foxes the keys to the hen house. Here's the most wealthy and prosperous society ever. You can you'll be able to tax and parasite more money than any other civilization ever. And they'll still have a good standard of living if you do it right, but they didn't do it right. They robbed us and and posterity, the future kids. They robbed us, the future. It like being the amount of prosperity we had wasn't enough. Like they had to rob, they had to, they had to make it seem like the country's doing good because we were running on like a like where they start they start cannibalizing the economy, offshoring jobs and stuff. And ho- although it looked like the country seemed like it was fine, and then all of a sudden all the businesses closed up all at once. That should happen. It just happened. Like they set it up so that they could get the money and offshore everything right now and get paid for it right now, but have the shit on it doesn't set in for a decade or whatever. You know what I'm saying? They sold us out like they sold the future out, and all that the bot they everything went to China in the 90s. That offshoring, like they pulled a fast one. They set that shit up so we were dead men walking. Our jobs were already gone. It was just a matter of time. You know what I mean? It was just a matter for everything to take effect. And they set it up this way because they knew how things were going to come out. They plugged China into our economy, and they sucked all the jobs out. And Pelosi and Chuck Schumer used to rail against this in Congress, and they just fucking totally got absorbed by the fucking Borg, the blob. And I mean, and this isn't even like the worst thing. This isn't like this is bad. This is bad. The embezzle, like the 40 trillion in debt, how they squandered like the preeminent money making, the greatest economy ever seen, the greatest civilization ever seen, and they managed to piss it away. All of it. We had bro, we were ruling the world. I mean, and it's we couldn't stay on top forever. But it's like they couldn't figure out how to harness all that energy, harness it, bottle it, and have it to where that kind of we coast through this next century. Why is it that we had to rack up all this debt and run ourselves into the ground, run ourselves into bankruptcy? Why couldn't we set up a golden parachute to smoothly slide into a different world order in 100 years or whatever? Why did we have to fucking go for broke and just fucking blow it all out? Fuck it, blow it out. You know, I don't get it. Like, or I mean, honestly, I don't think there's anything to get. I think somebody that the foxes got in the hen house. The people above the politicians decided that they would rather cash in. They cash instead of them keep where they kept playing one more hand of blackjack. No, they cashed everything in instead of them getting paid out every month and getting a cut of the economy and getting paid out once a month. They cashed it in. They went for the lump sum. They cashed in. They got rid of the gold. They gave away the gooses that laid the golden eggs, so they could get a bigger payday of eggs. That's all they did is they took like a lottery lump sum, basically. Nah, we don't like that getting paid over time shit. We can just cash everything in right now, and then we'll just play the stock market from there. We'll just fucking, we'll do a managed decline where we just kind of hedge our bets with the gambling on the stock market while we, what is that? Have conflicts of interest, house members trading and shit. It's just, it seems pretty obvious to me what they did because, I mean, the deal is they rule us. They do a decent job, provide us with a decent standard of living. Oh shit! Oh, sorry, I didn't even realize my camera was so small. My my page. That they're supposed to give us if they give us a decent living, because there's only one way to live. You got to be ruled by a group of people. Like there's no changing that. There's nothing we can do about that, and that's fine. As long as we got a good standard of living, because the alternative was communism, where it's like a dictatorship. Capitalism was where it's like we have to have a ruling class, we have to have a ruled class. But what we can do is we can just pay these because basically we're labor. We rent our labor out to the means of production, and they're paying us a good enough wage for our labor to where we're happy. We get vacations, we get to buy our kids clothes, we get houses. We get a good standard of living, and we can decide how we spend the wage that we get for our labor. We can save it, we can invest it, we can buy our we can buy our basically buy back our free. It's like kind of buying our freedom. You earn enough, you stack enough money to where you don't ever have to work again. It's the same thing as buying your freedom. When there was the feudal and shit, or even slavery, buying your freedom. But that's basically the deal. We got enough out of it. You got meaning out of life. You had a family, a home, a career that you had an interest in, or at least you got some satisfaction out of, or pride from providing. But you got a lot. You got a family. You got like the basic, the bare minimum. Was a family. Was the American dream. That's why the American dream was a cliche, because you got at this bare minimum. Even if you failed if you tried to achieve and you failed, you still got a family and a house. You still got that, and it was a good deal. Well, they've managed instead, and they got privileges by being the ruling elite and by making the laws. They get privileges and they get a better life. I mean, they get more, and rightfully so. There's nothing that can be done about that. As long as we're getting a good living, it doesn't really matter. What if there are billionaires out there, so fucking what? As long as they're not trying to own us, basically. But if there are billionaires out there, good for them. You know what I mean? As long as I'm getting a minimum, that's acceptable. It is. You work your job your whole life. I mean, it's the nature of the beast. And we don't have a choice. And we worked out a better system than anybody else. Communism, it doesn't work. You just end up being tyrannized. But they've slowly curtailed our rights over the years. They've slowly we're getting paid less. We're not growing as a country as much. And they've basically just mismanaged it into the ground, to where now it feels like nothing works. Everybody is like, what's the point of voting? And it never gets any better. They just keep we vote for them to let's focus on America, and we go to war in Iran. It's just like, what the fuck, man? Why can't you guys you can't do anything right? And it's like, we pay you, we give you these privileges and pay you for a job, and they're not doing that job. They're not doing that fucking job. They're not, and they have to do that. It's like, what's the point? You know what I'm saying? Like, and there's enough to go around. This isn't a zero sum game where there isn't enough abundance for all of us to live well. That's not the case. It's not the case at all. But they've bungled it and sold us out unknowingly, just got outsmarted, or they're too stupid to manage it as well as the past politicians did, past ruling elite, or they did it on purpose. They knew exactly what they were doing, and they did it anyway. I'm starting to feel like this all happened on purpose. I mean, at least to a certain degree. And like, you gotta look at this in perspective too. It's not even it's more profound than that. What they've taken from us, they've taken our destinies from us. They've taken our place of honor in society away from us. They took our women away from us. They took the person that was meant for us away from us. They took our person away, basically. They took our women away, and they took our women's men away. When it comes down to it, they fucked. Like, we think we're against each other, men and women. No, 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 no. We're not against each other. We're for each other. They just convinced us that we're not. And now all of a sudden, now everybody's lonely. Everybody doesn't know why things are the way they are. And it's like, can you think of anything more evil than taking away people, it's dividing your population along lines of gender, along lines of sex, so they don't get to have families, so they don't get to have marriages. Like, dude, that's beyond diabolical. It's beyond evil. It's I mean, it's beyond Satan evil. That's beyond demonic, bro. It's damning people to misery. This is this kind of shit people go to hell for. And they damned at least like one or two generations of women, American women, to hell, because their biological clock, it's pretty much done ticked out, and it's too late for a lot of them. And for guys like me, it may be too late. Most likely is. But, like, why are we fighting with women? We should be teaming up with women. Like, yo, they didn't just take our wives, they took your husbands. They did this. They are the ones that talked you into this, ladies. Like, I don't even hold the women accountable anymore. It's not their fault. The evil machinations of these ruling elites, these Jays, bro, they have done some seriously diabolical shit. They got to pay for that stuff. It's like, we can't allow these people to maintain power into this AI era. They've already basically tried to or destroyed us, possibly, but at least gave it the old college try. That's a fact. That's a fact. It remains to be seen if we could even get out, if we can even get out of the spiral we're in. But, like, why aren't we teaming up with women? I mean, because I feel like if somebody just said, "Hey, they took your husbands away, and they took our wives away." I mean, that's essentially what they did. No, but we don't think about it like that. We think, "Geez, those women, they're such bitches." They think these men, they're such pussies. They're such assholes. It's like, no, our fucking ruling elite. And bro, they control academia. They control what's in schools. They control the laws. Dude, they put this agenda in motion. This DEI feminism agenda. They put all this shit in motion. It didn't happen under their nose or without their approval. No, they pushed this shit. And it had the effect of dividing us and stealing the destiny of multiple generations of Americans. It took their families from them. It took their homes from them. It took their places of honor and uh uh like the places of honor and authority and of tradition. They took all that away from us. They took the the mother role away from women. They took the provider, head of the household role from us men. They stole the chance at life for countless children, and they've told women that they've basically sold women a lie that they can be men, and didn't even tell them what it was going to cost. I mean, they should have told them what the cost was. You'll have to give up your children. You'll have to sacrifice your children if you want to be a man and pursue a career like a man and have a life like a man. Then you have to give us your children. You have to give us your first, second, third, fourth, and fifth born. That you have to give us that. And the women, they went along with it. They didn't even realize They thought they were gaining opportunity. They didn't realize they were giving up their children, giving up their families, their futures. Now, men, we didn't get that choice. We didn't get that choice. They've basically they raised us the same way they've always raised men to like we spend our whole childhood and our teenage years and like becoming the men that women want, becoming the providers and the men that are going to be fathers and husbands. We just went about that. That's I mean and that's how it used to be, where they made women to be wives and men to be husbands, and it was like you wanted to be what women wanted. You wanted to be the husband women wanted. You literally had you had your own self, like it benefited you to sacrifice and to give to your family and your wife because you got more in return. You got it in other ways. And if you what you invested, you would get back. You get a return and your wife would get back and your kids would get something. Everybody got something out of it. And that's not that they didn't give women the same script that they've been that not the traditional script. They gave them a new script that put, you're the best person ever. You don't need to change. You're as good as men. You can achieve all the same thing as men. And the grass is always greener, so they kind of bit. But like us men, we're kind of neglected, but they just raised us like, you have to take care of your wife and kids, you got to pay, you got to stick around and sacrifice and this and that, and we gladly would have done it. But the women didn't want that. They convinced the women that it wasn't good for them and that they shouldn't want that. So it's like, we kind of got screwed. Like we're just standing there with our hands like, what the fuck? What happened? This is what the fuck? You know, women and men, when they're 18 or 20 or whatever, they're just supposed to naturally come together, and women are supposed to want to be wives. Men are supposed to want to be husbands. You want to give, you want to offer, you want to sacrifice. But, they were able to get women. And honestly, I don't even blame the women. It's like nobody had done it before. And as far it looked like you could have everything. You could have your family and have a job, but in the end, it's not possible. And now a couple generations of women are done. They're screwed. So, and somebody has to be the first one into the breach. Somebody has to sacrifice, lay over the barbed wire. But it's so evil how they did. We could have done this incrementally. They could have if we had to do feminization, or where women come into the workforce, they could have done it incrementally. They could have gone slower. They didn't have to do what they did. And what I mean by the point I'm trying to make is this is on them. They did it on purpose. This isn't accidental, man. This shit is not accidental. They pushed this stuff. They pushed this toxic shit without doing it themselves. They all have families and wives, husbands. You better believe that. Well, now that women they've lost, they can't get it back. Now they'll like I think we could get them on our side because now it's like, okay, we need to seek grieve or redress for these grievances. Bro, we have got to seek redress for these grievances. Maybe it can be fixed. You know, shit, maybe, something can be sorted out. But I would imagine the women, they're starting to look around and starting to think, "Hey, this isn't what we signed up for." And it's not their fault. Like I said, this was like an experiment. And it's fucked up how they just kind of threw a whole generation into the water to swim, sink or swim, ladies, and without really educating them on what the trade-off was going to be. And now instead of coming together naturally, everybody like ricochets off of each other like a pinball machine or something. Instead of coming together, it's like two magnets, boom, pushing each other away. And now you have women and men all alone, women all alone, and everybody's atomized by themselves in their apartments and shit. The women aren't happy, and we're not each other's enemies. Like, I'm not mad at the women for this. They didn't know any, this was done to us. We were cheated out of wives and husbands and relationships. We were robbed of what every generation before us, like, the bare minimum was to have a family. And you know what I'm like, that was the bare minimum. We were cheated out of the bare minimum. Straight up. We were cheated out of the Yeah, we were cheated out of the bare minimum. I mean, it's insane, man. It's absolutely insane. And all for like nothing. Nothing. It's not like our country's better. It's not like our way of life is improving. And they're trying they expect us to just keep handing them the keys. We're going into this new brave new world, this AI shit. And after they've fucked up for a whole half a century, we're going to place the trust in them to navigate a new way of life in a fucking brave new world with AI running everything. Like, yo, I say fuck no. Fuck that. They are no good at this. We cannot entrust them. That we need a new elite. We need to swap them all out. The Democrats and Republicans hold like all new elections. Just do a whole completely wipe the slate clean, tabula rasa, come back. We get all new politicians, all new ruling elite, people that are untainted. Because the ones we have now, they hate our fucking guts. They took men and women. They took their opportunity to be happy, to have fulfilling lives, to reproduce. Because we're not. It's not like we're a bunch of ugly losers. Like, no, good looking women, good looking men, everybody, black, white. I mean, I'm more focused with white because this is our country. We have to succeed for America to succeed. But to everybody, really, they just took a little bit more from white men. Took our jobs, our position in society as the heads of households. The authority. Took what was a male creative society. We had a really dynamic society where people could criticize the regime in power. People could speak up and say how they felt. And it's because it was a male oriented society. Men were in control, and you can always criticize men in positions. It's women in positions of authority that won't let you criticize. It's misogyny if you criticize a woman in power. How dare you? She's a historically oppressed person. And that's why it's become more tyrannical in America, because you can't question anybody. You can't. It's everything's being out, or it's being outlawed to speak out. That's what cancel culture was. But the loss, like the profundity, or the profound nature of what they've taken from us. What they took from Africans when they enslaved them and brought them over here, it's that profound. That's what they've taken. Our soul as a people, practically. At least a couple generations are lost. Women, anyway. But like, and the way I was thinking, like, those are our women, like millennials and Gen Z. Those are our women, and they're lost. They lost them to us, or for us. And there, those were our women. Those were our demographic. Like those women were made for us. They were literally made for us. Nobody else. Those women were created, given life, raised on this earth to be our wives, and for us to be their husbands, and they took that shit from us. It's just like, oh, could they have taken something more important, more profound? They took the meaning of life from us. I mean, what could be more evil than that? What could be more what could be greater than that, or a worse thing to take from somebody? Like, even when they take your freedom, you still have your wife or you still have your women. They took our fucking women from us, dude. Even when you're living in a tyranny, even the Soviet Union didn't take that away from people. It's just crazy because, our government, the Western, uh, the West did this. Our own elites, our ruling elites, honestly, I think it's the Jays, man. They slithered into the positions of power, and now, since they got into power, they hate us. And you can see when our elites started to behave or started to do stuff like they hated us. They started with the civil rights and desegregation, and it was them. It was them, all the lawyers and shit that put in free work, and they guided Martin Luther King Jr. I mean, that was their job, was to make sure that movement didn't go the way of Malcolm X. It went the way of Martin Luther King, and everybody lost out. It just balkanized us more. It just put us into divided factions, and they benefit from that. They benefit from that, and they set themselves up as our ruling elite after World War II. That's what they did. They and that's why that they made the big stink about not being allowed in country clubs. That was them saying, it's not fair you lock us out of your elite. We want to be part of the ruling elite too. This is America. We're allowed to rule too. This is a democracy. And they forced the WASPs to let them in. And then they got in there, and not only did they take over, but the WASPs brainwashed. They fucking tune them up and play them like a cheap fiddle, man. They really do. And it's pathetic. And they talked, the white ruling elite. They talked them into just selling all of us down the river, practically. Equality and integration and diversity, equity, and inclusion. Never mind if it's going to hurt the country. Never mind if it's going to cause civil strife. And they split. They took women and men away from each other. They did that for a reason. They absolutely did that for a reason. This fucking declining birth rate, that isn't happening by accident. We can correct it too. They're just trying to exert an influence on us. We're not, it's not written, and it's not like it's written in a fucking Bible or something. None of this shit is written. We can change it. But I mean, it's obvious this is what they had in mind for us. We're going to strip white men of all their prestigious, honorable positions in society, heads of households, uh, uh, authority and jobs and institutions. They stripped that from all of us, took all of our positions of honor. Because I mean, we are Americans after all, and we're the majority. We're the people that the children of the posterity of the people who built this country. We're supposed to occupy the positions of honor, heads of house, providers, the guys who take care of the flock. These are our people. No, we're evil. See, we're the descendants of slave owners. So we must pay for this. We must not be allowed to tyrannize the minority. It's ridiculous. It's like if we're tyrannizing, why are people so desperate to come here? If white people are so evil, why do they want to get to a white country so bad? A white society, white civilization, white culture. Fucking bastards. I think they need to pay for this. I mean, at the very minimum, why should we why are we trusting these sons of bitches to lead us into this brave new world? That's just about absurd to me. Like, no way. Fuck that. This is insane. They've been screwing us, and now they're about to get the mightiest, the greatest technological tool of all time, AI, especially for tyranny. Bro, I mean, they have it set up so they could do a Terminator style Skynet. The power that gives them is so tremendous, and we're just gonna hand it over, I guess. They haven't closed the trap yet. It's not like we're locked in. They don't have us in the system yet. They're designing the system right now. Hit that like button if you would. Subscribe if you haven't already. But I mean, since World War II, they've just been it's been a class struggle where it's this wealth transfer where since World War II, us as a population, we had a lot. We had a really good standard of living. We made a good wage for our labor. And the elites were happy too, but no, these Jays slithered in and they said, man, these WASP elites, they're leaving so much on the table. These people will accept way less than this. Like, why are you paying them so much? They're just pathetic goy. Why, they're just cattle. Why are you paying them so much, WASPs? Oh, well, we'll fix that. We'll work out a way for us to get the cream. We'll set up a country called Israel, and then you can funnel all the cream over to us, and we'll drink the blood of your people. We'll just live off the blood of your people. You can just send us the cream and and we'll spend it well. We'll spend your money well over in the Middle East, enjoying ourselves. And it's like our elites went along with it, and they've just been pilfering our 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 fucking our country since World War II. They've just been chipping away at because we had prestige and we had prosperity and abundance and dynamism. They just sapped it all out of the country. We had a great standard of living, and our elites before World War II gave that to us. They worked hard. Eisenhower, he worked hard to bequeath a better nation than they got, a better society, a more cohesive society than they received. And they were genuinely uh, moving in that direction. The civil rights era, that it can attest to that. They at least their heart was in the right place. They wanted to make our society better. There was that sentiment during the baby boom, like with JFK. We're gonna make this place better. We're gonna invest in our future. Man, we invested in our future, and they collected on that investment while they were selling us out, while they were selling our future out, men and women. Like that's the ultimate sellout when you pit men and women against each other and get them to sell each other out basically or to walk away from each other. So you cheat them both out of each other. Like, bro, killing two birds with one stone much? That's what that is. Like, dude, could it be more diabolical? Could it be more like malevolent, more obviously evil? The malice that they must have in their heart for us. They fucking hate our guts, man. Anybody gonna sit here and try to argue with me that they don't hate our guts? I mean, it's obvious they fucking hate our guts, man. And you can see the contrast between pre World War One, post World War One. Pre World War One, this place was great, man. It was like a frontier with different industries, with actual frontier land. You could go be a farmer and start a homestead. You could start a fucking cereal company in Battle Creek, Michigan, and become, Kellogg. Make a cereal brand and get rich. I mean, it was like, dude, it was just a buffet, a bevy of opportunity in this country. Sodas. You think about all the different soda brands, the all the different car brands. Dude, it was the wild west of entrepreneurship and stocks and I mean, this country was literally splitting at the seams with opportunity. We had too much opportunity. We didn't have enough people to go around for the opportunity we had. And the elite, their job is to shepherd us through these periods of time, through these eras, get us through these periods, get us through with our culture intact, with our way of life intact, with our traditions and our institutions intact. Like you look at a people like the Persians, their ruling elite do their job and have done their job well for 3,000 years. They're they're the fact that they're here with us today is a testament to that, to those elite. Their presence on earth today is a testament to how well and like they weren't tribesmen 3,000 years ago. They had an empire. And they didn't just collapse and quit having babies and die off. They're still here. Their elites steered them right and shepherded them through the tough times. Like now, our elite have sold us out. Have sold us into slavery. Straight up, man. How else do you look at this? We don't even have wives. We don't even have families. It's like worse than slavery. They own us, body and soul, man. Men and women. Are these the people that we want to have fucking ruling us when the AI and I mean, like for real? Dude, the Chinese have a better ruling elite. The Chinese elite, they actually apparently they obviously care about about their people more than our people or our J elites care about us. Like we should be tarring and feathering these sons of bitches, running them out of the country and putting our own elites back in charge. We can't be ruled by another people. They hate, they don't we need to be ruled by our own because they're not going to give us rob us, give us a garbage way of life because we're their people. You know what I mean? Like they other countries where that are ruled by their own people, like the Chinese, they're not being replaced. They're not being s- uh uh you know sold lock stock and barrel to AI companies. They're not being battery farmed. I mean, that's dude, they're just prepping us. They're getting us ready for that practically. They're telling us how 90 something percent of women are going to lose their jobs, not be able to get new ones. and they've weaponized women against us too. So it's like if they lose their job due to AI, the elites, they've got them brainwashed so that they can convince them it's our fault, that it's because of us that they're being held down and shit. It's because of us that AI took over. It's the patriarchy. When really, no, it's not the patriarchy. It's the fucking ruling elites. It's the Jays. And even if maybe it isn't the Jays, maybe it's just our ruling elites. It's our ruling elites. My contention is that it's been taken over by a fucking parasite. You know, maybe the majority, I think, is Jays. It may not be, though. It may be a smaller minority that just has hold sway. I mean, and the reason why they have so much power is because they have tricked evangelicals into being like they've abandoned Jewish Americans. Israel, they don't give a shit about Jewish Americans. They care about evangelicals and Zionists because Zionists line up with Netanyahu politically. American Jews don't line up with him politically. Glenn Greenwald, Brett Weinstein, they're not down with it. But if the evangelists are down with it, they're right down with it. Oh, take everything, like could be said. You go ahead and take it, man. It's all yours. That's what it says in the Bible. The Jews don't think so, but the evangelicals and the fucking Israelis, that they're in alignment, 100% in alignment. And it's just like it's disgusting how they don't even give a shit about their own people in our country. If anything, they get in the way. And the fact that everybody's waking up to the uncomfortable fact that we're not being ruled by our own people and they hate us. They want to use us to fight their wars. They want us to bleed for them. They want us to work for them. They want our taxes to pay for them. To pay for their murder and butchery. Meanwhile, we don't even get to have families. We don't get to have houses, children, nothing. Huh. We don't even the men and women of American men and women, we don't even get each other. We're all living together. We don't even get each other. We're not even allowed to have each other. That's what these sons of bitches pulled. They poisoned the well. And Jays were known for doing that, poisoning wells. How about that? That's what they did. They poisoned the well. They poisoned our academic wells. They got in control of academia at Harvard. Biggity bam. And then they fucking enact their plan, playing an inside outside game, inside man, outside man with the elite, our elites. They're infiltrating force, and then the external Israel. And everything that's been happening, all the decline, all the stripping away of our liberties and rights. I mean, they basically stripped away our freedom of association, which is a God-given right, inalienable. But we're not a we have to diversity is mandated. We're not allowed to only associate with white people. Like if I own a business, I can't just have white waiters or something. And all I'm saying is that they took that right. That was a right to freedom of association. We don't have that anymore. Everybody else has that, but Americans don't have that. White Americans don't get that. We don't get that privilege. See, our elders, they or our forebears, they decided that we didn't deserve that, or we weren't responsible enough for that. They needed to take it away because we might cause trouble with it, or might hurt ourselves, put an eye out with it. But all of this stuff, they brought it about. Like I said, the Republicans and the Democrat Party, they didn't exist in their current form. They were built by the CIA after World War II. They built them to be the flip side of the same coin. center left and center right, to avoid communism. And they did the same thing with the civil rights movement. They were all regime backed. They were all regime backed movements. And apparently the our elites decided that it was better that they just go along with feminism, letting or they wanted women to work, so they pushed it. They wanted I guess maybe the Jays did it to so that they could occupy higher levels of society, but they convinced the black people that they were helping them when really, all those civil rights laws, they didn't benefit black people. They benefited Jays. Like, the main beneficiaries of the civil rights legislation was Jays. But they sold it to black folks and made them feel like they owed the Jays something. They commandeered their social movement, and then, like, basically, oh yeah, it got them to think how noble they were, that they did all this for the black people, not for themselves. When they were the ones that benefited, they just hoodwinked they screwed the black people. They told them that they were doing all this for them. Lo and behold, in the end, they didn't benefit from it at all. The fucking Jays were self-dealing, and they tricked those people. They tricked the blacks into thinking that they were helping them. They screwed the blacks. They commandeered their social movement and screwed them. And they've been at all the social movements that have happened since World War II. And there's a reason why they started at World War II. You didn't see any before that, really. You saw first waves of feminism, but it didn't get bad until like the 70s, really. They just wanted, some rights. But all those movements, those those popped up after the Jays got into our country. Straight up. That's after they infiltrated our country. By the 60s, they had started to occupy the higher levels of society. Well, first of all, they owned all the movie studios. So they had the zeitgeist in the pop culture. They had all the movie stars working for them, and then you had all the social justice, the original social justice warrior movie stars, Marlon Brando, Mankiewicz, that piece of shit director, that motherfucking scumbag. I mean, he was selling America out for his people. And when you look back and see all the television shows where he'd sit round table with black leaders of the black movement, and like Charlton Heston and Marlon Brando would be there, and this guy, he's arguing loudest and hardest. And I hate to be cynical, but to me, it looks like he is literally, he's not, like, they played it off as they were helping people. Oh, we're just the noble lawyers, the noble Shylocks, and we're going to help this poor black underclass. And oh man, we're just going to we're just going to fight to the bitter end. And it strikes me as, yeah, you're fighting so hard. I find it hard to believe that you're fighting this hard for them. To see them going to bat, having all these different round table TV shows and all these different political meetings where they're debating shit out. It's like, you ain't like, who are you trying to fool? You're pretending like you're just doing all this. They were literally they were donating their time as lawyers and shit, and political yeah, people that got support for shit. They were doing all that, and it's like, people actually believe that they were doing it for the black people. Hell no. Hell no. When you look back, if you see like stuff like on Bill Buckley's show, Firing Line, and other old shows, it's obvious that these people have a passion for this that it's not normal. Only somebody fighting for themselves fights like that. You know what I mean? And I see it so cynically now. You know what? These motherfuckers, they are just feathering themselves a sweetheart nest. They have got this fucking deluxe nest that they're feathering for themselves. They're picking the choicest properties, the choicest industries. and just, ooh, settling right in like some kind of a fucking boll weevil, some evil fucking parasite, man. Locusts nestling in. And then and then once they got nestled in, bro, they just cemented their gains, man. Started making anti-Semitism laws and censorship laws, hate speech laws, all to to strip us American men of our sovereignty and our our individualistic nature. They stripped us of that, and then they boxed us into they boxed us into a box in the corner. You know what I mean? Like we can't. They boxed us out of polite society. They hit us with everything they had, and it essentially leaves us in a little box in the corner of a room. Basically, they took away all of our cultural social power. We don't have positions of authority anymore. We're not needed. Women don't feel like we're needed, because basically they made us useless. Wouldn't let us pursue whatever we wanted, and survive on the merit. No, 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 no. Social safety nets for everybody but white men. And white men, they'll have to compete with subsidization. We'll subsidize DEI, affirmative action. We'll artificially prop it up with the government and the state. And because we've made it so much easier for everybody else to get opportunity, because we've incentivized businesses to only hire those people if they can, it's going to necessarily make those men's lives worse. It's going to make they're going to have to work way harder to get the same opportunity out of their lives. Can anyone argue with that? I mean, honestly, would you even want to argue with that? I mean, it's obvious that that is the swindle that has been perpetrated on this country. These fucking swindlers, these carnival barkers. Straight up, man, carnival barkers, dude. That's the level that the propaganda, the goy slop, uh, that's where this shit is at. They've stripped us of everything, and now it's simply a matter of keeping us occupied. I've noticed in the past month or so they're trying to bring up trans social issues, trans bathrooms, is they're trying to bring that back and get us arguing about that again, which in retrospect is so meaningless. That shit doesn't even matter. They're trying to stir it back up. They're trying to fucking spin that whirlwind back up. They get white men to hate themselves so much that they start having themselves castrated. They start hating what it means to be a man and masculinity so much that they give up their genitals. They give up their ability to reproduce. They give up their fucking personality. Their life. They give up themselves. They give up everything about themselves that's special, because the regime has convinced men that it's the worst thing in the world to be a white male, and it'd be better to give up your ability to reproduce than to live life as a white male. And to the to the absolute tragedy of that is that some men, succumb to that. Any more or thousands or millions succumb to homosexuality, which is nothing but a pathological. It's a pathology. Yeah, there's big pharma, there's different lobbies and shit, but all those they're just lobbying for their cut of the pie. All these different industries, they're due a cut. They provide services and stuff, but it's our elites that are in control of who gets what. It's a motherfucking gangster ass regime. It's a they're just thugs. They're gangsters. They're the same as fucking Scarface. They're the same as the bootleggers in Prohibition. They're nothing but Al Capones. They just do it in a motherfucking $2,000 suit, and they have armies that will do their dirty work for them, and they can do their dirty work, their evil fucking butchery. They can do it without getting their pretty hands dirty. Their pretty suit. They can do it without getting that bloody. And when we fight a war, it's nothing but a war between two ruling elites. Right now, the American ruling elites are waging war with the Iranian ruling elites. And what's funny is a lot of people are kind of rooting for the Iranians because they aren't the ones that have been fucking us for half a century. They haven't been raw dogging us with the 50-foot dick of the law, the long arm of the law. You mean the fucking long pecker of the law that just rails us over and over and over? They're sacrificing like our blood, our treasure, so that they can enrich themselves. They're trying to get rid of this Iranian regime because the Iranians they see the Iranians are getting a cut of the Middle East, and they're so fucking greedy. They're not happy with the cut the nest they've already feathered for themselves. They have to have the whole fucking they have to have the whole fucking pie. They refuse to share it. They won't share it with the Iranian elite. So they're just going to kill them all. That's what basically. And they even talk about they bandy about the idea of using a nuke. Make no mistake, man. They're talking about wiping a fucking people off the planet so they can steal their fucking resources, man. That's what our people are fucking these disgusting elite are doing. And don't get it twisted. These are the Jays, man. They're fucking jealous of the Iranians. They want control of the Middle East and they want that oil, baby. They want it. They feel entitled to it and they want to make it come about. That's why all this shit's happening. And they don't even get the irony when they're like, yeah, this regime, they've been taxing and stealing from their people and then using it to using that money to hold them down, make them captive while they spend all their tax dollars on war and weapons and terrorism. It's like, hello, do you not realize how fucking insane you sound, how psychopathic you sound right now? You are literally describing the swindle which you have been carrying out for half a century on us, motherfucker. You'd say it's the Iranians that are the evil, the terrorists, the crooks. I say it's you that are the crooks. They're just the smaller crooks that are standing between you and a payday. You motherfuckers. They have the audacity to think that their people should get their fucking oil, that they've had that land for 3,000 years, and they had the audacity to think that they should get the oil and the money that comes from it, not us and the English. So we just going to kill them all and take it. I mean, it blows my mind. They do us dirty at home, fuck us every which way they can, cash in on that, and then they send us off to fucking die so that they can steal oil from another ruling elite. Because that's all these struggles are. When countries invade each other, they want what's something their neighbor has. They want to steal. They want to steal. They want to pilfer their neighbor. And that's all we're doing in the Middle East right now. And that's all Israel is doing. They're trying to get access to that chunk of the Middle Eastern oil. They're not happy with everything else. They could be making 20% more money if they stole Iran's oil. These people are criminal. Like, we cannot just let them, pass the baton to themselves while we go into this AI, this new brave new world. We cannot just let them fucking carry over. They have done too much to us. They have done way too much to us for us to Like, I'm not willing to fucking live under these people in this future. It's just that's no, there's too much that they have already stripped us of damn near everything. And if dude, if they get if they're in charge in the next world order, they'll have us by the balls. Then they will have serfs. They will have chattel slavery. It'll be that simple. Like they'll have control. They control all the companies that they run with AI, and we get what they give us. We get the scraps from the table, and whatever they give us, we'll have to be content with because they don't won't need our labor at least to a certain degree. And if we try to collectivize or we try to overthrow, they'll just replace us with Indians. The Indians will be, they will submit and they've proven that they will. They help the English, uh, uh, mine research. They help the English steal trillions of dollars from India. So they know that the Indian ruling elite, they have a good record. They actually have a good working record of working with uh, English elites, Anglo-Saxon Protestant elites, and that's what England's doing right now when they're bringing over Indians into Australia and Canada and UK or Britain itself. They're replacing their working class with the Indian working class or their you know their people for the Indians because the Indians were fine with helping them steal from their own people. Basically, they steal from their own people, suck resources out of their land, and they helped them do it. They're just a house nig, willing to sell out their other people as slaves, willing to sell their people out for a cut. They've just done us so fucking dirty, man. And nobody's pointing it out. Nobody's saying, "Wait a second, this is what they've taken from us." I mean, our wives, our wives' husbands, they took all that from us. I mean, they've taken it all from us. Even when people were slaves, chattel slavery, they had husbands and wives. I mean, they got sold sometimes and shit, but at least they had the children, they reproduced. We've been denied all that. We've been denied what even indentured servants were allowed, what slaves were allowed pretty much up until then. We've been denied all that. So have our women. Our women have been denied the exact same, the flip side. They've been denied the same thing we have, our destiny. We've been denied opportunity. The life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Really, I didn't get a pursuit of happiness. I was straight up denied that. I tried to cash that fucking check. Nah, they said denied. Sorry, you have insufficient funds. Sorry, there are no jobs for you. Sorry, there are no houses for you. Sorry, there is no one for you. We convinced her to go do a job and that she doesn't need you. Sorry. You're just gonna have to go crawl in the corner and cry yourself to sleep. So, and just, float through life as an atomized zombie, and maybe you can endure that for a few years, maybe you can't, maybe you off yourself, who knows. Either way, it's on you. Radical individualism, deal with it, bud. Sorry. Oh well. I mean, that's essentially what I mean. They just try to it stuff happens and they just try to move on so quick that nobody even they move on so quick they don't give anybody a chance to realize what they've just taken from us. Like they took everything from us so fast and so slick like that we have nobody said anything yet. It's been like 10, 15 years since they robbed us. Nobody said anything. We're just now starting to, now that the women are aging out, now everybody's starting to kind of like realize and you know what? It's only going to get worse. Things, are off right now. We don't even like, we're not old and like, need chill, like we don't even know the effects of it completely yet. We don't know how this effect is going to affect men or women later on down the road, what this is going to do to our politics. Like, I'll tell you this much, it's not going to get better. Like, or I mean, unless we fix it, the fact that nobody, nobody's isn't married, nobody's coupled up. All people are only going to get more atomized, more disconnected, and it's only going to get harder and more difficult for people to cope. Yeah, it's going to get rough. And that's why I'm kind of like speaking up, like, man, maybe it's not too late. I mean, maybe some women, it's too late, the ones that are almost 40, in their mid to late 30s. But maybe it's not too late for a lot of them or for a lot of people if we stand up and start calling it out now. And it's such a shame, too, because, like, there's plenty of men that would love to have families. There's women that would love to have families, but we've been like pitted against each other. And so, I mean, it's not like all the men died off in a war or something. No, we're all here and the women are all here, but we've been, totally pitted against each other. And it's such a shame. It's not like we're separated. We're living in the same country, but we're all separate, so it's like we're uncoupled and there's no real good reason. You just have a shitload of singles. There's no good reason for it, but and it's not like we could, uh we have distance between us or there's some barrier. No, they got us to not want that, not want each other. Got us. I mean, the feminism, it really did a number. It more or less they sold women a dream. And they just neglected us. They didn't even try to sell us a dream. They were like, no, no, we're stealing from you. You're not getting anything. We're not giving you anything. We're not selling you anything. We just took everything from you. I mean, and shit, if you want to, you know, spend your childhood and your teen years trying to become the man that your wife would want to marry, go for it. Maybe you'll get lucky. Who knows? But no, that's not, nobody got lucky. Just kind of blows my mind how we've just kind of sat still for it. Why have we why have we sat still for that shit? We're absolutely within our rights to it. Like, we're the majority male population. There's no reason why we shouldn't be. Why are we being disadvantaged and denied a place in society, an honorable place? Like at the head of households. Why were we denied our deserved and rightful place of honor in American society? And you notice that I have not been blaming it on anybody because they got us to reject each other basically. And so like and but that gives us some common ground, men and women. That gives us, it's like, yo, I'm not the one who cheated you out of a husband. They cheated me out of my wife. You know what I mean? Like, we're not enemies. We have been pitted, played off against each other by these motherfuckers, these Jays who have set themselves up as our overlords. And actually that gives me some hope because at least going forward, if the because I was thinking, what's going to happen with these childless women and politically, in the future, they're going to be crazy and like just they'll destroy no, we'll be able to join forces with them and demand redress for this shit. Instead of they will try to propagandize these women into attacking men and blaming it on men. All we have to do is say, no, 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 no. It wasn't us. It was them. They're the ones who changed the school curriculum. They're the ones who got rid of all the traditions. It's them who did this. We didn't do anything. They took everything from us. And like, we weren't the ones that did this. We have no institutional power as American men. It ain't the patriarchy. just fucking they took a lot from us, man. They got us. They took it all from us. Not only like I was saying, they took cultural authority and positions away from us, but they also took like I said, the most basic consolation, the most basic thing that even slaves had, wives and families and husbands, they took that away from us. They took the basic natural way of being, the tradition, you know, husbands and wives and families, they took that away from us. And they took our fucking jobs, our careers, our position in society, but mainly they took our women from us, and they took the men from our women. Like, and those women are ours. You know what I'm saying? Like, they are ours. They were born to be our wives. We were born to be their husbands. That's how that works. That's how that fucking works, man. And they purposely fucked that up. Like, and the women that you grow up with and the men that women grow up with, those are the people they're supposed to be getting married to. And they can, they trick people into not doing it. And now that, things have passed, it's like, damn, that's fucked up, man. We're meant for each other. And I feel like men kind of were like, what the hell is going on? Like when I was like 19, 20, men were like, but wait a second, aren't we supposed to, like get married and have kids? And the women are like, no, we want to pursue a career. And so men just, okay, I guess, we don't have much of a choice here. They just kind of back off. And then, it never happened. But like they they cheated us out of that. They cheated women out of it too. They got to pay for that shit. I mean, at least we can seek redress. We'll be a formidable political machine together. White men and white women will take their asses up through there. Hmm. I wish we could just replace these motherfuckers. Just the whole fucking lot of them. Replace them. Get a fresh elite. Just swap the whole thing out. Start from scratch. Tabula rasa. I mean, that's what the American Revolution was about. That's what democracy, or at least American democracy, is about. That the our ruling elite, they only serve they only serve 2 terms. They have a they're not supposed to serve forever. They get voted out eventually. That we're not supposed to have an entrenched elite like that are noblemen and that are brought up to be like, and they are entrenched to a certain degree, but you can aspire to the ruling class like Jasmine Crockett or something. You can do well for yourself and become a part of the ruling elite. But really, the people that behind the curtain, they don't, the Rothschilds and shit, they don't lose out. They don't change. They're the ruling elite. And then they kind of they'll let a few people into their club to help them keep order as enforcers and shit. As facades, front facing facades, so that we think we're being ruled by our own people. Like, and like I was saying about the Indians, how they're basically, they think that they're just going to replace white people or European people with Indians, and the Indians will compliantly uh be serfs for them, and compliantly go along with everything. They're trying to replace Australians, they're trying to replace Canadians. That's why they're shipping all of these Muslims and Hindus into all of the Five Eye countries, or all of the British Commonwealth countries in America, which that includes you, Mina. They're replacing your ass too. All of us. Whether we fucking like it or not, pretty much. It's what it seems like. I mean, I have heard rumblings that maybe they're trying to change that, but they've let in 20 million into America. They got the ball rolling, that's for sure. Yeah, they're actively trying to get rid of us now. I mean, it's obvious. They spent the whole latter half of the 20th century hollowing out our countries. And then when the countries were hollowed out, they sold out the people. And they sold all of the property and all of the all the intellectual property, all the businesses. They sold all that shit. Now they're selling our labor. It's like they own us. They own with a social security number. We all each have amount of labor we're going to contribute in our life. And now they're just farming us out to different AI companies, different corporations, to wherever they get the biggest cut from wherever they get paid the most for renting us out. And they're not they think they can make more money if they had Indians here, if they displace their serfs with a more compliant group. I mean, it's clear as day. Like in England, they're just about crowded out of their own country. Like they really are. Like they really want a new class of people there. They went about it too. Like, you know what? We have a choice. These people are dying off. Their birth rate's declining, and the people in the Middle East, theirs is doing pretty good. And there's a pressure. There's, from all the wars that Netanyahu and Israel has been waging, it's causing all these Muslims to want to leave the Middle East, and they're wanting to come into Europe. If we can open the floodgates and we can get a fresh population that's more compliant and that's still reproducing. They're not still reproducing, but at the time they were. Not realizing that, we're going through a really pivotal moment of change in time. Like we're changing. The paradigm is shifting. And of course, our birth rate is it's going to decline, or it's going to be in a holding pattern until the, the changes happen. People are just waiting for when they feel a sense of stability. Nobody knows what tomorrow is going to bring, so everybody's in a holding pattern. And instead of them just being like, oh, they're just trying to find how people are going, the way of life going forward, because the nuclear family is gone, so people need to figure it out now. And instead of them giving us space and allowing us to have demographic security, not shipping it, keeping the borders tight so that we could deal with cultural problems on our own time. Like we don't feel the threat and the pressure of a bunch of foreign people in our country outbreeding us. They brought them in to display, like, if they cared about us, they would have allowed us to sort out these demographic issues without having to fear for being replaced, having to fear being kicked out of our own country, having to fear, having our country stolen from us. Like, why can we not figure out the best way to go forward in the future? The best way to have families, the best way to, whether it should be one or two incomes, or, you know what I mean? Like the best way going forward, because the old way that our parents did in the 20th century wasn't working anymore. No, they wouldn't give us the time to figure out the way forward in the West. No, no. They brought in 20 million fucking foreigners, dude. And in poor old fucking England, dude, the people there are, you'd think it was India or a Middle Eastern country, or Pakistan. They all have English and Scottish accents, but they're fucking from Pakistan. Pakistan, Pakistan, Pakistan. Fuck that country. Pakistan. Go fuck yourself. You and Bangladesh. India as well. It's just like they're chauvinistic as fuck too. They just think their shit don't stink, bro. They're a nasty. They're not Western, and they surely do think they're just the cat's ass. They have the arrogance to try and fucking pretend like they try to evangelize Islam. Like, how dare you come to our fucking country and try to fucking convert us? and change our country and expect you to be the fucking the expect to be a minority that is privileged over the majority and the people who built the country, who own the country. I mean, we can't just sit still for this. We can't just lay down and let them just fucking carry out these evil machinations and just dispose of us like cattle, like sheep to the shambles. I mean, you look what they've already done to us. Look what they've already taken from us. They did it all to line their pockets too. They already have all the money in the world. They already control all the financial institutions. That wasn't enough. They have to own us lock, stock, body, and soul too. That's what they have to own us body and fucking soul too. Where we can't even buy bread unless we, with this social credit score. I mean, in universal basic income, that's what's going to be. If you don't toe the fucking line, you don't eat. Reasonably so, Arceus. You know, honestly, I've been thinking about like not necessarily Marxism, but just political science and Western government, Western philosophy. And this is absolutely a class war. Make no mistake, this is a class war. This ain't race war. It ain't us versus the blacks. It ain't us versus the Muslims. It's us versus these fucking crooks in charge of our society. They've gotten out of control. They're too greedy. They've taken too much. The deal isn't fair anymore. The social contract isn't it's no good now. We don't get a wife, we don't get a family. They've I mean, it's got to change. They need to we need to get redress for our grievances. We have legitimate grievances here. They took I was saying I've been saying this the whole stream, Arceus, but they took all our women's husbands away from them and they took all of our wives away from us by fucking pitting us against each other. They robbed us of our people, of our women, and our women they robbed them of their fucking men. They robbed us of our fucking careers, of our they've taken everything. They've commodified it, taken everything, stripped us of it, and convinced us we're better off. You'll own nothing and you'll like it. You'll have subscription services. You'll have a subscription AI, a sex bot or sex doll, and you'll pay a subscription for it. I mean, honestly, dude, I'll take the Matrix over this shit. Straight up, bro. The people in the fucking Matrix got a better deal than this. Dude, even fucking robots. Like in the Matrix, robots gave people more than what we're being given. At least they got an illusion. We didn't even get an illusion, man. We just got screwed. That's all we received. And we don't I mean it's like we don't benefit from this regime and this paradigm at all anymore. You know, the burden of performance, the burden of holding all this up is on us and we get none of the fucking we don't even get a wife and kids anymore. I mean, it really pisses me off. I feel a pretty deep sense of loss, a pretty profound sense of loss. Like it bothers me, and it's bothers me to the point where it's like, you know, something like, yeah, if I would give my life if I got an opportunity to hit a lick on these mother, if I got to get a few licks in, yeah, I would give it up. If I got to, get my personal licks in, yeah, I would find, I mean, cuz I just want to fucking punish them for taking everything from us. I mean, worst case scenario, we have to fucking, they've taken everything from us. It's like we need to go out with a bang. If anything, fuck them. If we don't get, if we, like, we've been cheated out of the bare minimum, if we don't get to be happy and to get the pursuit of happiness like everybody else, then why should we why shouldn't we flip the chessboard over? Why shouldn't we just flip the fucking table over and say, fine, then nobody fucking gets it? How about that? You're gonna fuck us. You're gonna take everything from us. Well, then what stake do we have into keeping this fucking joke of a fucking society going? This degenerate, fucking Moloch worshiping, baby sacrificing, fucking shitty society. Why should we fucking bleed for this country? Why should we work for this country, this civilization to maintain itself when it's just maintaining debauchery, degeneracy, it's all masturbatory. None of it produces children. Nothing creates anything. This way of life doesn't. Nobody flourishes under it. It doesn't lead to more children. It doesn't create happier people. Nothing positive. Why should we fucking care? Why should we continue to throw good money after bad? Why? I say fucking scrap this whole goddamn thing. Fuck it. Like, I would rather start with a fresh lot of elites from our own people, and at least, we'll get a couple hundred years out of it or something. Like, the first 150 years of America, they did a good job, and they made sure people had what they needed. And at this point, it's like, these people, they're never going to give us what we want. They're never going to they hate us. They're never going to give us what we're due. It's time we let go of fucking of thinking they're gonna lead us through this, and things are gonna get better, or things are gonna be all right. It's almost like they know everything. They know the jig is up. They're just trying to milk it for, while it's still an entity with a little bit of power left. They're just trying to sap the. They're trying to use the power that's left in it, like especially with Israel. They're just trying to get, while they can still get something out of it. They're willing to speed up the decline, speed up the destruction, if it means that they'll be able to take a little bit more land for greater Israel. I mean, they've done their dirty work all too well. They've done their work too well. Almost like systematically too, step by step, increment by increment, and just till by the time the century turned over, the millennia turned over, they had it all, man. I mean, and truly by 2001, they had it all with the Patriot Act. They finally figured out, how to fucking tyrannize us, how to successfully, you know, uh, infiltrate. Communism couldn't do it, but they could do it with race communism, or race fucking pluralism, or whatever it is. They did it with racism. They did it by calling everybody a racist. People, they just acquiesce to it. But it's definitely a class war. It's class warfare. We need to throw our lot in with everybody, with the rest of Americans, because they're all in the same position. Hey, it's not white people that have screwed you, black folks. None of these people were alive when, this slavery and shit. You're missing the forest because of the trees are in the way. They, you know, the that's how they're keeping you down, is keeping you thinking about that shit. Everybody, women, men, black folk, Spanish folk, we've all been done dirty by these motherfuckers. Everybody is struggling. Everybody is alone. And I was kind of worried about that. Like, fuck, man, that women, they're going to be crazy when they're in their 40s and 50s and they're alone. But you know what? We'll team up with them. will join forces. Like, yo, we're not your enemy. They did this to us. Why we need to come together now. Yeah, maybe too late to have families and shit, but we need to come together now and fucking fix this shit. Because we're I mean, this AI is no joke, man. It's a brave new world. Better believe that. It's not gonna be all the new technology, the surveillance shit. I feel like they're cooking some shit up right now. They're in the the smoky back rooms right now, cooking up their diabolical civilization, diabolical culture, societal structure, hierarchical structure, with AI overlording us. All they need us for is to operate the drones, just for now anyway. They won't even need us for that eventually. To die for them, to go take bullshit fucking Karg Islands and steal oil from other ruling elites in other countries. All while, and meanwhile, they've robbed us of our women, robbed us of our children. Literally fucking uh killed all of sacrificed our children. I mean, the loss is profound. The loss is profound. It's not a joke. They've taken so much from us. We're not even feeling the full effects of it yet. That's what's crazy. And it's not just us. We have common enemy, everybody in America. They've done it to all of us. We just need a group of people or somebody to lead us, or to bring attention to this, to everything we've lost and who took it from us. Who the fuck who who perpetrated this swindle, you know? We have been swindled, and we need to find out the people responsible. I mean, we know who's responsible, the Epstein class. Diabolical, man. It's fucking diabolical. Truly. Yeah. Lebnick's second. Pull up his the humble page. Man, I got fucking a week timeout on Twitter. Got my ass. Yeah, because I fucking told Laura Loomer I gave her a piece of my mind. I said some I was like, she's like, oh, these disgusting Muslims. We need to run them out of this country. Them and Tucker Carlton, all these fucking shills, these Muslim shills. I'm like, what, bitch? What? How about this? How about no on that? How about we run your fucking asses out of this country? How about Tucker stays and you go? How about that, Miss Laura Loomer? You fucking psycho. Like that woman, like, bro, we need to tar and feather these people. They need to be crucified, dude. Seriously, I'm not even fucking playing, man. At the very least, they need to be run out of this country. We can't let these people remain the leaders, the elite anymore. We cannot do this. Hell yeah, Stinklefink. Appreciate that, bro. Fuck yeah. We absolutely cannot allow Loomer, fucking Mark Levin. We cannot allow these people to maintain this power. They have used it to tyrannize us. As long as they've had they've been tyrannizing us. They've been slowly embezzling, been siphoning off every bit of energy. I've stayed quiet till now. I've been to Iraq, and that's what that says, right? Been to, oh yeah, Iraq and Afghanistan. You don't even know what you're saying, but you may be accidentally right. Bro, you know, I don't necessarily know the way forward, but I'm just tallying up what what has been taken from us. Objectively, what has been taken from the American people? Our cohesion, the fact that white men are made for white women, like those are our people, our women, and we're those women's men. And they've taken our cohesion, they've taken our ability to come together and to reproduce. They just straight up took that from us. And nobody's brought it up, and that's why I bring this up, because if we want to seek redress, well, first of all, we got to figure out what they've taken from us, what have they squandered, because like I said, these guys are supposed to be our shepherds that fucking guide us through tough times, that get us through the hard times, but instead they're just pissing away, running debt up, spending. uh, they're they're racking up debt. They're turning us into indentured servants, basically, spending our future on enriching themselves now, on embezzling, on. I mean, it's just like they're taking from us. It's a wealth transfer, a wealth and power transfer. They're taking from us to add to their fucking treasure. And they not only have they taken our prosperity from us, but they've taken our cohesion and our way of life. They've taken our women. They've taken our partner. I mean, our wives and husbands. It's just they've taken so much from us, and they're lucky that we haven't been talking about it. They've successfully kept us at each other's throats. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you do get railroaded, identified as a problem, and you get fucking railroaded. You're absolutely right. They do it. They start in school, like boys. They railroad boys. If you don't conform, oh, you're fucked. They're going to like they tried it to me. They tried to just fucking keep. They tried to expel me, but they couldn't legally do it. So they had to deal with me. But rather than just everything's so feminized now that a rambunctious boy can't do it, can't achieve. And even the feminists are starting to admit it. Like, yeah, schools are just a little bit too biased for women, for women to succeed. We overcorrected. That the old fucking cliche. We overcorrected. No, the problem is you tried to correct it at all. Culture has a way of it's self-correcting. It doesn't need meddling fucking overlord Jays to fucking start tinkering with the fucking formula. It doesn't need that. When you tinker with the formula, then it gets so far out of whack, then you can't fix it because you've damaged it so much. At least when you let things happen organically, they have an equilibrium. No, no, they went about this shit deliberately, man. What's up, Alex? They've absolutely been deliberate about this stuff. Like nothing happens without their say so. You can't like Red in Shawshank Redemption. I can't squeeze a drop without say so. You can't take a piss without their say so. Of course, this change was on purpose and deliberately. Of course, they knew what was going to happen when they pushed feminism and told women to pursue a career. And that's what they told women, but they didn't tell them what they were going to pay. They told them you will receive the kind of adventurous man or lifestyle that men get. You'll get to achieve and compete, and it'll be a meritocracy. And then there's the fine print. Yes, you will have to sacrifice all of your children. You can have a life like a man, but you have to sacrifice your babies. You have to sacrifice your babies to Moloch. Hell yeah. Thanks again, Stinklefink. Did you mean to comment? Yeah, they didn't tell women, yeah, you're going to get the opportunity to have a career, but it's going to be you're going to have to sacrifice your children for that. And they literally have. They've they women women's careers have been built upon a foundation of aborted children because you women you it's artificial. Women being in the in all the industries, and women doing that, it's artificial, it's not natural, it's not the way things are meant to be. They have to kill a whole lot of babies to make that happen. To keep women working jobs and achieving in jobs and careers, you have to kill a lot of babies every year. You have to. Or those and they convinced women to do it, that somehow the career will be worth it. And the women, they kind of follow with it. I mean, we're being led, they're we're trusting enough that our elites aren't going to fucking screw us. They're going to provide us with an opportunity forward, a path forward, to the American dream. They just dropped the ball. They fucked us this time. We were trusting. We trusted that we would get the right traditions that would help us all make great families and move forward in the world. And we trusted them, and they screwed us. They absolutely screwed us. And they did it on purpose. Obvious. Everything happens with they know the consequences, and they've known the consequences. And this is how you know it's deliberate too, because now they're shipping in immigrants to replace us because their Frankenstein experiments didn't work. So now they're like, oh shit, the population is declining. Well, and our population was a replacement rate in year 2000. I remember when it was still replacement, and so it wasn't. They probably still thought we were good in the 90s and stuff, and then we get into the 2000s, and all of a sudden we drop below replacement because the housing bubble, all that shit, all of their fuck ups caused the birth rate to start dropping because our quality of life was getting lower and lower and lower every year. Something else would happen that damaged our quality of life, and it started out with Iraq. Started with Iraq, then you had the 2008 financial crisis. Dude, the birth rate fucking fell off a cliff after the 2008 financial crisis when the housing bubble burst. All the people that fucking lost their homes, and they defaulted on their mortgages and shit. Yeah, that killed our fucking our birth rate. And they're going to go down as monsters because they have literally aborted generations of children. To for women to have that opportunity, you have to sacrifice your future as a country, as a people. Because those women, because for them to pursue a career, they have to ignore producing the next generation or two. They have to. They don't have a choice. They only have the time and the energy and the fertility to do one. And they fucking, they made their choice, but they weren't educated, and they weren't told exactly what they were going to have to pay. I mean, and you look back now, it's like, holy shit, we did all that, and it only made us worse off as a civilization. We did it for nothing on top of that. We did it for nothing. Our country isn't better off. Our civilization, our culture isn't doing in a better place. It's in a exponentially worse place. We're not having kids. Like, we did all that sacrificing and all the feminism stuff, and it didn't even get us to a better place. We're not even, like, they're supposed to be guiding our culture and guiding the people through periods of time, through tough times and shit. And when they make changes, tinker with the edges, they're supposed to know, like, what, like, they're not supposed to mess with it enough to where they can't rejig or recalibrate it. But they like went for broke, and now like two generations of lost Americans. So we did all that sacrificing only to get replaced in the end, only to not be able to reproduce enough to replace ourselves. So now we're getting replaced by Indians and shit. Our rulers are like, well, that's you couldn't figure it out and make it work and keep your birth rate up. Sorry, tough titty. Yeah. we're going to give it to these guys over here. They'll help us. They won't complain as much. They won't expect so much. It's absolutely diabolical. They're not content with us just fucking dying in wars so they can steal resources from other peoples, other elites that rule over other countries, other peoples. Yeah, we go, they sacrifice our blood and our treasure so that they can steal the 20% of oil that comes out of the Gulf that they don't get a cut of. They want that 20%. They're like, fuck it, we're getting 80, we're getting 80%. There's still money on the table. How can we get that other 20%? How can we put that in our pocket? Well, we'll take it from the Iranians and put it in our pocket, the ruling elite of America. We're going to use our captive population. We're going to tax them, use them as cattle to fight this other neighbor group of ruling elites. And we're going to steal from them and their people. We're not going to give our people a cut of it. We're just going to take from them, and then if they and actually we'll get two birds with one stone by putting them into a war. That it will just have them killed off. They're not reproducing anyways. We may as well just go ahead and get rid of them. Have them, and they're doing that with Ukraine right now. They're doing that with Ukraine right now. They're talking about how they're going to replace them with Indians, and but they won't draft. They only draft Ukrainians. They're staying in this war because it's a meat grinder and it's helping them get rid of a problem population or a group of people they don't want anymore. A group of people that ask for too much. The Ukrainians. And we'll bring in some brown people that'll be more compliant. They won't bitch and moan as much. And we got this sweetheart war to help us kill off our own people that we want to get rid of. And we're depleting Russia and killing off those white people too. We're getting 2 for 1. We're getting a 2 for 1 price here, bro. It's a fact. It's a done deal. I mean, this is what they're doing. It's pretty obvious. They're not content with just living off of our taxes and having the power over us, dominion over us, having the right to steal from us with taxation. No, they could get more out of they could they could pay less to another population. You know what I'm saying? They could increase their profit margin by replacing us with less demanding people. Yeah, a lot of good-looking American women are single too. We have beautiful women, except they're throwing their youth away to get railed out by Tyrone, some greasy fucking moon cricket, getting railed out, getting gang banged and shit. Like, and that's being rubbed in our face too by the Jays who own the pornography industry. They're rubbing that in our face too, kind of laughing in our face. Well, meanwhile, they have these islands where they take our girls and they pimp them out to each other. And they talk shit about them. These just stupid goy women. They're just cattle. They're just cattle. Duh. Like, bro, these people, they are fucking us every which way. They have figured out every angle with which they can fucking they can kill us, fuck us, rape our women. I mean, they have figured it out down to a fucking T, man. These people, they need to be fucking crucified for this shit. They have done some evil shit, man. Some evil shit. And they need to pay for this. They need to answer for this. And I feel like, this Iran shit, really, it's just kind of laying it open bare for the world to see. Like, people are their eyes are being opened. It's like, oh, they really do hate us this much. It's undeniable that you know things weren't like this, but like pre-World War II, life got better, not worse. Life got better up until what, the 90s. You know what I'm saying? Like, all the elites from times past, life just got better. They passed the world, a better world, to their children. And then since World War II, since these boomers got in power, man, they have just made sure that nothing has got better. No, we haven't gotten our way of life, our standard of living hasn't gotten any better. Any productivity gains we've gotten or we've accrued from technology and stuff, They have pocketed the difference. All that the extra profit, the extra value that we produce, they have pocketed that. The extra value from AI, from technology, phones, this, that, and the third. Instead of us getting a bigger cut of or more, a dividend or a bonus, as which we are fucking absolutely you know, we're rightfully owed. Like if if we become if we our work becomes more efficient, we're rightfully owed some of that profit margin. Well, they've just been stacking it, man. They have just been accruing it. And then meanwhile, figuring out more ways that they can screw us, they can subjugate us. More ways that they can profit. Like they profit from selling our information. I mean, they sell they figured out how to make money off of our data and shit. They figured out a way they figured out a way to fucking commercialize destroying a civilization. They're making money off of our women not having kids. Like they're getting them to do OnlyFans and shit so they can get their cut. Like they figured out all these ways to turn us into like a degenerate population, Sodom and Gomorrah, so that they can monetize the degeneracy. It's almost like weaponizing addiction, weaponizing degeneracy, because human beings are we're predisposed to addiction and bad habits and shit, and they figured out a way to fucking truly monetize it on at scale. Yeah, we don't even need women to actually have sex with men anymore. They can just shake their ass on camera, or get railed by some, like I said, some fucking some moon cricket, some mud shark. I mean, and they rub and it's being rubbed in our faces. Every which way you look, you see these women, they barely have any clothes on. You go into a fucking gym and bro, you may as well like you're given a gynecologist's view of these women's fucking labia majora. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, I can literally see how much you're fucking dilated when like in the gym. What the fuck? Why do I have to look at this? This isn't right. Like why is there no place but why is there no place for me to go where I can just focus on myself and not be harassed, eye raped by women and they're showing everything off. They've been convinced that that's what everybody wants to see. It's not. We're tired of it. It's tiring. It's that stuff was good before, 50, 60, 70 years ago. That stuff was good because it wasn't everywhere. Men enjoyed seeing, a woman's leg or getting a sneak peek or at stuff because it wasn't everywhere and you valued the little bit the peaks that you did get. But now it's everywhere and it's like, bro, we cannot get away from it, man. Fuck my life. We cannot get away from it. Everywhere we go, you go into a fucking a Publix, you go into a damn supermarket and they're wearing the skin tight clothes that are pulled up their the ass or the crack of their ass. Uh, you can they show off the camel toe. It's like, dude, for real though. I did not choose gynecologist as my my profession. Like that's why are we all having to suffer through it? Like it's just everywhere and it gets old and it's like, man, we feel like we're being assaulted by this stuff. We didn't ask for it to be everywhere, and it's like, and I get how they feel or how they have felt over the years when they get tired of guys coming up. There's no let up. Everywhere good looking women go, there was guys asking to take them out. It's like and that's how we feel now. We can't escape you forcing us to look at your scandalized, what you're wearing in your body. Like we are forced to endure that no matter what, and we have to do it with a smile because if we say something about it, we're misogynistic. We're controlling. It's like, no, we're not controlling. We're sick and tired of it. We're sick and tired of it. We're so sick and tired of it. We'd just rather forego women altogether. It's like, yo, I can't, it's too much. It's too much. I mean, but I really do think no matter how much you like, I feel the pressure or the pull of wanting to blame them, wanting to make it all on, or put it on them, pawn it, and we know women, they're not super accountable typically, but it isn't their fault though. You see, it isn't their fault. They aren't to blame for this. You know, it, and neither are we. Our elites set up the curriculums in academia. They're the ones that told, that explained to women, oh, you can have a man's lifestyle. They did all that stuff. Meanwhile, they just told us to, they just gave us the same rigmarole. So it's not their fault. And I am trying to do better personally. I'm not trying to. I'm trying not to blame women for it. I'm trying not to be divisive. No, no. We need to seek synergy going forward. We need to seek teamwork, cooperation going forward. Hey, we have been done wrong by these people, not each other, not each other. No, sir. We have not done each other wrong. We have been done wrong. The We're both victims of this, and I'm trying to to change where my fire is going. When I bitch and moan about not being able to escape it in gyms and shit, that I'm focusing that fury at the Jays and the elites that run the country, because we need to figure out how to become a team, because that's the only way we're going to get redress. That's literally the only way we're getting. And like I've been saying, I just in this stream, I'm thinking about it. Like, we have a partner that we can team up with politically. We can join forces with these liberal women, and because everybody sees it as a problem. Oh man, they're childless, they're liberal, they're just going to get worse and worse. Well, that's only because they think we're the enemy. If we meet them where they're at, and like, look, we're not enemies here. We are comrades here. We are actually made for each other. Like, we're each other's people, literally made for each other, made to be each other's spouses and shit, or be each other's other half. And they're the ones that did this. Like, fuck fighting it out amongst each other. No, no, we can actually combine our votes and take it out on their asses and get redress. That's a possibility now. And why wouldn't the women throw in their lot with us? Why would they side with our fucking overlords that did this to us? Why would they continue to go along with this garbage regime, with these garbage elites that don't care about us? They wouldn't have done this to us. They wouldn't have stolen our inheritance, our cultural inheritance. No, nobody likes throwing a hot dog down a hallway. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, these women, they've sacrificed their best years, their value. They willingly gave it up. We can't change that. I mean, we can make sure it doesn't happen to the next generation. Mm. We can make sure that they pay for this shit, that it doesn't just end up as hardships on the next generation. Because if we leave these elites to fix things, they won't fix them. They'll just keep passing the buck. They'll just keep pilfering the kitty, stealing, stealing from other countries, doing wealth transfers from the lower classes to the upper. I mean, and it is a class war. It's class warfare, us versus the ruling elite, and all of a sudden, there's a possibility for synergy where we can, combine our electoral weight, our electoral might, and hold them to account. I mean, really, we need to start talking about radical shit. Like, how can we throw all these bums out at once? No, not just like half of the government get, half of them get, half of the offices, half of the political offices are, rotated out every four. No, no, we just need to do one clean sweep, get them all out, replace all the different congressmen, put new people in, just have fresh elections, no incumbents. Fuck you, fucking term limits, and throw these motherfuckers out. Get a fresh lot in there that aren't tainted with the past corruption. We might actually affect some change because we can't. They won't let us change anything now. They co-opt every movement. They make sure that nothing happens, nothing goes off without a hitch that doesn't solidify their entrenchment, that doesn't entrench them further, it doesn't lock them in more as our elite. They make sure they take control of anything that could possibly do that. Tea Party, BLM, they get a hold of it. And we're going to have to find a way around that, find a way to replace them, and a way to not allow them to co-opt, because they co-opted Trump. That's what he was supposed to be. They co-opted his ass. Exactly. And like I said earlier in the stream, the people that are supposedly guiding us into the future, into this new era of AI, into the fucking literally the Skynet era, you know, these are the motherfuckers: Donald Trump, Chuck Schumer, all these guys. They are getting to draw up the framework for the new world order, the new paradigm, and they're not going to be there to live in it. Why the fuck are 80-year-old men in charge of transitioning into a fucking era that they're not going to see? Like, what? This is crazy. Donald Trump should not be setting up, he should not be the one that is deciding who are going to be the elites in the future, who are going to be the capital holders in the future. Nah, man. Nah, because dude, he sold us out. He's got little tech over there, like Nick talks about, these fucking psychos, Peter Thiel. They are setting themselves up as the technocratic overlords, and they got Donald Trump to do their dirty work for them. All these billionaires, they are setting themselves up to own the world coming, because it's not going to be about nations. I bet you it's going to be about corporations. They're going to be the rulers, more or less. And our nations, they'll become like what unions used to be. They'll just be, because the unions, that they were an elite. Like, you had the labor, then you had unions that were an intermediary between the government and the labor, our ruling elite in the government, and the raw labor. Well, they figured out that why should we share our spoils, our taxes, our the money we stole from these people? Why should we share it with these union bosses? Why should we let them in on our fucking grift? So they cut the union bosses out so that they could make more money. That's what I'm saying. They've commoditized all these different things that they've taken from us. They figured out how to make money off of stealing from. Like, not only are they stealing from us, but they're making money on top of that too. They're just raw dogging us, man. And they are the ones that are deciding who are going to be our overlords in the future. Because maybe it isn't a world. The nations aren't the top dog. Maybe it's the AI companies that are. Well, Trump is the one in charge of who's going to be in. Like, he sold TikTok to all of his buddies, all of his J buddies. Bro, he is just installing all of these crooks that have stolen from us, that have fucked us, that have taken it all from us, taken the bare minimum, like the nuclear family, the American dream. They took that from us. They've taken our careers from us, our prestige, our place of honor in society. They took all of that away from us, and they took our women away from us. They took our children away from us. They've taken everything away from us. Hitler didn't take this much from the Jays. They got better terms from the Nazis, for Christ's sakes. It's fucking outrageous, man. It's fucking outrageous, dude. And I mean, They've just basically ruined everything. You got all these atomized people. It's like just a big soup of people, atomized, no direction. We have to fucking organize that disorganized mass of people that they have dislodged from their societal moorings, from their where they belonged in society. They've been dislodged from that, and we need to organize and make them pay for that. Make them pay for atomizing, for breaking us loose from our moorings. Okay, well, it'd be like free radical cancer cells, motherfucker. All of a sudden, we're gonna end up as a tumor, and you're gonna be terminal, assholes. They have to pay for that shit, and rightfully, the rightful outcome of causing social chaos, just tearing at the fabric, the cultural, the society, the fabric of the society, is going to lead to a lot of people in with no stake in society, with awful, with terrible prospects, no opportunity, no pursuit of happiness. We've been cheated out of our life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. We didn't get to pursue happiness. We got cheated out of our pursuit of happiness. And now we're all pissed off, and we don't we don't have anything to lose. Well, I hope they're scared, rightfully so. They should be scared. They fucking they literally brought about the greatest swindle of modern history. I mean, the Roman elites didn't do their people this dirty. The Nazis didn't do the Jays this dirty. Man, and if we're I mean, are we just tamely submit for this? Sit still for this? Just fucking roll over, prostrate, present our ass to them. Here, take it. We just don't kill, just don't hurt us. Don't kill us, please. You can have everything else. You can take our dignity too. You can take our manhood from us if you want it. Just don't kill us, please. We'd rather die on our, or we'd rather live on our knees. We'd rather live on our stomachs, laid face down with a fucking head in a pillow while our elite raw dog us our whole lives. Bro, I mean, I would rather die on my fucking feet, die with my boots on than go out like that, like this. This is just an ignominious, pathetic fucking end. And at least, hey, if this is the end, I would rather go out with a bang of glory, uh, go out with a bang, go out with glory, and at least I could say that. Yeah, they took everything from me, but I didn't go out like a bitch. I didn't take it like a bitch and just let him take every. You know what I mean? Like I didn't go out without getting a few licks in. I mean, what else? What do we have to live for? If we have to exact some sort of a not revenge. I mean, we have to seek redress. I mean, if they're not willing to give us redress, then we'll just flip the fucking chessboard over. Fuck all of you, then. We don't get it. Nobody gets it. You're not like they think they're just like God, and they can just take our country away from us, take everything away from us, and there's nothing we can do about it. We can do something about it. We just need to decide that we want to do something about it. I mean, I honestly I think they have they fucked up, and right now we're figuring out, how we move forward, how we get through this. Without their help, they all they do is fuck us over. They don't help us. They don't help it lead us through hard times. There's a reason why guys aren't in college right now, why men aren't fucking you know in Hollywood making movies or in the tops of these corporate ladders and shit, because they're dead. AI is fixing to take all those jobs. They're dead. Men are too busy inventing the future. They're too busy figuring out what works, how to move forward in the how to get through where the time we're in now, and what is going to be the model going forward. The nuclear or the American dream, that was the model of the 20th century. Had the American dream. Well, it doesn't work anymore. It's gone. We lost it. We're not going to get it back. We can't go back, but we can come up with something new that suits that works. We got to figure out something that works, a way forward that works. Not oh, ladies, you should have a life like a man, and just try to become a CEO, a boss babe. No, that doesn't work. So that can't be it. And one parent house or one income houses don't really work either. So it's going to have to be some sort of a synergy, some really combining of skills. Like men and women are just going to have to. And I think jobs aren't going to be. I think jobs are going to be gone, and what we'll have is like gig based shit where people, you know, they have skills and they sell those skills on the market, and instead of working every day 8 hours a day, you'll just do gigs throughout the week or throughout the month. That you and your wife will, sell different skills. You know what I mean? And you just make do, and figure out how to because I think the 9 to 5 thing is gone. That's over. But we'll have to figure out how to monetize labor, or monetize skills and labor. And it'll just have to be an ad hoc basis, no steady job, just ad hoc. Everybody be kind of a small business owner in that respect. But we'll just have to figure out, what does a family look like going forward? How does a family look? Is it a one income house with one person creating a home, or homemaking, or is it a combination of uh, you know uh, is it a combination of like trading off, like the man goes to sell his skills, some certain days of the week, or the wife goes to sell, you know what I mean? Like a handing off the responsibility of the home. Yeah, the responsibility. Oh, here we go. Yeah, just the sharing the load of the house, the burden of the house, but also because women have their skills too, nurses, this, that, and the other. Although, it would be best if women, raised kids, but it's a different world. We're going into a different world. Who knows what's going to work? We don't know what's going to work. What's going to be uh there's probably all kinds of possibilities, but we have to figure that out. And I'm contented by the fact that men are out. They're like, men aren't represented in these dying industries anymore. You feel me? Like Hollywood is dying. Thank God men aren't wasting their time in dying industries, because we're on the cusp, the precipice of a new era with new industries, new ideas, new ways of being, ways of living, ways of uh, you know producing value. And we'll have to sort that stuff out. And honestly, I'm kind of excited. Like, we're on the cusp of something different, and we'll be the ones that contribute to what works, and figuring out how we're going forward as a people. I mean, it's going to be a lot of change, who knows if we even like I said, maybe it's a lot of it is work from home, or who knows what it is. Who knows? But it's a chance to improve our lot, to actually get something out of this. They've had us in this stagnant paradigm of the post war order, and the fucking post Cold War order, where they were just had us as drones in cubicles. And movies like Office Space come out, and everybody's like, yeah, that shit ain't no good. I don't want to fucking work as a slave in an office. Like, that's so monotonous. And people were giving up on that anyways. Well, thank God that things are changing. Hopefully, we have to find a way to get meaning out of life again. There is no meaning in the office drone thing. There's no meaning in that. And that we've been unmoored from our women. Our women are unmoored from us. We're not getting meaning from families at the moment. We have to find some way to get meaning out of life. And for the people that come after us, they have to have have to figure we have to sort out a way to get meaning out of life for everybody. And and I've said this in other streams where, movies, they helped us find meaning in life. Yeah, Nick he's going live. He just hasn't sent out his alert yet. His channel's live, he's just not on yet. I mean, I'm actually optimistic, things are changing. There's actually opportunity to make changes, to rejigger things. Any grievances we had or have, we need to make sure we seek redress now while things are changing. Like we're about to be in the Wild West, and things will be very fluid. Things will be not set in place. Nothing will be set in place. And we have to figure out optimize the way figure out the optimal way of being for us, what works for us, and make sure that we don't settle on something that sucks ass. Like when they're discovering, like, remember with COVID, how there was work from home and shit. Yeah, we if when we're sorting out the new ways of working for a living, we'll just have to make sure that that it doesn't end up settling on some drone shit, something, that we people find meaning in, and we have to have enough time to have, like, the work life balance. There'll have to be enough time to raise children and to get something decent, to get something out of life, to get some meaning out of life. And we're kind of on our own. It's fucking bullshit. These elites, China didn't, or, well, most of the modern nations in the world, they have fucked their people over. Like China, they're having a declining birth rate too, where the women they're like the same as American women, they have they expect a lot, they're pretty entitled, they expect to get a lot for nothing, that we're just going to stand here and we're going to judge you boys. you know I mean, essentially what we've been given is, women, they don't want to be vulnerable. They don't want to have to put up any investment. They want to have us take all the risk while they judge us. We're like, almost as if like a dog and pony show where each suitor, each suitor that they see, each guy, he gesture maxes to try and get the woman to choose, and she just stands there like a judge at some sort of a dog show or something, and gives the guy a rating. Not quite good enough. Not going to settle for him. And these guys for years were making clowns that be clowning themselves, and while the women, they refused, like, oh, why won't men, why aren't men pursuing us, or why aren't men walking up to us anymore? And really what they're saying is, why aren't they taking all the risks like they were before? Why aren't they willing to go through all this humiliation just so I can judge them? They can just be like a dancing monkey and I get to judge them. Because that's what, like, a lot of these millennial women have done. And none of them, nobody is good enough, and they refuse to be vulnerable. Because, if you want to uh uh falling in love, or finding a partner, you have to be vulnerable. You have to actually allow yourself to be vulnerable, and the other person allows themselves to be vulnerable. Other like that, yeah, that's the ante. Like, the pot has to be right. It can't just be the man, you know, putting forth, or taking risks, and it can't just be the man doing everything. Women have to do something too. I mean, they're not meeting us halfway, more or less. They were told that, you're the prize, and men, they're going to jump through hoops and you'll just get to sit back and take your pick. Except, they seems like they never take their pick, or they just they just want to be judges. They want men to jump through hoops while they just sit there and they're judges. And they shouldn't have to work at it. They shouldn't have to work at a relationship. They shouldn't have to change. They're perfect exactly as they are. They shouldn't, Like they want us to take them exactly as they are, and they want to change us. They want it both ways. They don't want to have to. They want us to change for them, and they refuse to change it all for us. So it's like, oh, you want so exactly what are women asked to do? They're asking for men to change enough for both of them. Women aren't going to change. Men are going to change twice as much. So it's enough. Like, no, men aren't stupid. They're not going to go for that. Why would they go for that? That's not a good deal. It's like women, they want to have their cake and eat it too. They want it to be like this little fucking buffet, like on a dating apps where they just swipe. They get to stand and judge men while they don't get judged because they don't have to go up to guys and shoot their shot. It's men that have to go up to them. So women never have to experience vulnerability, and women never have to do anything that they consider beneath them. Like men, they're supposed to do it all, but men aren't doing it. Men aren't doing it. And a lot of these women, they don't think that they should have to be vulnerable. They don't think that they should have to go to an uncomfortable place. They don't think that they should have to put in effort in the relationship. Men have to put in that effort. Women can be how they want to be, and men need to meet them there and adjust for it and deal with it. Well, sorry, that's not how things work. Like, and if men are putting in all the investment and they're taking all the risk, and you take no risk, put in no investment, it stands to reason that men are going to start protecting themselves because that's a lot of risk. And you know how they protect themselves is they stop participating. It's like, what's the point? Like, and that's why women are like, why won't they take us on dates? We're just asking for the bare minimum. Why can't you pay for a meal? Who cares? And the guy's like, well, I care because you're asking me to take on a lot of risk for no, and you're not risking anything. What You can just walk away and you're not screwed out of anything. You're not minus anything. I'm minus $200 for a date and my effort and my fucking feelings. And if you it doesn't matter, you can take me or leave me. And you haven't lost anything. You've only gained. Am I just supposed to let you take advantage of me over and over and over and over while you just get fatter and happier and richer and richer and richer? You sacrifice nothing. It's not going to work that way. Like when you first meet somebody and you're getting to know somebody, it's awkward. We know this. Come on. Is it not awkward, fellas? Am I wrong here? Am I it's awkward. It's awkward for both people. You have to be vulnerable. You have to put yourself out there. You have to allow somebody to see who you are and and fall in love with who you are and learn how to live with who you are. And if you don't do that, you're not you're not meeting them where they're at. You're not even giving them a chance. You're not even giving that man a chance or that person a chance. You're just you're a parasite. You're stealing. You're taking from them. You're expecting them to give everything while you give nothing. Like, that's insane. And it is awkward. And it was a good deal as long as women were willing to invest. They were willing to take on some of that risk too. You know what I mean? Like, and not just expect men to take on all that risk while they're just judges. They just get to enjoy and let you know, oh, he's not tall enough, not too fat, too skinny. They get that's all they bring to the table is their judgment, and men bring everything else. That's not fair. It's like, and so naturally women, they're like, why are men trying, all of a sudden all they'll do is coffee dates? Well, because they're protecting themselves from the risk, like they're hedging their bets. They're hedging. They can't afford to take on all that risk. So they say, okay, how about a coffee date? Because I can afford that. I mean, I don't know you, and I'd like to get to know you before I risk money, before I risk a lot of money and a lot of my time. Guys can only afford so many dates. Like you can only afford to take one person on a $200 date, like once a week, if that. Like you can't afford to do that all the time. Yeah, and it's just women that they've been It's not their fault. They've been raised with a certain mantra hammered into their existence, their brain, and they've been told that they don't need to bring anything, that they're just they're just showing up to an auction to bid on breeding stock, and there's millions of goy that they can choose from, so there's no rush, no hurry, except the men have a say, and humans, we're only human, guys only have so much to give. They only like, before it starts to be destructive, self-destructive, like, guys can only take so many women on dates before it's not worth the squeeze anymore, and they'd be better off just staying alone and keeping their money, and I mean, like I said, it's not women's fault, but they need to be a part of the solution. Like, rather than a part of the problem. They got to become a part of the solution. They have to join our team. We have to be on the same team going forward. Okay, yeah, maybe we're not married and with kids, but we have to at least be on the same team and fighting for our rights and our fucking due propers going forward. Absolutely. And even guy like, I'm not an ugly guy, the only, like, yeah, the top 1%, top 5% actually are satisfied from this current paradigm. But even, the guys in the top 20%, even they're getting fucking screwed out of any opportunity. It's just, we need to start figuring out how to cooperate together, because the elite will never cooperate with us, really. They will never throw in their lot with us. They will never help us. They will never advocate for us. But we can advocate for on each other's behalf and side each other. White women, they can side us white men, and we can side them. We can side them. We can work together, make a list of what we want, our grievances, and men and women together can seek redress for these grievances, seek a solution to these problems, because the paradigm, the solutions that they've told us would not fail us, they have failed us, and it needs to change, and we need to advocate for this while we can, while it's still possible. Right now, we got, like, me talking about this is as it should be. I'm sure there's other guys that are small time like me, that are talking about this in, another, from other angles, other aspects, and they're talking about the exact same thing. But the good news is there's a there's a lot of potential that we're not taking advantage of. We're not teamed up. We're not fighting this. We're not fighting our overlords together. We're not presenting a united front. We have the same goals precisely. Okay, we may have lost sight of that for a few years, but women want the same thing we want. Women want the same thing we want. So it shouldn't be that difficult for us to, petition women, and get them on our side. Maybe we can start getting some of our fucking cultural prestige back, get some of the positions of honor back that men used to occupy in America. We won't be fighting women. We'll be cooperating with them. You think American women, white women, you think they like that we don't have good job, like, we're not in the good careers? Do you think they like that? Hell no. We just need them to throw in their lot with us so we can vote these motherfuckers, vote to get our rights back, vote to get our positions back, that they tricked women into helping them take away. We can get that back. I mean, and when they took the stuff from us, they took our jobs, they took, our positions of honor, our homes, our wives, our families. When they took that stuff from us, they took the same thing from women. They took the same thing from women by by taking it from us. By definition, they took it from women. And women, white women, they just haven't realized that yet. That when they kicked us out of the polite society and, pulled up the ladder on us, cast us down into the lower class and pulled up the ladder, that they robbed women of husbands. They didn't they didn't take from us to give to women. Women took from themselves. They took the careers that their husbands would have had, and the politicians told them, yeah, well, you can have a career just like a man, and you can have kids. We can make that happen. And the women were like, hell yeah, it sounds good. They didn't realize that they were voting to disenfranchise men, take something from men and occupy it themselves. Women thought they didn't realize it was a zero sum game, that the jobs they were being given were the jobs they took from their men, like the men that are their age. They didn't realize that. I'm sure they wouldn't have taken it. Like, why would they have taken that deal? Oh, what's the point of taking these jobs? You're just taking them away from our husbands. Like, what the fuck? You're not giving us anything. You're just transferring who wears the pants. That's all. You're not giving me anything extra. And they weren't. Well, this is a serious. We've been hoodwinked. We've been swindled, gentlemen. We've been swindled. Somebody has perpetrated a swindle upon us. And we're not gonna fix it. We're not gonna get redress. We're not gonna fix any of this stuff by fighting with women. Women being our enemies and us trying to fight the elite on our own. It's not, nah, man. We need women on our side. We need black folk on our side. We need Spanish people on our side, man. Seriously, they are getting fucked just as hard as we're getting fucked. These motherfuckers they've put on such grandiose fucking performances of kabuki theater. We've all been mesmerized by the fucking shiny fucking objects and the carnival barkers, like Donald Trump, motherfucking carnival barker, flim flam man, snake oil salesman. We need to wake up to the marionette, the puppet show, with all these fucking stuffed shirt facade fucking puppet politicians that have J hands up their assholes. They literally have a J hand up their asshole, fucking articulating words and shit. They're fucking literally being marionetted. They're walking around the Capitol with a J hand up their ass, tickling their innards. We need to wake up to this fucking puppet show and just say, yo, we see what the fuck you're doing, okay? Drop the fucking act. The jig is up. Deal with us fairly and squarely, you goddamn crooks. First of all of you who aren't us, that aren't, American people, this being ruled by other people, it's no good. They need to get the fuck out. Go rule their own people in Israel. We want to be ruled by our own people. White Christian Americans, black Christian Americans, Spanish Christian Americans, the Jays, they need to go. The Muslims, they need to go. Mina, you think I prefer a casino gangster over a government gangster. At least casino gangsters don't fucking drone strike their own citizens. At least gangsters don't execute people. At least gangsters don't lie. Casino gangsters, they don't line people up against the fucking wall and shoot them down like dogs. That's what our governments do. And you're trying to tell me casino gangsters are worse? Fuck, you're crazy. You're crazy. Yeah, what's up there, Stinklefink? Yeah, you're crazy. I'll take the casino guy over the government guy because, Obama had just got finished drone striking American citizens. These motherfuckers are the guys who fucking poison, they poison fucking groundwater and then don't tell the people living on the military base. And they're fucking, they have a little children's graveyard where there's been thousands of miscarriages because their government fucking lies to them about the fucking leached chemicals in the ground. and they keep them on that military base and don't tell them, yeah, your wife's had fucking 20 miscarriages over the last 10 years because you've been drinking fucking poisonous chemicals. Sorry about that. Whoops. Whoopsie. Oh, but we'll give you VA care for life for the last 10 years of your pathetic existence. I will take a casino gangster over a motherfucking government gangster because guess what? Casino gangsters, they don't get to commit murder. Government gangsters, they just have your ass fucking drone struck. They'll go black bag your ass from another country like Victor Maduro. They'll They'll arrest people without a warrants. They'll put them in Guantanamo Bay. These motherfuckers are 1,000 times worse than Donald Trump was, like running in 2016. And if you have TDS so that bad, you're such a liberal, I pity you. You don't realize, you don't see what's going on. You don't see that Donald Trump was just a puppet, that he was totally co-opted by the real scum, the real murderers, the people that murder, and they have their nice clean suits though, because they get other people to do their dirty work for them. They got nice clean suits, don't they? These are the people that genocide Gaza. And you're trying to tell me Donald Trump, the fucking Atlantic City casino guy, was worse than the motherfuckers that straight up genocide whole fucking populations of people that think they're just going to wipe out the Persians and steal their oil? Like, these people are the real gangsters, and you are so caught up in politics. It's pathetic. They have got you so twisted and tied into knots, thinking they've shown you who the enemy is. You let the real enemy convince you who your enemies are. You let them convince you that your own countrymen and people they're subjugating, just like you, your regular Americans, your regular citizens who are under their thumb, just like you, they're your enemy, you see, because you're like buying into the whole two-party bullshit. And like, come on, wake up here. Donald Trump is not the gangster. The gangster is Chuck Schumer. The gangster is Barack Obama. These are the gangsters. These are the ones that will kill us without fucking batting an eye, and they'll sleep like a fucking baby at night. They'll use us like cannon fodder, or they will just outright have us executed via drone strike. You know, I'll take the billionaires over that scum. At least the billionaires have an honest lay. At least they're getting their money honestly. They actually earn it, or they swindle it. They take it fair and square with an honest swindle, rather than taxing, stealing, just straight up stealing, not even giving any value for the money, stealing, killing, subjugating, oppressing. Business owners aren't doing all that. It's the Jays and these motherfuckers that have set themselves up as our overlords. And I mean, it's like, how can you still be focusing on Donald Trump as if he's not just a symptom of what these people are doing to us? Donald Trump was a symptom, us exasperated. We can't seem to, nobody we elect will ever do anything right by us. They won't do anything we want. They won't, improve our standard of living. They just keep fucking spending all our money on wars and sacrifice, using us as cannon fodder. And you're worried about Trump. You're like, this demagogue political animal. Donald Trump, he's not the one who orchestrated all this. It's the people who have been in charge of our government and all the entrenched powers, the Jays. They're the ones who did this. Donald Trump, he just came about in the last few years. And he just so happened to be the guy that they used to trick us into allowing them to fuck us again. He's not the boogeyman, though. He's not the guy who did this to us. When you blame him, you give them more power. They want you to blame him. Have you ever read The Prince by Machiavelli? Nick just sent out his thing. Machiavelli says, if you want to be a good ruler, you're a duke or something, hire somebody else. When you're, instead of ruling the place yourself, hire somebody else to rule it and have them be evil, butcher the people, oppress the people, absolute totalitarian dictatorship and violent and have that guy rule in your name. And then when you come back, you pretend as though he thought he was doing the right thing, this, that, and the other. And when you come back, you have him executed and you say, I didn't know that he was doing this to you guys, but I'm going to save you from this. I'm going to be your hero. That guy's evil. He was killing you. He was enslaving you. Well, I'm your hero. I'm going to execute him and we're going to have a good, just way of living. So that guy, he gets all of the violence and all of the he gets all the upside of being violence, and then he blames it on somebody else and comes in as the hero, so that way he gets none of the downside. That's literally what these guys have done here. They have tricked you into thinking Donald Trump was the one that fucked you. He wasn't the one that fucked you. They were fucking you. They just used him as the facade so that you think he's the enemy. You think he's the one who just raw dogged you with a 50-foot long dick. No, it wasn't Trump who did that. It was our government. It was our elites. It was the Jays. And they seem to think that, that they can do this forever. Well, we have access to a lot of things we didn't have before. A lot of information, all kinds of stuff. Sorry about that, Stinklefink. I was on a roll there. I wasn't ignoring your chats, but if I stop and read the chats, it just throws me off. It just totally ruins my mojo. Huh. Casinos. I didn't say Trump is innocent. He's just not the guy. He's not the real guy. He's not the real one who did this to us. Trump is a patsy. And honestly, our presidents, they're all patsies. No, you're good, Stinklefink. I, you're good, man. Just wanted to finish this rant. But all these guys that we elect as presidents, they're just facades. It's just the fresh patsy of the they have a guy, they get one guy who we like. It's whoever we pick. We pick our own propagandist. We pick the guy, and then he does what they want for them, and then we blame that guy. So when they swap him out, we don't think the next guy will do the same. We don't realize that the guy we're electing, he doesn't make any decisions whatsoever. He's just the guy who gets stuck with the blame. The people who've been fucking us for a century now, practically, they've never changed. We keep blaming all the problems on the guys who are in the office at the time, but they're not the problem. They're just the patsies. They're just the puppets. We need to get at the marionettes, not the fucking puppets. The guys who are running the marionette. And Trump, fuck, man, you can execute him if you want. I don't give a shit. Impeach that motherfucker. He's a scumbag. But it's not going to fix anything. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not going to fix a fucking thing. They don't need him anymore. The damage is done. They've already used him. He's like a used tampon. Single serving. They fucked us. They got what they wanted by using him. They'll just bring another one in like JD. Take your pick, American people. Take your pick, democracy. It doesn't matter who you pick. We're just, you're just picking the guy who's going to sell you our bullshit. You're picking your own poison. Choose wisely. It doesn't matter. The person you pick is not going to change anything. It's going to make you feel better about getting fucked. You're going to pick your own salesman. He'll make you more comfortable with make you more comfortable fucking laying down prostrate, presenting your ass to us so we can raw dog you out. Yeah, it's that simple. These people, they're entrenched elites. And any laws they make, you notice they do this in anti-Semitism laws, anti the anti-Semitism laws, like in Florida and in states or on college campuses. An oppressive elite cementing in their position at the top of the hierarchical structures at the top of the societal class system. They're taking away our right to criticize them. That's what those anti-Semitism speech laws are about. That's what all hate speech laws. That's what all these new ways of censoring us. That's all it is removing our right to criticize them. And they figured out a catch-all anti-Semite. They're all Semites. So if we criticize them by definition, we're anti-Semites. They really got us over a barrel. We got to do something about it and figure out the way forward. How the fuck we're gonna move forward? Hmm. Why? What do you mean why? Hmm. I don't know. It almost is like we're like a fucking what is it? Human centipede. Huh. They've really done a number on us over the last half century, and they're doing it to everybody in the West, pretty much. You need to have solidarity going forward. All this shit was done to us. We need to figure out how to work together, how to become a team, how we can throw in our lot together, and uh, increase our power, um, our electoral weight. And it like I've said in other streams, there's a certain amount of this that's baked in. Like it's never going to be a communist fucking utopia where we're not going to have a ruling elite. There's no way. That's not possible. I mean, we're always going to have a ruling class. We need to accept that and understand, okay, that we can't fix. That's not fixable. That's just human nature. But we can't fix that, but we can make it fair. We can make even if you're not a part of the ruling class, it's still a good life. It still has a good quality of life, a good standard of living. We need to make sure that we're getting enough for our labor and for our taxes and shit. Because we're not going to get rid of a ruling elite. We have to have a ruling elite. We just need to get a new one that isn't going to fuck us over. One made up of our people, ideally, because they won't have the same. When you're ruled by another ethnicity, they'll fuck you over to benefit their own. You don't want to be ruled by another ethnicity because you always in the back of your head is, man, are they going to fuck us over or take advantage of our ethnicity to benefit their ethnicity? That's scary. And we need to we can't make it so that we don't have a ruling elite. The best we can do is get rid of the old ruling elite and get a new ruling elite that will give us better terms. Like China, they threw out their ruling elite and they got a new one. and they're doing pretty good. No, good people don't try to rule over others, but you know, no matter what, our founding fathers, they were good people. They weren't trying to rule over us, but they couldn't the only way they could help us is by ruling over us. No matter what, as soon as you organize to try and, get rid of chaos or to try and make some semblance of uh some semblance of fucking calm and opposite of chaos. I'm drawing a blank on the word. But like as soon as you try to get that, you have to organize. The smart people are going to organize. Okay, so how do we set up a structure, some way of living together, and a way of punishing incorrigibles, a way of making sure everybody's fed, this and that and the other. Well, whoever. Sorry about that. Rambly. Sorry about that, fellers. Fellers. Yeah, we can throw these motherfuckers out. A new set. I mean, like I said, as soon as you like our founding fathers, apparently they understood the elite theory because they realized that we had to have you have to have a noble class or an elite class automatically. There's nothing you can do about that. You have to have people ruling over you because you have it's typically the people who are the smarter people, and they're the ones that have they're the ones that have the ambition to set things up and to go out, to do extra work, to build a structure. They're the ones with the know-how, the intelligence to figure out and solve problems, and they're the ones with the inclination, the will to do it. And they're doing a service for us. They are doing a service. They're giving us uh civilization, they're helping, giving us a safe environment to to trade and live in, and they get benefits for providing that to us. The thing is, though, is it's usually it's not a bad deal for a lot. Like in America, it was a good deal for 150 years from the Revolution to World War II. But after World War II, they rejiggered everything, remade the political parties, the Republicans and the Democrats after World War II. The CIA literally invented or, restructured them. The CIA restructured the civil rights era or the civil rights movement. They controlled all that shit. It was all controlled opposition basically. And they commandeered the Martin Luther King, MLK civil rights movement so they could keep the Malcolm X civil rights movement from happening. They didn't want that to happen, so they were like, well, we're not going to have a choice. They expect, they expect civil rights, so we may as well go with this guy. He's willing to let us control him. He's willing to do what we ask. Malcolm X wasn't willing to be a house nigga. MLK was willing to do that, and he sold his own people out. Really sold everybody out so the Jays could fucking take over. But we have to have a ruling class, and right now we're just overdue for a good throwing all of them out at once. We've been doing the terms since for 250 years, and it's clear that since World War II, the society, the structure of our government, the way it was set up, it's no good. It's not working anymore. It's not providing any value to us anymore. It's just flat out not working. It's leading to nobody's coupling up and having children. Nobody's fucking buying houses. Nothing is working. No, none of the institutions are working. They're not even keeping people out of our country. They won't deport people out of our country. Nothing works. We're not going to get Social Security. None of that shit. Nothing works. All the bullshit fucking little social programs they've set up since World War II, they're all for naught because as soon as the petrodollar's up, that's it. No more welfare, no more social. It's done. It's over. It's fucking over. No more deficit spending. It's done. And this is why I'm not really too worried about fucking immigration anymore. Yo, as soon as the petrodollar's over and we have to do austerity measures to pay 40 trillion back, or we have to do austerity measures because nobody will loan us money. All the people that came here for free handouts, all the Somalians, they're going home. They're going to go home because all of a sudden there's not going to be an abundance of shit, resources going around. And we're going to tighten up. We're not going to be giving away resources to people who don't fucking work and who don't want to assimilate. We're not going to just let them take our resources and not even, not have to pay a price for that, or not get discriminated against. I mean, that's what's going to happen. There's going to be a scarcity of resources, and every every dollar they take from us in resources will be a dollar that food they're taking out of our kids' mouths and stuff. We're not going to be happy campers. We're not going to be peaceful passive white people anymore. No, we're going to be fucking hungry dogs. We're going to be hungry dogs with a fucking bone. Hands are going to get bit. Asses are going to get bit. We're going to be taking fucking bites out of Somalian asses when they try to fucking take our take our tax dollars. But I mean, it's obvious that, when things get tougher, when the paradigm shift happens and things get tougher, all these people that came here for a free ride, they're going to go home. They are not going to stick it out and have to struggle in a place where they're not the majority, where they're not going to get special treatment. Because we will use our population size, we will use our demographic weight to force, to not allow them to get these resources. And right now, our politicians, they have a deal set up to where they can spend deficit, they can do deficit spending. So the money is flowing. The fucking Somalians, they've gotten their licks, and they've gotten their bag. But that ain't gonna be around forever. The fucking the faucet, the spigot isn't just gonna be spewing gold out, all blowing gold out on everybody. It's not gonna be doing that for very much longer, and they're not gonna like having to earn a living in Minnesota in negative fucking 30-degree weather. They're not gonna like that shit. They're gonna go home. So I mean, we definitely have pathways forward. The problem is these motherfuckers control the podcast circuits and shit. They decide what ideas we hear. They don't let anybody talking about what I'm talking about get on those podcast circuits. They can't take the chance of people seeing the fucking kabuki theater puppet show. They can't risk that. They can't risk somebody explaining to you what the swindle that's being perpetrated against you. It's a swindle, man. Straight up. Well, hopefully, I mean, I'm just gonna, not gonna fucking put you guys in a waiting room or anything. I'm just gonna, there's a couple of things I need to do real quick before this stream starts. So, I mean, get yourselves a beverage or whatever, because the show's fixing to start any minute. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go get some ice. I'll be right back. Man, I just stepped on a fucking piece of glass or some shit. Fuck. There's- Just, I don't even know what the hell is in my foot. I just know there is something in my foot for sure. Oop, yeah, it's fucking. Ah, motherfucker, man. Damn. Ooh. This ass. Damn, bitch. Oh, not cool. Not fucking cool, man. Not cool at all. Shit. Oh yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed my little rant there. I really feel like we actually do have a decent future as long as everybody mans their station and the best arrangements are being made as they are, and everybody does their job, does their duty, mans their station, mans the battle station. We should be fine, as long as we all, do what we're supposed to do. Like, and we have to have these dialogues, have to have these conversations. People have to speak up. Thought leaders have to come about. Oh, get the likes up, gentlemen. We only got 34 likes. There's 65 65 viewers up in this motherfucker. Thank you, Stinklefink, for the super chats, man. Very, very nice of you, or legit for sure. I just did set up the memberships thing. Like this week, I'm gonna start rolling out the content and stuff, whatnot, setting up a schedule and whatnot. Oh, you knew that was Churchill I was invoking there. That's funny. Well, no matter what, we're not better off because of these people the people that are ruling us. We are not better off. They have not made things better for us. They have not they haven't done their job. They get their extra cut for being our elite and running the government and stuff, but they don't get to fucking just have free reign and take advantage of us. And nah, they have to give us our a fair fucking wage or a fair price for our complicity, for us allowing them to occupy that strata of society, We allow that, you know, they're serving at our pleasure. And we're not just gonna let them enjoy that privilege. Meanwhile, they're fucking us too. They're not even giving us, you know, a decent living, you know, a decent life, a decent standard of living, you know, a fucking wife and kids, you know, having a family and shit. They're not just gonna cheat us out of that, and us just sit still for it. And thank you, sir. May I have another? Nah, fuck that shit. That shit ain't going down like that. They've been getting away with it because, you know, life was still reasonably okay for the most part, you know, like for the boomers and everything. No, they finally sold us out all the way in the 90s. They sold millennials and Gen Z. They sold us all out finally. They had been selling out the generations before, but they finally completed the they completed the campaign. They stripped men, American men, of all their positions of authority, literally turns the sexes against each other when really all we want is each other. Straight up. They got us to shun each other and then complain about how lonely we are. Diabolical, man. Fucking diabolical. Hmm. How many new watchers I'm wondering are in here? Anybody new? Other than Stinklefink, of course. Stinklefink, were you saying that you've been lurking for a little while? Isn't that what you were saying? That you had been lurking and you just decided to finally speak up. Somebody said that. And my little brother met Theo Von Goldie. Yeah, my little brother and my cousin Ashton, they went to one of his shows like 10 years ago, and they hung out with him for the rest of the night, just drinking and chill. It was having a good time with him. He thought they were a gay couple. Like they hung out for like half the night, and then like my brother or my cousin brought up like a girlfriend or something. He's like, bro, you guys aren't together? They're like, what? No, we're fucking cousins, dude. What the fuck? And they just like laugh for like 10 minutes. Yeah, he straight up thought my cousin and my brother were fucking a couple, a gay couple. Oh man, it was hilarious. Well, glad to see some new guys in here. You know, that was a pretty decent little rant there. I mean, you know, I am getting better at the rhetoric too. I don't do so many of the you knows or the likes and the fucking bullshit speech filler. Much more deliberate when I speak. You know, I'm not trying to constantly fill every second with words. I'm starting to get the hang of it, really, which is nice. Which is nice because I was kind of embarrassed at, yeah, you know, how much I was cussing it when I first started. Sounded like a sailor, just not classy at all. Very lower class, unwashed masses. You know, I had the unwashed masses thing going. Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, they met Theo Vaughn before he got big, or he was starting. He was on his come up. Oh, smash that like button. We got 70 people in here. Y'all can't hook a brother up, you know, hook a brother up with a like or two. I mean, it helps. It helps get more people into the stream. A couple months ago, when I first started, like when it first started taking off, and I was getting more than two or three watchers in a stream. In like 2 weeks, it went from two or three watchers to like 500, and it started getting out of control where the chat was out of control. I couldn't read the chats because they were just flying. And then I was getting trolls. Like once you get above like 300 people, it gets like kind of out of control. You really you can't screen and get rid of the trolls fast enough. It's kind of weird how that works. Uh, and I kind of didn't like it at 500. Like, and it would seem like it was building every stream. There was more people, and then I don't know, something, whatever. I must have started something people didn't like, or I don't know, something, but it capped off at like 300. But and when I was getting like over 300, they kept fucking closing my streams down for some, for whatever reason. It was like when I was attracting all of the people to my stream, I couldn't talk about the same stuff. They would take my streams down. I'm sure some of you remember. Goldie remembers, and when they were snatching like they were taking it down and saying this content is not acceptable. And like straight up, they were not letting me say what I wanted to say. And when I stopped, when the stream stopped getting up into the 500 people or more, it's kind of capped at 300. They quit fucking with me. So I was kind of sad to see it cap off, but at the same time, it's like, that may just be them moderating. Like we can't let him get this much reach if he's going to talk like that. We can let him get this much. Like they'll still let me get enough that makes it worthwhile to continue. Same thing with Nick's when I stream his shows, they'll let me keep them monetized for a month and a half, enough time to make some money off of each video. And then after about 6 weeks, they take them down. They're like, okay, you've made enough money off of that. Time to take it away. Well, I'm mid 30s. I'm 36 actually. Hmm. Boy, Nick, he's just really been dragging ass lately. Let he must be purposely not coming on till after midnight. Because he's done that quite ready, or quite regularly, excuse me. 31. You flatter me. Oh, I mean, honestly, I was kind of a late bloomer. Like I've always been behind everybody. It's weird. I was baby faced when everybody had beards and shit. And it's just I've maintained that. Like as everybody starts looking older, I just didn't age the same rate that they did. Although I don't even have anybody to compare to anymore. All my friends from childhood and school are dead. They're all gone. So frame of reference. Although my brothers, they look older than me. My little brother's 5 6 years younger than me, and he looks older than I do. Shit, some fuck shit. Yeah, maybe. Well, they say drugs. It's an escape thing. You're escaping. And I had this experience too. Is like I didn't deal with any of my problems while I was hooked. But as soon as I got off that shit, all those problems that I hadn't dealt with just came crashing down on my just came tumbling down about my ears. I mean, wasn't easy either, man. It was a real struggle to to take responsibility for the bad shit I had done, and to act. I actually had to deal with everything all at once rather than one problem at a time. And it didn't even occur to me while I was, addicted that I was just postponing when I had to deal with the shit that I did. When I was gonna have to confront what I had done. I didn't realize I was just passing it off. I was just numbing myself and pushing it off, and it kind of it freezes you in your place for maturity wise and growth. You don't grow because you don't confront any of your problems. You don't face your problems, so you never grow because when you solve problems, you grow as a person. If you don't solve any fucking problems, you don't grow. And I found when I did finally get off that shit, it was like I was back at 18. I was like, and then I had to grow up from there. I was like I screwed myself out of a couple years of maturing. I was addicted to heroin for a couple years. I've had this conversation in here before, actually. Stinklefink question. There's several people in here that have gone through all the same shit I have. I try. I mean, I don't particularly enjoy talking about it, but it was a big, it was a dark, dark period. Not only that, it made me who I am today. I'm grateful for it, actually. Yeah, this shit was no good, man. Wasn't a good way to live at all. A lot of people my age didn't survive, or I feel like that shit was coordinated too. Like it wasn't an accident, you know. Like that was it happened according to plan, I would say. But I think most of the shit that befalls us as a society happens because of our ruling elite, because they control this shit. Well, I've I try not to beat myself up, although I've fucking broken a lot of bones. Broke a lot of bones since I've been an adult. Wrecked motorcycles, had organs removed and shit. He should be starting any second. I mean, we're just waiting on his deal at the moment. He sent out his America First Live 20-30 minutes ago. I said, and from there it's on his timeline. He's got the old Africa time, you know, Africa time. Oh yeah, I will for sure. Stinklefink, absolutely. Do you have a Discord? Hmm. Luckily Nick actually, because his show, like it gives us a focal point that we can rally to. We're all like-minded. We all have the same, more or less, opinion. We all have similar opinions, and we have similar ideas on what the problems are and similar ideas on what the solutions could be. And it's giving us like-minded people a place to rally and meet and exchange information and continue gathering, and coalescing. It gives us a place where we can literally collectivize. Thank goodness, because there's really nothing, there's no other rally point. There's nobody else is talking about stuff like that Nick is talking about. Like, thank God that they don't even realize that them, blackballing him, them gatekeeping, keeping him off YouTube, that it gives us the ability to meet, and to find each other. I guess you get the same thing with his streams too. You get the chat, but there's so many people in there, you can't really meet anybody, it seems like. But they don't realize they're giving us these. This is what we're doing right now. This is the equivalent of meeting, like, at pubs in Britain or Ireland, where people used to meet, and that's where they that's where political life took place, at the pub. That's where you gathered. That's where you collectivized. You know uh, uh that's where you recorded your grievances, and that's what we're doing here. This is us collectivizing, and all of us kind of comparing notes. We're all taking notes as we live our lives, the injustices that we experience, uh living our lives in the culture. And this is us coming together and comparing notes, just to see, are you guys getting screwed the same as is this how they're screwing you guys too? Like, straight up, man, that's exactly what's happening here. And I mean, I personally, I think, right, this stuff here, trees, they start from acorns, they start. Big things have little beginnings. You have to crawl before you can walk. Baby steps and all that shit. That's what we're doing here. This stuff is what will lead to solutions in the end. This is what will produce thought leaders. This is what will produce the next leaders. And this is how Uncle Adolf, this is how he came about. They did it with beer halls. Exactly what we're doing right now, they would do in beer halls in person. And our dog, the leader, he was recognized as being the best rhetorician, but that's what we're doing here. We're gathering, we're comparing notes, we're sorting ourselves into hierarchies, just like they did, the National Socialists. They figured out who were the best speakers, who were the best at administration, who were the best at this, that, the other, propaganda. That's what they did, man. And they literally formed their own elite class, overthrew the ruling elites, took everything. They basically took over Europe by political movement. They overthrew the entire European, except for the British elite, but they overthrew the entire ruling elite of Europe by doing what we're doing now. So don't think that this is all fun and games and this isn't how things get fixed. This isn't how No, this is exactly how things get fixed, my brothers. We are doing exactly what we should be doing. And by participating in these streams and by coalescing and gathering and comparing notes, we will, by the nature of the beast, the leaders will shake out on top. The people that are best suited to lead a movement, they will shake out on top. The administrators, they will rise. The cream will rise to the top. We just got to continue doing this. Got to continue talking with each other, comparing notes, keeping each other aware of everything that's going on, and we're like and I brought this up in past streams, how herd animals, how they have certain survival strategies. Like zebras, they'll run in a little pack of 10 with like one male and several mares. And the male, when the mares are eating grass with their heads down, the male always keeps his head up and is the lookout. And so they always have watch people on or zebras are always on watch. When they eat by instinct, there's always some of them that keep their heads up. That's one of their survival strategies. And also camouflage is one of their survival strategies. Predators can't pick one out because of their stripes, their zebra stripes. They makes them all meld together and become one mass. But they have several survival strategies, and wildebeest have their own survival strategies. But like we have to take on. We are a herd, whether we like it or not. They are shepherds, whether we like it or not. Okay, well, something. If we just own up to that, okay, yeah, we're herds, and herds have survival strategies to fend off predators, because some of these elites are our shepherds, and some of them are fucking lions, man. Straight up. Some of them are predators trying to prey on us. Some of them are just herders trying to shear us. The shearing is acceptable. The butchery, no, that's not acceptable. But we need to, consider that this isn't a fucking game, man. These people will have us whacked. They had Charlie Kirk whacked. They are absolute gangsters. They will absolutely oppress us. They will put a jackboot on our windpipe. They will kill us. They black bag Maduro, so they'll damn sure black bag us. So, you have to take that seriously, because these movements, they turn into real political movements, especially when you fucked over a population as much as they've done to us. They'll pay for that shit. And we got to be ready for it, because they're not gonna give it up willingly. They have a lot to lose, but it can be done. The last time it was done was in Germany. Straight up, the last time that the ruling elite was overthrown, we had a world war. But they're not gods. They're not invincible. They have the They're the house. They're the casino. It's rigged in their favor, but we can still take them. We just have to go about it the right way. And this is a weak point for them. We're at a moment of change. They're not there are all kinds of new technologies that they haven't utilized properly yet. You know, there are weaknesses right now. It's not like we're in the middle of their like in the middle of the 20th century or in the 60s, our ruling elite were at the height of their power. We could have never overthrown them. You know, they were it was we were in a struggle with Soviet Union, but you know, we had an enormous amount of power. They're way weakened now because of new technology and because we've had a decline in our civilization. But right now is the time. This is the time. This is when we seek redress. This is when we get our our due. You know, they've really done us dirty and we need a fucking reset before we go into this new era, this new brave new world. Absolutely. I believe that. You know, be right back. Every night they dine on me. Ugh, man, Nick, he really knows how to drag it out. Pooped her out. What the fuck? She's been a real bish lately. What an ass. An ass of yourself. The thing is, too, they try to, like, we're on the right, most of us anyway. Really doesn't matter what side we're on, but I feel like, you know, what used to be, what used to be the sentiments that were a result of bigotry or ignorance, those are gone. Like, people don't, they don't avoid black people because they think black people are different or they're weird because they're, no, we will go the other way because we actually do know black people. We're not ignorant. We know better, like because of, modernity, because we have data that we didn't have in the 90s and the early 2000s. We know who commits most of the crime. We know, these things we know now. It's not racism, it's human beings separate on in group online or with the lines of in group out group. They do that whether we like it or not, and we can't fix that, but we can, account for it. And like, we're calling Israel to the carpet right now. It's not because we don't like, we're not just, it's not ignorance and just prejudice. No, 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 no. It's not bigotry. They're they're oppressing us. They're stealing from us. It's a tyranny that we're experiencing. They're trying to change us as a people, constantly scolding us, shaking their finger at us, uh, constantly tone policing. And, we don't like being forced to die in wars for other countries and other people. We don't like being taxed to death so that other people can wage wars and commit genocides. And when we call it out, they try, and our answers sometimes are right wing answers, like, deport these people. These people, why did you bring them here? And what used to be may have been just ignorance or bigotry, guys, Americans in the 30s or 40s, they didn't know black people. They didn't know any Jewish people. They were they they didn't like them just because they didn't understand them or they had never seen any. But either way, that may have been out of ignorance. But the sentiments of today, they're not out of ignorance. They're out of they because we understand, because we see what they're doing to people in Gaza, because we see how much our quality of life has gone down, and it kind of literally the timeline correlates when a certain group of people came and basically infiltrated our country. But all these, a lot of us do have the right leaning sentiments, but it's not because we hate anybody. It's not because we want to hurt anybody. It's because we're tired of getting screwed. We're tired of getting hurt, and it doesn't, like, it makes no sense for us to just keep letting someone oppress us over, because and we didn't even do anything wrong. The racism slur stuck for a little while. But at this point, they've taken so much from us, we don't care what they call us anymore. Who gives a fuck? It's like, you've already taken everything from me. What are you going to do? What else are you going to take? How are you going to get me to stop calling it out? How are you going to get me to stop calling you out for your bullshit? You've taken everything from me already. I mean, See, I never really knew about how to do the how to have somebody's name in the comment. I might get a subscription for the TTS. 'Cause I was gonna try and do it with just my computer's AI for the voice, like robot voice on my computer, but I couldn't get it to work. But I guess there are subscriptions you can use because I kind of like it. Like it's nice not having to read all the fucking comments. I can stay up to date with what's going on in the chat because it's saying it, and also it how reads out uh questions, reads out super chats, shit like that. I mean, it's very it's more conducive to a one man show, I guess you could say. It's fucking hard to focus on the chat, keep a train of thought, a thread in my head of what I'm thinking about. It's pretty hard to do that actually. I mean, I'm sure at some point, I'll probably find somebody to help or to help me with the channel and stuff or videos or what content, whatever. But till then, I'm just kind of struggling along trying to figure it out on my own. Mhm. I'm drawing it out like a blade tonight, man. The fuck? Man, usually he's in here by like 12:10 at the latest. What the fuck, man? A little bit whack. Mhm. Station. Charlie Chaplin. Mm. Oh, right. That's a little slower. Oh yeah, Obama. What a great leader, right? Him and Netanyahu, great men of our time. We're so lucky to have them. Hmm. Oh, Obama. Huh. What's funny too is do they have propagandized people so much on Iran, and I'm starting. I think people. Oh, he's live.
That's going to cause all inflation to rise.
There you go.
Without
Thanks for letting me
helium,
know,
without
bro.
other components, the cost of electricity coupled with the cost of components for data centers is going to make all of these AI companies not profitable because they run on energy and commodities that go through the strait. And that is the source of all the GDP growth for the past year. So you have these cascading effects that all the traders and investors know about, but they can't do anything about it until Monday. So Trump launches the attack Friday night, and they say the war will last 4 days. Well, why do they say 4 days?
Like and subscribe.
Because by the third day, you also have the timing that it was the Jewish holiday of Purim, which was on Monday, which is interesting. And that's when the Jews commemorate the slaughter of 80,000 Iranians after they win a war against them. But why did they say 4 days? They want to launch the war on Friday after markets close, fight really hard through Saturday, through Sunday, hoping that by Monday morning, it's almost over. And by Monday morning, everybody is relieved. Everybody is no longer panicking. They see that Trump has got everything under control. They're trusting the plan. Plan trusters are in control, and the economy resumes as normal. Maybe that was the play. And it was also last week that Trump launched the attack on Kharg Island. Remember when Trump bombed Kharg Island, which is the central hub of Iran's energy that goes through the Persian Gulf? That was on a Friday as well. Bombed all the military assets, not the energy, but the military assets, the runway strip and the dock and all the military assets, also on a Friday. And then this weekend launches this ultimatum on Saturday night. 48 hours expires on Monday night. And the question is, did Trump do all of this so that by Monday morning, if Iran did not open up the strait, then Trump could call it all off and he could say, well, we're not going to hit Iran anymore, so all of Wall Street can relax. He says it after the markets close, so they'll all panic in the after-hours trading. And then before markets open on Monday morning, he can change his mind. And it looks like that's exactly what happened. Just judging by the timeline alone, his announcement on Saturday caused everything to tank. It caused oil to skyrocket, gold collapsed, Bitcoin collapsed, the S&P 500 collapsed. Everything collapsed on Saturday because, again, all the investors and traders priced in that we're going to be rebuilding the energy economy for the next 5 years. If Trump bombs these power plants and Iran bombs, they unleash on LNG oil and desalination, it's over. And they knew that. But then Trump saves the day on Monday morning and says, you know what, never mind. And then the markets flipped. And all of a sudden, when the markets open a half hour later, everything rallies. And so whereas the market lost $2 trillion on Saturday, it made up about half of that.
Fuck. Oh, wow. Fuck. Dude, god damn it. Sorry. Fucking bullshit.
In the whole government are lying about everything all the time. They're lying about that school that was hit. They're lying about who started the war, the imminent threat. They're lying about everything.
Actually.
And this whole 48-hour ultimatum was a ruse. It was another deception. That's one. So number one is you can't trust Trump on anything. Everything he says is a lie. Number two, aside from that, and maybe more to the point, Trump is conducting a foreign policy with regard to the markets. And you sort of have to do that on some level. We are in a war of attrition. It's now an economic war. And that means that it concerns the allocation of resources. It's not just about killing their guys and blowing up their stuff. It's now about supply chains, logistics, securing essential commodities, keeping our economy going, controlling prices in the world. If that's the case, then you do have to take into account how the markets are going to react. And Trump, as commander-in-chief, fighting this economic attritional war, he does have to take care of the markets. He does have to reassure the people that are buying and selling the commodities, that are speculating on the commodities. Number three, and this is maybe the most problematic aspect of it, and this is a question I think everybody's been asking from the beginning. All of that is fine and well. I actually don't think there's anything inherently wrong with this. Because if you are in a war, you can't telegraph all your moves, actually. You do need secrecy, and sometimes you do need to float out a signal that deceives the enemy. I'm not necessarily against that. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that. And I also don't think there's anything inherently wrong with reassuring the markets. Is that a good strategy? I don't think so. But is that technically part of the commander-in-chief's job if you're fighting an attritional war? I don't think that's outside of bounds for his jurisdiction, for his job.
Shit.
But this is the rub, and this is what everybody's secretly wondering. So who knew? Who knew that Trump was going to call it off, and when did they know that?
Yeah, because
this is the problem.
The problem is they cashed in on Polymarket. They bet on it. They made 500 grand or more. These motherfuckers are betting on this shit, on when we'll stop our attacks, when we'll start our attacks. Bro, this is corruption at the deepest level.
Because Trump does this all the time.
Trump has a stake in Polymarket.
Where he puts out something on Truth Social or something on
this is some fucked up shit.
TV or in a press pool. And as you know, it does affect the markets. And trillions of dollars are made and lost on a whim, based on what he says, based on what he tweets. He controls the movement of all that wealth and all of that stuff. If you knew just 10 minutes before that post was going out, you could have made a lot of money.
That's what
you could have placed a lot of big bets, and you could have made millions, billions, depending on what kind of capital you're working with. And so you got to wonder, if you knew that that announcement was coming on Saturday, and if you knew that that announcement was coming on Monday, based on conversations with the president, or you knew some other way, you could have made a fortune shorting everything on Saturday and then making money on Monday.
That's what they've been doing.
You could have made a small fortune. And as people have reported, many people have. Many people did put in some very conspicuous positions on Saturday and on Monday and did make a lot of money. And you wonder how much prior knowledge they had. Is the government making moves like this? Are government personnel making moves like this? Because if so, then this is the most corrupt administration in history. And I don't think that's, again, that other stuff, fine and well. You could say that is within your purview as the president of the United States. You want to confuse the enemy. You want to reassure the markets. But if every post that goes out concerning tariffs, concerning trade, war with Russia, war with Iran, if all of that is known in advance by advisors and leaked to other people, well, there could be a lot of cronies that are being enriched by that Truth Social account. And that's not okay. That's like Banana Republic, Soviet levels of corruption. And that's the part I don't like. But so that's one angle on what is happening. Now, and I think to a large extent, that explains what is happening. I think that's just true. That every weekend since the war started, this is how the U.S. and Trump in particular are prosecuting the war. It's a confidence game.
You guys want me to?
It's a confidence game between the U.S. and Iran. It's a confidence game in the markets, in the U.S. market. And this is why Trump does the most provocative, destabilizing things during the weekend. And I think tends to exercise more restraint during the week, because he knows that a vital aspect of this attritional war is that reassurance and making sure that the economy doesn't completely melt down in the early stages of the war. And like I said, I think that's just undeniable at this point. But let's talk about the larger point. So as we've said, we're in this stalemate. And where we left off last week is that Trump is looking for a creative way to break the stalemate. So 2 weeks ago, he hit Karg Island. As we discussed, that is an island in the Persian Gulf, about 300 miles northwest of the Strait of Hormuz. This is where 90% of all of Iran's oil and energy is exported. That's where it's picked up on tankers, and then it moves to its final destination. It was 2 weeks ago that Trump launched a huge air campaign against the island, not attacking its energy infrastructure, but against its military assets. And then, the following day, Trump authorized an Israeli strike on Iran's gas fields, the southern Pars gas fields, which has so much gas alone in that field it could power the world for years. It's a huge energy reserve. And as we talked about, what those two developments showed is that potentially the United States is inching towards an energy war, which would mark a significant escalation. This is a stalemate. It has become an attritional economic war, and it is a question of the economics of missiles and interceptors, the air and sea campaign of the United States, and the drone and missile capability of Iran. The military pain we can inflict on Iranian personnel and hardware, and the economic pain they can inflict on the Gulf and the world economy with their strikes on the Strait and on the GCC nations. So this is the stalemate, and Trump is looking for a way out of it. We don't seem to be able to stop Iran from closing the Strait. We don't seem to be able to topple their government or suppress their other fire against Israel, U.S. assets in the Gulf, although we are hitting them very hard. As long as the war goes on, we are paying the price economically because the price of energy, the price of food is going up and is threatening our very fragile economy, which is emerging from stagflation. Now, the only realm in which Trump seems to be able to escalate is this third avenue into the realm of energy. We're using all of our air power, all of our sea power, and we can't achieve our objectives. We don't want to walk away, but we also don't want to use ground force. We don't want to invade. We don't want to use a nuclear weapon, which is how we control the escalation ladder. So what can we do that's short of nuking them, short of an invasion, but also is a way to increase leverage against Iran so that we don't have to retreat and surrender? Trump is looking for options in that area. He's looking for options that fit that criterion. And it seems that the only leverage we can have over them, because we're bombing their personnel, we're bombing their military hardware, we're bombing their bases, regime targets, we're bombing everything, their nuclear infrastructure even this weekend. What can we increase without increasing too much? And it seems that the only category of targets that fits that criteria is energy. But as we talked about, the reason we don't want to go that far is because if we escalate the war against Iran's energy, they retaliate in exactly the same way. And this is a fine line. This is a tripwire that neither side wants to activate. If we bomb Iran's energy, they hit the Gulf, and the effects of the attrition are far worse. And Iran doesn't want to hit our energy because then they lose all their leverage. We got nothing left to lose if they hit everything in Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, and the other Gulf nations. So it seems that the only way that we can escalate is in that category. And yet, that's the one category that we also can't touch. And so Trump is trying to find a middle ground. How can we bluff and convince Iran that we're going for their energy without actually doing it? Because if we do it, it's 10 times worse for us. But we need them to think that we're willing to do it anyway. So maybe that's why last weekend, again during the weekend, Trump bombs Karg Island, their number one energy hub, but not their energy, just the military assets. It's just a little too close to comfort, and it's a warning shot Trump is telling Iran, don't test us because next time we'll hit the energy. Well, Iran didn't get the message. So 3 days later, Trump authorizes Israel to bomb Iran's southern Pars gas fields. And then we really hit their energy. And Trump said, how do you like that? Okay, so we bombed Karg Island. You didn't flinch. Now we hit the southern Pars gas fields. What now? Well, predictably, Iran carried out their attacks, which I'm sure were planned in advance, against Qatar's LNG plant, which supplies 20% of the world's liquefied natural gas. And they hit Saudi Aramco. And they hit a number of other targets in the Gulf as well. And this was catastrophic. And immediately the market reacted first, and then Trump came out and said, we had nothing to do with this Israeli strike, and as long as you don't keep going against us, we will restrain Israel from attacking your energy. So you see that Trump is testing the boundaries here. It's a game of chicken. It's a push and pull. Hit Karg Island, no reaction. Hit the gas fields, whoops, too far. Iran retaliated, and we realized quickly, and the Gulf convinced us of this, that that was a bridge too far. It was detrimental. And so Qatar and the Saudis and the Emiratis came to Washington and said, we can't take hits like this on our energy. If they hit the desalination plant, we're all going to be dehydrated to death. We can't do it. So now this weekend, Trump tries something. Trump, once again, he's back at it. That was last weekend. This weekend, Trump comes out and says he got 48 hours, but this time we're going to do. Then he says, never mind. Now let's talk about the next week. So you might say, and again, there's been rumors of this. Trump says we called off the strikes on Iran's energy because we're working on a deal with Iran through these intermediaries. And I think that's basically a fiction. I don't think that's happening. To the extent that's happening, it's being overhyped and overblown. Turkey, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, they have no influence over us, at least as it pertains to this conflict. They seem to be completely impotent. So their intercession is no help. Trump says, we're talking to Iran. Iran denies it. They say, we haven't even talked to the United States at all. Trump says that we already have an agreement, practically speaking, and there's a, no pun intended, there's a gulf between the two positions. Iran wants us to leave the Middle East, pay them reparations, give them the Strait of Hormuz, and the United States wants Iran to denuclearize, give up their nuclear complex enrichment, their material. We want them to not have ballistic missiles for 5 years. Neither side is even close to the other side. Arguably, we're further apart than when we started. So that's overhyped, overblown. Trump says he's postponing that 5 days because there's an agreement. Well, Iran says they're not even talking. So what's the real reason that Trump postponed for 5 days? Well, if you understand the timeline, you understand perfectly well what's coming next. He's waiting for next weekend, for his next push.
Yeah, when the
last week was Karg Island and the southern Pars gas fields. That didn't work. This past weekend was this ultimatum. Iran didn't listen. Next weekend is going to be another big push. So Trump says we're postponing it 5 days pending these negotiations, which Iran denies are even happening. And Arab intermediaries are saying, don't believe the hype, don't get too optimistic. There's no agreement on any of these points between the two countries. Well, simultaneously, while all of this is happening, the United States has deployed 4,000 to 5,000 U.S. Marines on amphibious assault vehicles to the Persian Gulf from the Pacific. These are amphibious assault vessels. What does that mean? It means they're supposed to launch an invasion of the land from the sea. It's 5,000 Marines. They got Osprey aircraft on board. They've got a ground contingent. They've got a sea contingent. They've got all kinds of self-contained systems on these ships. 5,000 Marines headed for the Persian Gulf. And when do they arrive in the Middle East? They will enter CENTCOM's area of responsibility by Friday. the Marines get to the Persian Gulf on Friday. And the other story from today is that not only this force, by the way, keeps being reinforced. It started with 2,200 Marines, and then it increased to 4,000 to 5,000 Marines. And they were sailing for one destination, then the timeline was accelerated and the destination changed. And now today, there are rumors from the Pentagon that the 82nd Airborne Division will join them in the Middle East to reinforce the Marines. So these are ground forces that will parachute in from the air, and they are intended to reinforce the Marines when they get to the Gulf. In what capacity, you might say? Well, this is a story from the New York Times. It says, quote, senior military officials are weighing a possible deployment of a combat brigade from the Army's 82nd Airborne Division and some elements of the division's headquarters staff to support U.S. operations in Iran. The combat forces would come from the 82nd Airborne's Immediate Response Force. That's a brigade of about 3,000 soldiers capable of deploying anywhere in the world within 18 hours. These forces could be used to seize Karg Island, Iran's main oil export hub. Another possibility being considered is an attack by about 2,500 troops from the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit, which is already on its way to the region. The airfield on Karg Island was damaged by the recent U.S. bombing raids, so former U.S. commander said it was more likely to bring in Marines whose combat engineers could quickly repair airfields and other airport infrastructure. Once the airfield is repaired, the Air Force can begin flying in supplies as well as troops, if necessary, by C-130s. In that scenario, it's possible that troops from the 82nd Airborne would augment the Marines. The Marines lack the sustainment and staying power of the forces from the 82nd Airborne, which might be used to relieve the Marine forces after the initial attack on the island. So a battle plan is taking shape where the Marines will land on the island, which has already been demilitarized, right? 2 weeks ago, week and a half ago, Trump bombed the airfield. Trump bombed the naval dock. Trump bombed all the military assets, leaving the civilian infrastructure intact. So the amphibious assault unit will land on the island. They'll repair the military assets. That will then be the staging ground for the 82nd Airborne to begin flying in. Then you've got a runway, literally, to land on, and you can start bringing in ground forces, supplies. You can start bringing in the heavy machinery, the heavy equipment. All you need is that small and nimble attack force to take over a demilitarized island. They put it back together. Then they get relieved by the real ground force. Then that starts getting flown in, and then that becomes the base of operations. And what might be the plan there? Well, it's pretty obvious. At least this is what their thinking is, and this is what they're telegraphing. The New York Times and the Wall Street Journal and the Washington Post, these are just a mouthpiece of the Pentagon and the intelligence community. But what they're telegraphing to the public is that this is going to be a limited tactical ground force operation. If we can't destroy their energy infrastructure, we're going to commandeer it. We're going to take control of it. So if we destroy it, it would take years to rebuild it. We could drop bombs on Karg Island and we could drop bombs on their energy. Here's the problem. They bomb our energy also. And so in the short term, again, you have this supply shock, you have this big energy crunch, but it's also a long-term problem because all that infrastructure takes years to rebuild. So bombing is out of the question. You bomb that stuff, it takes it offline for a decade, you're behind the curve already, then they retaliate, and the other stuff takes a decade to rebuild. So we definitely don't want that. Maybe the middle path, again, it's all about calibrating the strategy here. How can we escalate it in a way that increases leverage on Iran to extract concessions so that we can withdraw with honor? Well, there's a very narrow path to do that. there's not much we could do with air and naval power that we're not doing already. A ground invasion is out of the question because it's too ambitious and unpopular and maybe wouldn't even work. Energy is where we can hit them where it hurts, but it's also something that we're damned if we do, damned if we don't. If we attack their energy, they retaliate. It exacerbates the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and the problems associated with that. So what if, instead of invading Iran's mainland, we invade an Iranian island? Then we don't need to send in 500,000 troops. We could send in a few thousand. Instead of calling it a nation-building ground war where they're going to be facing IEDs and IRGC and tons of stuff on the ground that will cause significant casualties. It'll be like a modern Vietnam. We could take an unfortified tiny island that's already been bombed to smithereens. At least the military resistance would be. And instead of destroying the energy infrastructure, which would take years to rebuild and would be taken offline for any regime, we can simply take control of it and form our own effective embargo. And so Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz. At the same time, they're able to put their energy through the strait and collect tolls. If we took control of their main energy export hub, then we would deny them the oil revenue. And we'd be able to strangle their energy sector without destroying it. And that might be the tactical victory that we need, where you can say, we achieved our victory condition. One, we had a successful military operation. We showed off our military prowess. No one else could have achieved this. Unambiguously, we won this battle. One, so you can't call it a defeat where, we just had all our refueling aircraft blown up and people got traumatic brain injuries at the bases. We can say, look, we did this. We killed the Ayatollah, we blew up their navy, and we took the island. So you have your honor intact. You save face. Two, it's a pain point. It's leverage. You can now increase the leverage against Iran and extract concessions. We will have to give something, but so will they. We will have to give up some concessions. Maybe we share the Strait of Hormuz. Maybe we don't get everything that we want. But with Karg Island, we also now have some cards. We can also play this game as well. And again, that goes back to, it's not only the optics of winning a tactical victory, we're also able to escalate in order to achieve an acceptable peace agreement where we don't lose deterrence and give Iran an unambiguous strategic victory. That's the second aspect of it. And then thirdly, again, we're able to do this without overcommitting. We're able to do this without a ground invasion. We don't need to topple the government. We don't need to suppress every Iranian drone and missile. We just need to hit this vulnerable point. We just need to hit that pain point, and then we're able to escalate, to de-escalate. We're able to extricate ourselves from the conflict. And it looks like maybe that's the plan. And all this other stuff is just a big show.
Pierce Morgan.
Bombing Karg Island was to prepare the way for this. Rather than inching towards an energy war, they were preparing the way for this amphibious assault. And maybe this ultimatum was a way to get everybody to take their eyes off the ball. And to the extent that there are negotiations going on, maybe that's another mirage, just like it was in February. Because it does echo the military buildup in the Middle East prior to the start of the war. It was in January when Trump began reinforcing the military in the Middle East. That is when he began sending the aircraft carriers, the Air Force, the ground personnel. That is when he started moving personnel away from the bases. And while the military was building up and preparing for this epic fury operation, there was this ruse of negotiations, and there were ultimatums, and there were threats, and all these things were happening in the foreground, while in the background there was a military buildup. Now that the war has started, again, in the foreground you have the theater of ultimatums and symbolic strikes, and there's this debate, did the United States authorize a strike on the gas field or did they not? Well, quietly in the background, a tiny expeditionary force is moving into place. This rapid deployment airborne unit is also getting ready, and maybe the ground is being prepared for one of these limited tactical ground operations. And that's how you might seize victory from the jaws of defeat. What's more, there's been a lot of talk about expectations that a deal will be reached by April 9th, is what they say. There's a report that says the administration wants the war to wind down by that second week of April. If you look on Polymarket, there's been a lot of positions opened up in just the last 24 hours that say that a deal is going to be reached between March 31st and I think April 7th. A lot of positions. It just went from 5% to 50%. And so you wonder, is that the timeline? The next week, end of March, you're going to get this amphibious assault. Maybe that takes another week. And then that is how we bring Iran to the negotiating table. We're able to achieve the ceasefire that doesn't drag on into the summer. They meet that timeline of about 4 weeks, which is what they initially said. And then we're able to extricate ourselves. Now, here's the thing about all of that. One, we have to see what happens. If they launch this operation on Karg Island or in the Strait of Hormuz, there's a lot of ways that could go wrong. Because these are not very big targets, and Iran has a massive coastline. It's, I think, 600 miles long. Iran's coastline with the Persian Gulf. And you know they've got positions all along the coastline where they've got drones, shoulder-mounted missiles, other missile launch platforms. So you send Marines onto Karg Island, and maybe the reason they're not worried about this is because Iran won't risk launching imprecise projectiles at their moneymaker. Is Karg Island too fragile for Iran to hit with their own projectiles? Maybe that's the thinking. But you have to expect that the Iranians have prepared for this. Did they not anticipate that the Marines might try to invade the island? Is it rigged with IEDs? Do they have a protocol in place to hit it with drones or more precise munitions? There's a lot of risks associated with this, and we don't actually know the capabilities on either side. We don't know what capabilities the United States has up its sleeve. We don't know what capabilities Iran has up its sleeve. A lot of it's confidential. And a lot of it you don't know until it happens. So we'll determine by the success of the operation if this is the right approach for the conflict. But I would say that even outside of that, if the United States seizes Karg Island, you have to anticipate that Iran is not going to readily make peace straight away. Because the United States and Israel have not fundamentally abandoned their ultimate goal, which is regime change. We talked about it this time. We talked about it last year. This is mowing the grass. We are in a rhythm here. This is not a one and done like Midnight Hammer and Rising Lion. Those were the joint Israel-U.S. operations in June of last year. We have now worked ourselves into a rhythm where we hit Iran really hard, and then Iran gets emboldened. They become more defiant. And they go back to work building missiles, drones, and maybe even enriching more uranium. And then 6 to 9 months passes. The Israelis start to freak out about how Iran has rebuilt their missiles and Iran is on a war footing and we need a preemptive strike. We do it all over again. And the question is, have Israel and the United States abandoned their designs on Iran? I think the answer is no. They still seek regime change, but they have realized they won't achieve it this time. They thought maybe they would get it. That was clear from the announcement of the war that they were seeking a regime change. They wanted it. But just like Russia and Ukraine, they underestimated Iran's ability to hang on. And so they thought Iran would collapse after the opening round of strikes, after their leader was killed, the personnel was murdered. They thought Iran would topple and collapse and the people would take to the streets and rise up. It didn't happen. It's now clear it won't happen anytime soon. Now the United States and Israel, wounded from the conflict, are looking to extricate themselves for their own benefit. Israel's getting hit with missiles. The radar and early warning systems are offline. Their Dimona nuclear complex was hit this weekend, so they're reeling. The Gulf is reeling. They're being hit by now hypersonics and more precise projectiles, drones that They don't seem to be able to shoot down all of the drones in the swarm. The United States is running out of interceptors. It's running out of these very expensive, very finite interceptors that they need to carry on this protracted conflict. And then there's the oil problem. So the United States, realizing it won't achieve its objectives, is trying to retreat tactically with honor so that we can regroup. We can move more assets into the region. We can move our people out of harm's way. We can replenish our stockpile. That's why they're asking for $200 billion in budget reconciliation for the Pentagon, so they can make more interceptors, make more stuff, accelerate that timeline in preparation for the next war. In preparation for the next time. And in the meantime, while we're...
I'm not going to work up any enthusiasm. I have no enthusiasm to work up for this shit. We should be there. I don't give a fuck about that oil. I'm sick of them. Like, fuck spending our money. This is just so they can enrich themselves. We're not going to get the benefit of that fucking oil. This is bullshit, man.
Allocating $200 billion while we're replenishing our stockpile of munitions, while we're doing the things we need to do to get ready for the next conflict. At the same time, you can bet with certainty that we are on the ground in Iran building an anti-government coalition. And this is the work we hadn't done before. Now that the IRGC has been diminished and weakened, surely we are on the ground preparing the Kurds, preparing anti-government forces in Iran, maybe other secessionist elements, so that when we go in, let's say after the midterm elections, maybe a year from now, then we go in heavy again, fully replenished, ready to go, and we do it with our ground force waiting to meet us there, that is going to take power from the Islamic regime. And I think that maybe is how this whole thing is going to shake out. You have to always think about the timelines. You have to think about the constraints. And the constraint facing Trump is the midterms. This oil crunch, we're not going to get back to normal, they say, at the minimum within 4 months. They say even if the war ended today, the minimum time to recover, to normalize after this price shock is in 4 months. Well, that takes us to August. And that's when all the primaries are finished, and now we're in the midterm elections. So they want to give themselves time for the economy to recover for the midterms. After that point, probably they'd be more willing to go into Iran. And the other constraint is the timeline of, again, it's the production timeline for interceptors. It's the timeline that Iran is going to rebuild their capabilities in parallel. And it matches a timeline from last year. Last year, he had Midnight Hammer and Rising Lion. That was in June. And by the end of December, Netanyahu was back pitching us on another war. By February, you had, what is the operation called now? It's like Lion Unleashed or something like that, and Epic Fury. We'll get to the midterms, we'll be on the other side of it, and then they're going to call for yet another operation. And this time it's going to be fully toppling the Iranian regime, because that is the goal at any cost for the Israelis, for the United States. And that's where we are. I think that's the current state of the conflict. That is what is being telegraphed by the government. And so we'll see how this plays out over the week. We'll see if there's any other developments in negotiations, in diplomacy. We'll see what is confirmed and denied. We'll look at how Israel seems to continue to want to attack Iranian energy. There's some unconfirmed reports of this. We're monitoring all of that. And tomorrow, I'm not going to get to it tonight because this is a whole other thing. But tomorrow I want to talk about this, and you should tune in. There seems to be an angle here with J.D. Vance. And I'm not going to spoil it, but tomorrow we're going to get into all this. The forces of evil are at work even here. And once again, I'm the only one that seems to be able to see it. We talked about it last week. David Sachs is against the war now. Joe Kent resigned from the government. Then he's interviewed by Tucker. Vance is nowhere to be seen. And now all of a sudden this weekend, you start to hear, have you seen in the papers? They say, well, Vance was quietly against the war.
Wow.
He's
Yeah,
fully
of
supportive
course.
of the president, but he's
Bullshit.
expressing his doubts silently. It's like, well, then he's not really expressing them.
Yeah, he's not
But you're
doing
starting
us
to
any
see
good.
that. Vance was always against the war. Vance thought it was a bad
He's
idea.
scum.
I'll spoil it a little bit. And you know what they said this weekend? Did you hear this one? They said the Iranians want to negotiate, but they don't trust Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner because that was a negotiating team in February. And look at what that profited Iran. So, who do the Iranians want? Say the reports, the rumors, anonymous sources. The Iranians, they're willing to talk. So they say, but they don't just want to talk to Kushner and Witkoff. They don't trust them anymore. Who do they want to bring in to negotiate in Pakistan or Turkey next week? Why, our fearless vice president, of course. Our fearless vice president, J.D. Vance. Oh, really? Wow. That's really interesting because, you know, Steve Witkoff has been dealing with the Iranians since January of last year.
Wow.
Steve Witkoff has been dealing with the Qataris and Hamas and Iran and Tom Barrack and Hezbollah and Syria. He's been dealing with all these parties. And Russia, he's the number one envoy, has all these relationships, has a personal relationship with Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran. He's been there from the beginning. This is his file. All of a sudden, they say, oh, well, the Iranians, they want to talk, but they won't talk to just anybody, not these bubble-blowing, goofy goober babies, Steve Witkoff. Now they want to bring in J.D. Vance.
Yeah.
So are you telling me that next week J.D. Vance is going to broker the ceasefire to end the war? Because that would be something. That would be the mother of all psyops.
It would be.
In comes our fearless vice president, J.D. Vance, to end World War III. They wouldn't talk to Witkoff. They wouldn't talk to Kushner. They would only talk to Vance. And so maybe that's going to be the photo op, is J.D. Vance in Turkey, in Pakistan, with the speaker of Iran's parliament, shaking hands, making the deal. And then he's going to be everywhere. I ended the war. And this is how he's going to outflank little Marco. Because, see, they don't want to talk to little Marco. The top 25 Wall Street donors, they want Marco to be the nominee in 2028. The donors want to start donating to Rubio for 28. They've chosen him over Vance.
Yeah, this administration is fucked.
The Iranians don't want little Marco. They want Vance. Interesting. And you know who else hailed the diplomacy efforts today on Twitter? Take a wild guess.
Netanyahu.
So obviously the diplomacy is bullshit. Bullshit. The Iranians are saying they want reparations. They're saying they want the United States to abandon our bases in the Middle East. And Trump is saying, well, they've agreed to give up nuclear enrichment. Who's hailing these bullshit negotiations as legit and commending Trump for them? Why, Joe Kent, of course. Joe Kent. Amazing. So wait a second. So wait just a minute. On Tuesday, Joe Kent said, I cannot, in good conscience, send young men and women to die in Iran like Israel made us do in Iraq, so I have to resign. That was on Tuesday. On Thursday, you're telling me these negotiations came together, and now on Monday, Joe Kent says, thank you, Mr. President. We must always pursue peace. I believe in diplomacy.
Oh, my God.
So what happened in the past week?
What a joke.
Then?
Kabuki.
On Tuesday, it was a fever pitch. It was a crisis. You had to step down because this is a quagmire and there's no way out.
Was such a
and we're all going to
move.
die. On Monday, now you're hailing these efforts. And who's going to lead them? Your buddy, J.D. Vance. And we're all going to buy that. And people will. And people will. Spoiler alert. People will. The cattle, the goyim, are going to eat it up. Now, this is a conspiracy theory. This is a conspiracy theory. All of these forces are at work right now. Israel's at work. Vance and his team are at work. forces are at work, and it remains to be seen who will win out here. I think that is something they're trying to do, though. Whether they succeed or not, I guess time will tell. But they're definitely trying to do that. And I think that's going to be the goal. How do we turn a negative to a positive for Vance? How do we prevent this from being the liability that torpedoes his presidential ambitions? Well, we'll make him the negotiator. We'll make him the peacemaker, the peace president. And all of you Israel-critical goyim are going to eat it up. You're going to say, Joe Kent is based. Tucker is based. J.D. Vance, their best friend, ended the war. You're going to fall for it, like you did with Trump. And that's why you see that piece in the Times that says, well, Vance said he didn't like the war. He supports the president, but he didn't like the war. Something is going on. Something is going on in the White House. Mark my words. Something is going on in the White House. It is a proxy war in our own government between organized Jewry behind Rubio and the J.D. Vance team, the J.D. Vance entity, the entity known as J.D. Vance, SRP 44, 49, whatever, 48, SCP 48, the entity known as J.D. Vance, and that whole Borg-like entity. They're trying to salvage his candidacy, save him from organized Jewry behind Rubio, and they're going to try to save the day in Iran. And ultimately, here's the next shoe to drop. The next shoe to drop is that Netanyahu is going to be facing an election in Israel. And so maybe they want Netanyahu to lose the election and to be out of the picture, so we don't restart Iran, and Vance saves the day and finds peace and everything, and maybe that's the goal. Anyway, but we'll cover that more extensively, I think, tomorrow, if nothing else happens. But that's that. We're going to move on. We're going to take a look at our super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say about all that. This is all speculative, We're in the fog of war. How's the beard coming in? What do you think? All right. Well, we're going to move on. I get distracted when I mire. I'm miring. I'm Myron Gaines. We're going to get on to the super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say. But what do we think about? Is the beard coming in nice? Should we keep it? Get rid of it? Some people love the beard. Some people love it. Some people they can't get enough of it. They just can't get enough of it. They just want to get all up in it. Some of these bitches and niggas, mostly bitches. No niggas! These niggas love the beard. Niggas love the beard.
Look at Nick, fucking Jesus.
Groypets love the beard. All right, anyway, we're going to take a look at the super chats. Let's see, pause. Let's see what you guys have to say.
Very good chance.
Let's take a look and let's see. All right.
Might be just Minnesota Groy percent $50. Bind SUV and I will build you a tank to drive. I got demolition derby cars I build. If you want to come to MN and run one, you can run one of my cars and let your anger out.
Well, thank you. That sounds interesting. I don't want to go to a demolition derby. It sounds kind of fun, actually, but I don't want to get tossed around in the seat of a car. I'm going to break. Could you imagine me in like a roll cage? Like I'm going to die. So I don't want to, I'll watch it, but I appreciate the offer. I have no anger. I have no anger. I let go of anger. I forgave my mom and I let go of anger. Anger is feminine. I have no enemies. I have no anger. I'm at peace. But I appreciate it. Get my anger out. You know how that makes me sound like I'm some pussy? You ever see these, what do they call them? They're called like what are they called? They're called like called a rage room, right?
Huh.
You ever see these rage rooms? Holy fucking Reddit. I saw a clip on TikTok or something, and the guy said, sometimes you got to go to a rage room, and he puts on Frank Sinatra. I think he put on My Way. And then the guy has on like his helmet and his gear, and he starts smashing a bunch of trash in the rage room. And it's like, dude, you are a faggot. You ever see those? They call them rage rooms. They take a room, they fill it with garbage. They fill it with like old TVs and computers and glass and stuff. And they give you a baseball bat and you go in and break a bunch of stuff.
Like
it just doesn't even make any sense. Like, if I crash out, I'm crashing out in my living room. If I crash out, I'm breaking my shit. I'm breaking my stuff. Whatever is within reach is getting broken. Mugs, water bottles, keyboards, technology. Because when you crash out, if you're someone that crashes out, you just see red and just go off. You don't bottle it up and say like, and then like, get your hoodie on and get your fucking Lululemon joggers on and get in your faggot-ass Toyota Corolla and drive to a strip mall and say, hi, yeah, it's me again. One session, please. 1 30-minute session. 1 30-minute ball-busting session. Yeah, here's my $49.99. And then they tell you the rules.
American Pinata
Then
party.
some like tranny tells you the rules. They say, welcome to such and such rage room. So here's just a few ground rules before you get breaking stuff. Blah, 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 blah. Never remove your helmet. Blah, 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 blah. You go, okay. Then you go in. You go, okay. And then you put on your speaker. Then you put on your JBL. You put on your Beats pill. You put on your Spotify playlist. Okay. This is because she left me. And this is because she said that. And this is because she left me on red. Like, who does that?
Nobody.
You're not a real nigga if you do that. If you can suppress it for even 10 seconds, you are not a real nigga. Real niggas are putting holes in walls. They're putting holes in bitches. And they're breaking stuff that costs money. Like, if you're not a legit crasher outer, if like 45 minutes later, you're not like, damn it. You get mad because of how mad you got. You get mad, uncontrollably break everything, and then you get mad that you broke everything.
Yourself. That's ridiculous.
And break more stuff. Anyway,
bust my
so
shit.
come up to Minnesota, get your anger out. It's like, bro, I'm taking my anger out on the next person I see. That's just how it works. I wish I wasn't like that, though. You know, I wish I could be more like Keith Woods. Keith Woods is so serene. He's unflappable. Almost to a fault. Like, he'll just forget things places, like wrappers on the floor of your car. It happens, you know, and I'm not holding that against him. I'm just saying it happens. My mom just texted me. She said, what do you have to forgive me for? It's a Jesse Lee Peterson reference. It's not about you, okay, Mom? I feel bad now. My mom texted me. She said, what do you have to forgive me for? That's Jesse Lee Peterson. That's something he says. He goes, forgive your mother. I let go of anger. He says, forgive your mother, let go of your anger. That's just a thing that he says. Okay, Mom? That's crazy. During the show is crazy. I didn't mean you. I mean, it's just a thing that's a joke. It's a running joke. That's crazy. Amazing. Yeah, Jesse Lee Peterson says, I let go of anger. I forgave my mother. I forgave my mom. It's a joke. Relax.
Guys with single mothers.
She says, I get it. Okay. All right. Anyway, what was I saying? I was glazing Keith Woods. He's so serene. Nothing bothers him. To a fault. You ask him a question, you're like, hey, what's going on? How was that conference? How was your trip? What's going on? And he'll go, it was good. And you're like, bro, like, okay, what do you hate me? What do you fucking hate my guts? Like, why are you hostile? You know, that's how he is. Me, it's like if I go somewhere or do something, I'm live tweeting it. I'm live tweeting every interaction. I'm live tweeting about the food, about the weather, about the traffic. This nigga goes someplace for like 3 weeks on a side quest. Keith Woods is out there completing side quests. You don't even know about him. And you go, hey, how was that side quest? Well, you know, what happened? And he'll be like, it was good. Brother, come on now.
Brother.
Come on now. We gotta do a little more. But that's how he is. He's just placid, serene, unbothered. Me, I'm just like,
you marry him, Nick.
It's hard. It's just maniacal, obsessive, compulsive,
jealous,
and it's not easy, you know. But maybe I just gotta take some ashwagandha. I just gotta lower my cortisol. Gotta up the magnesium, up the ashwagandha. What else? I just need to become a pillhead, I think.
Scottish Grow % $20. Ran into a guy today in Edinburgh wearing the USA quarter zip. Exchanged a wank and a fist bump. International movement.
Little wang half. Yo, wang half. You see another guy in a t-shirt. Hey, wang half. Heil Groiper. Heil Groiper. Hey, nice to meet you. How's your wife?
Heil Groiper. See Heil.
No, don't actually do that. Because you know who's going to do that? Some like mystery meat guy that's like ambiguously either Asian or Mexican, and I'm never going to live it down. There's going to be like some mystery meat brown guy with fine black hair who's going to be like, how goipa? And that's going to go on Twitter, and I'm just never going to live that down. So on second thought.
Finland Groy % $20. You're America's African American, but you're our nigga.
Yeah, my nigga.
React.
My nigga,
React
my nigga.
86 cent $25. Love the show. God protects you. Less than 3.
I think you're right. Thank you. I appreciate
Real
it.
Schizo sent $20. Take the gold sponsorship. It's over. I feel bad for you having to read super chats every night.
You know, I would, but they didn't even offer me that much money. Like, the person I was dealing with just misrepresented the deal. And so they said it was $1 million deal. That's how it started. They go, it's $1 million deal. I said, well, for $1 million, okay, maybe. And then we went back and forth for like 5 months. And then they're like, well, we're going to give you like, I'm not going to say the amount, but it was like significantly less for 3 months. And I'm like, forget it. Like, not worth it. So forget it.
Always Grow Epping sent $20. Jesus suffered through the cross to save us from sin. Nick suffers through the super chats to save us from ads.
No, come on. No, don't do that. Don't do that. That's
Mother
not.
of 4 sent $20.
That's
you seem a bit down.
blasphemous.
Are you getting enough vitamin D?
Yeah, I'm a little down. I don't know. Maybe it's the seasonal depressive disorder. Yeah, I do. I feel a little, I'm in my blue period. I'm having my blue period right now. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is. You know, sometimes it's not just a blue hat. I'm in my blue period. I don't know. I think that's because I'm getting older. And you get older. I was, dude, don't ask me how I'm doing. Don't open up this can of worms. But I was basically trauma dumping in the group chat this weekend. I just trauma dumped. It felt good. I'm getting older. And you know what's starting to happen? I'm 27, hurtling towards 28. Just like John Lyons, if you can hear me, please. That's a joke. Shouldn't joke about that. But like hurtling towards 28 years old, if you can believe that. And you know what's starting to happen is like all my friends are wages. All my friends are goy cattle, henpecked, wage slaves. And they're making me feel like a wagey because in the old days, we were just on Fortnite all night, every night.
But they work.
Everybody was on the game all the time. Everybody was in the group chat. Everybody was on the game all the time. But then you start getting a little bit older and your friends graduate college. The pandemic is over. Niggas are getting married.
I think Nick definitely would change if he got some tail and from a decent woman too that would treat him halfway decent.
And now it's literally,
I hope he
you go, hey,
that.
bro, want to get on the game? He goes, I think I could play on Friday at 7:30. You go, Friday at 7:30? It's Monday. I don't even know if I'll be awake on Friday at 7:30. I might be asleep. I don't even know what I'll be doing then. What happened to you? Or you say, hey, can I give you a call on the phone, catch up, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I think I could call you in like 4 days. 4 days. You don't have time to, 4 days? And so it's like the niggas, the wage slaves are asleep all night when I'm awake. They're asleep all night because they got to wake up early for work. Then they wake up early, then they go to work, then they're at work all day. So the niggas are unavailable from like 10 p.m. until 6 p.m. They got like a 4-hour window. And so it's like, but I'm not why am I a wage slave? I'm not a wagey, but I have to live like one. Because all the niggas are living like one, you know? That's like, can't do anything at night or during the day because they got to sleep and get ready for work and then work. So it's like, I have to adjust now to their timeline. And now they're all getting married. And now they're all just retreating into their girlfriend's uterus.
And what are you doing?
You know, they're extricating themselves from poker night, let's say. They're extricating themselves from the stalemate, which is Fortnite, carrying me in Fortnite. And they're doing a face-saving strategic withdrawal up their girlfriend's uterus. And I don't know how the biology works down there, like whatever, their cavity, their vaginal canal, whatever. And it's like, what the fuck happened? So I'm having like my midlife crisis. I'm having my quarter life crisis. People say, well, that's because you need to grow up and get married. It's like, I know. But also, it's like, is it really supposed to be that way? I don't know. I don't think it is. I think you're supposed to be with the niggas all the time. So now the idea is like, we just need to make like a company. We just need to make like a company where we all live on a compound together.
Will we?
Does anyone else think like this, or am I crazy? Because I think this is what happens at this age, is that the friend group starts to die. Because that's just what happens. Whether I get married or not, everybody gets married eventually. They settle down. They find their long-term partner, their wife, whatever. They get a serious job, and then that's their life. Then that's their life, and they're locked in. Wake up, make the kids lunch, commute to work, go to work, come home from work. I'm so tired from work. Eat dinner, play with the kiddos, hang out with the wife, go to bed. Start, you know, and then that's it. It's the end of the male life cycle. It's the end of the male life cycle. Those days of adventure and travel and entrepreneurship, and for most men, is just done. And it's like, you got to have a house for your wife and kids. Yeah, you can't, because you can't live in a condo, you can't live in the ghetto. So if you want a wife and kids, you gotta buy a single family home. Okay, you want a single family home, you need a big income. Okay, you need a salaried job, need to invest in myself, you know, pick up a few jobs or a big full-time job. And I gotta keep working to keep supporting the mortgage, the wife, and the kids. And it's like, then everybody's buckled in, and then you just have no social life with the niggas. And so I'm thinking like, we need a compound. We need like a compound where the women are in the sewing circle, they're in the basket weaving circle, and the men are out hunting. The men are out hunting. I almost said humping. Never beating the allegations. I'm just never beating the allegations. Pause, Freudian slip. The men are hunting mammoths and saber-toothed tigers, and that's just so demoralizing. Don't clip that. Don't clip that. The men are out hunting, obviously, is what I meant. The women are weaving the baskets. They're making the pottery. The women are, you know, gossiping. They're raising the girls. They're making dolls and shit like that. And the men are out hunting mammoths, saber-toothed tigers, polar bears. That's what we need. We need that. And we need that. So we need like a village. We need a village, or like a commune, like Jonestown without the suicide. You know, we need something where
Shit. God damn it. Fucking took my eyes off.
I don't know. Anyway, so that's what's been on my mind lately. But then that's impractical because it's like, what happens when you get tired of these people? Like, what happens when you start to hate these people? What happens when they all turn against you because they're all the problem and not you? What happens? What happens when, you know, one by one, they all become the problem? No, I'm joking. But anyway, so I don't know. Maybe it's that. Who knows? Call Arvel. Arvel, if you can hear us. No, we can do it without being in the middle of nowhere, okay? Maybe we'll just all move to the same block in Miami or New York or LA. This country is just so, honest to God, this country is just so fucking depressing. It makes me want to kill myself. I don't know if you can relate to that.
I can relate.
But sometimes this country, maybe it's just life, but this country is so depressing and makes me want to die. I saw this tweet today. I saw a tweet this morning, and it was this man and woman getting married, and the guy is some Christian, and he wrote this long-ass post. He posted his wedding photos with his wife. And here's the gist of the post. She's a whore. She's a total whore. She's a born-again whore. He goes, she was promiscuous when we met, but then she found the Lord, and she grieved over her sins, and she's so sorry for being a whore. He goes, and I'm a virgin. And we dated for 4 years, and I never even kissed her, let alone touched her. He goes, and we got married, and now she's more holy than a virgin. Huh. And we shared our first kiss when we got married the other day. And it was officiated by some Mexican. The officiant, the pastor, whatever you call it, was some fucking Mexican. And it's like, this is it. Like, it's like that Rachel Maddow clip. No, you're not having a horrible, horrible dream. You haven't died and gone to hell. You're not having a horrible, horrible nightmare. This is real. This is our lives. This is our lives now. You have to laugh because otherwise
you cry.
You'd have to kill yourself. It's like, this is our lives. So this girl, who's not even hot, by the way, and she looks Jewish, not that that matters, I guess. Yes, but this girl, she literally sleeps with 6,000 guys. This whore literally sleeps with 500 different football players and is a total slut. When she's beautiful, when she's young and beautiful. This is it. Women are at the peak of their looks when they're 18. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Don't let them gaslight you.
They don't care about.
That's prime fucking age, and everybody knows it. I can't live a lie anymore. It's true. So when these girls turn 18, they're all whores.
Some moon crickets leaving.
When they're the most beautiful, that's when they whore out. And they sleep with 500 football players that are 6'7". You know, they're the captain of the football team. They're the point guard. Turtles. You know, who even cares? And then the years go on and they're not kind. And she goes crazy. She gets BPD. She gets a therapist. She's on antidepressants. She's a raging bitch. And then she discovers the Lord. And then she finds numbnuts. Then she finds beta male porn addict who says, oh, you're beautiful. Oh, you're giving me attention. And she worships her, showers her with affection and praise and love and forgiveness.
We don't eat box, bruh.
They date for 4 long-ass years. That's crazy. 4 years. Should date for like 9 months. He doesn't even touch her. She's been penetrated 10 million times. He has not even laid a finger on her, and he's her husband. It's insane. It's a humiliation ritual is what it is.
It is.
God destroy. I'm not going to go that far. We don't want to curse America, but like, it's like, dude, like, you start to feel like the Westboro Baptist Church. You ever see that TikTok where she goes, she's singing a song, and what's the song? She's like, she's singing like God is going to punish America, and then she goes 9/11. It's kind of like that. Anyway,
no box.
So your wife, you date her for 4 years, you don't even touch her. You got to think about all the guys that did a number on her. You're a kissless virgin, don't touch her, get married. And you go, oh, well, this is great because we're all Christian, and it's a Mexican officiating. And you go, what happened to our country where the girl has 10 million bodies and the guy is a chaste virgin? That's insane. In the old days, the guy was the dog. The guy. In the old days, the guy was the Rolling Stone, the tramp, the dog. The guy took down 100 women and then found the Lord and then settled down with a little old lady, then settled down with a virgin girl from a nice family, and she forgave him for his indiscretion. That's how it's supposed to be. And the priest should be Irish. The priest should be an old Irish guy or an old German guy or an old Italian guy. That's who the priest should be. Now the girl has 500 bodies. The guy was saving himself for marriage and a virgin, and the pastor is some fucking Indian or Mexican. And they date for 4 years, and he don't even touch her, and then they move in and do... What do you do? What do you do for 4 years? What do you talk about? The Bachelorette? What do you do for 4 years with a woman if you're not kissing her, having sex with her? Honestly... She's yapping about Diet Coke and The Bachelorette. I swear I would lose my mind. Anyway, I'm not an angry guy. I have no enemies, as you know. I'm at peace. I have no enemies, but it's like it's really, I see it even in the Chicago suburbs. The diversity is everywhere. It's everywhere. These people fucking suck, guys. They suck. And in the southwest suburbs, we're getting raped from both ends. Okay, it's a two-man, not to get gross, but it's Mexicans moving west from the city, and it's Indians and Muslims and others moving east from, well, they're just coming here from India, I guess. They're buying up all the, new construction and these new developments. And so our little slice of paradise is going away. Feminists are what they are. Women are what they are. Where can you go? Where can you go? Where can anyone go? There's nowhere to go. You literally have to go to another country. You have to Pokemon go to another country. There's nowhere to go. Where are you going to go live? Nashville? I think I'd rather die. Texas?
Beer hall.
No,
push.
thank you. Florida? No, thank you. Where can you even go? There's nowhere to go. You literally have to go to Europe or something. You have to go to Europe or South America. Otherwise, you live in nigger hell. And they're all whores.
Yep.
So, little dose of reality. Sorry. Don't like it?
Bro, we've already been
talking
about that shit.
But anyway. Yeah, it's getting real. Everything that we said would happen is happening. Everything that we said would happen for decades is now happening, and we're in the end game. It's that simple. So it's time to make our own country.
We're fixing.
It's time to make our own
era. We get to change.
Something. I don't know. Space station. Time to make an ark. It's time to make an ark and destroy the world.
On Italiano Vero sent $20. Goyim overpowered. Goyim obtuse pastors. Goyim obliterating patriotism.
Brave.
Beth Ruffman sent $20. Anti-Guyism laws now. Can we get it trending? Danny sent $25. Did you smack that Caniac combo the same way you smacked your bumper when we called your name? We wanted a pic. All love.
That's crazy. I only hit the curb because you distracted me, okay? I had the most aura loss moment of all time. I don't even want to talk about it because it was so bad. You called my name, I turned my head, you distracted me. That's why I hit the curb, okay? But
That's
all
funny.
love. I just get recognized everywhere. I can't go anywhere without getting recognized.
And then they come in the chat.
I'm at Raising Cane's shamefully at 1:30 a.m. like a pig. And I am in the drive-thru and somehow get recognized. How does this happen? Clocked from a distance of 40 feet, I'm in my car. They follow me everywhere. Paparazzi's crazy. Yeah, well, hey, thanks. Yeah, it's all love, buddy.
Dixieland sent $40. It is out of control. I'm 26, my wife of 7 years left and took our daughter because she made friends with feminists. Robo-wife.
Wow. Well. Will you look at what time it is? Will you look at the time? The broken clock. No. What happened? I thought you got married young and had more kids than you can afford. Wait, but didn't you marry the right woman who is Christian? Who is based in Christ-pilled? And she still left you? Wait, but that's against the rules. Didn't you tell her about calumny? Wait, but that's against the rules. If you find the right woman, bro, it's cooked. It's over. It's cooked. The Goyim lost. Hitler lost, and then it was over. We had one chance, and your great-grandparents died in the Brother War for the Jews. And now it's all over. Hitler lost, and now we're all going to pay the price. The man against time. Hitler, if you could hear me, please save me. That's a joke. I'm kidding. I can never tell when he's joking. That's a joke, and I'm not serious. Isn't that crazy, though? It's kind of true. He was the last stand of the Goyim on earth.
Huh.
And now
Mustache, man.
We're in the autumn of the year.
That's funny. Legit.
Soap sent $25. Dave Smith's coming to Chicago to do stand-up next month. Better get your tickets before they sell out.
Oh, maybe we'll link up. Big Dave. We love Dave. Our favorite Jew. Well, he's one of our favorite. I don't know if he's my favorite Jew. He's up there, though. He's one of the better ones. One of the better Jews, for sure. Old Dave.
Bald Grower sent $25.
The man.
Trent Horn criticized you, Jay Dyer and Andrew Wilson on today's episode. First 2 to 3 minutes of the show. Any thoughts?
Who cares? He's a cuck, dude. His wife wanted to cheat on him.
Putnam First News sent $30. On Thursday evening, Sheridan Gorman, a freshman at Loyola University, was fatally shot and murdered by an illegal migrant from Venezuela. She was going for a walk to see the northern lights with her friends. The media is suppressing the fact that he is illegal. We ask for a prayer for both her soul and those affected.
It's terrible. I heard about that. Very sad.
SSRI Stare sent $25. Had my first kid this weekend. Praying for you.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, God bless you, man. Good for you. I love it. More white babies.
Nick Noseball sent $20. You need to do a deep dive series, full episodes on people like Vance, Tucker, Teal, so we can know their background in one video.
For idiots, you mean? Yeah, I'll do something for idiots. We need like something with cartoons and graphics.
Shark Monster sent $20. Any chance we'll ever see Mr. Fuentes on the Joe Rogan podcast? Person in motorized wheelchair facing right emote. Lane Roy sent $100.
Dude, I gotta ask, when are you gonna get on Rogan? When he asks me to. When he asks me to, and not a moment. If it hasn't happened, you can assume he hasn't asked me. That's the number one question I get now. Dude, when are we gonna see you on Rogan? I don't know. Whenever he invites me. If Rogan invited you, would you do it? The number one podcast of all time? Gee, I don't know. I'd have to think about it.
The original podcast.
You people are NPCs. Total Goyim death. Please bring it forth. Total Goyim death. Bring it forth.
Shark Monster sent $20. Any chance we'll ever see Lane Roy sent $100. Happy Monday, Nick. I can't even go to Dunkin' anymore without a bunch of gorilla niggas being there chimping out. Unamused face emoji. I used your survival guide skills to get out of there.
Thank you for the big super chat. Glad to hear it. Useful. I literally see black people. I just don't even go in. I'm like, fuck it. I'm not going in. I'm driving down the street. I see a gas station. There's black people pumping gas. I'm like, fuck that. No way. I remember one time I was with Kanye. I was with Ye. This was the night before we did Alex Jones. And we flew into Austin, and we get in the black car. We're going to the hotel, and we're on the highway. He goes, I'm hungry. Can we get something to eat? Let's just pull out right here. Let's just pull out right here. I want something to eat. We're like, okay. So we take literally the next exit looking for food. We pull up to this Waffle House. And we slowly pull up to the Waffle House in a parking spot right in front of the restaurant where you can see everything going on. And it's all black people. It's a mob house, and it's all black people. And he turns and he goes to the driver. He goes, we got any security? Like, no. Didn't you just say God is our only security? No, we do not. Do you see any security? We do not have security. We're like, no. He's like, oh, okay. But he did not want to go in there. It was so funny because it's like, you're black. But even we pulled up to the Waffle House and he took one look at it. We all thought the same thing. And he's like, we got any security? We're like, do you see any security here? Where do you see, where do you think that's coming from? You see any reinforcements here? But that was just one of those classic moments. And we actually went in. He did his move. He put his hoodie up over his face. We slipped into this booth. He slid in. And the waitress came by from behind the counter and freaked out. She's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe it's you. And he goes, shh, don't say anything. We ordered some drinks and then we left before they even got there. Driver turns to Ye. He's like, you want to get out of here? He goes, yes, please. We left. So, and then I think we just went to the hotel. So, oh, good times. Funny guy. We love him.
No way.
Good man. But yeah, I see that kind of stuff. I'm like, I'm not messing with
Randall
that.
from Recess sent $20. Timeline is this: women with sinful pasts can still be great wives. How dare you have standards to call this the chi? Truth.
Yep. Don't you love that? It's so upside down that the guy is like, I just want to have kids. I want to have a daughter. The guy is like, I'm saving myself for marriage. I'm just saving myself for the one. And the woman is like drinking Trulies, slamming Trulies, crushing them on her head, belching. Chad, get over here. Yeah, I want, I'm not going to do like okay, we don't got to say something crazy here, but like, isn't that crazy? The dude is like sitting there with his hands in his laps. I just can't wait to have my daughter, and men only want one thing, and it's amazing. I want a waterfall countertop in my farmhouse kitchen, and I want my daughter, and I just want to watch Marvel movies with my sons. And the wife is like, got her legs spread, crushing a Truly on her head, belch. Bleh. Hey, Chad, yeah, I want to get on a Sprinter van, yeah. And then she has her moral panic, when she's 26. And she's like, I'm going to hell. I'm ugly now. I have BPD. I don't want to pay for stuff anymore. I don't want to work an office job. So, yeah, it's just like, you got to understand what's going on, man. This is why no one wants to be Christian. You don't have to like it. You need to understand it. Christians are not giving the answers for the Christians are literally telling young men, like, marry a whore, forget about it. It doesn't matter. You need to forgive her. All women are whores anyway. And you jacked off before, so that's the same thing. And it's like, okay, yeah, that's really, thanks. Super persuasive. Let me sign up now for procreation and marriage. It's totally insane.
Ocho.
So you just need to, as a guy, you just need to get that out of your
Ocho
head.
Bilo sent $20. Gen X Groy Pet here. We do exist. Just wanted to encourage you. I watch every morning during my workout. Thank you for your perspective and insight. I see your heart and pray for your safety. Red heart emoji.
Hey, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Little workout. Getting a little workout on. Up in the gym, working on your fitness.
Ender Potato 005 sent $20. Got your America First hat and wore it at my Christian college. Surprisingly, no one seemed to care. Not even the women.
Wow. Dude, we won.
Spring Bonnie 06 sent $20. Hey Nick, huge fan from Preston, UK. Just got one question. Tupac or Biggie?
Neither. Overrated, both of them.
Mr. Baby 1502 sent $50. Guys like Tucker are the reason hotel rooms have a chair in the corner of the room. Unfortunately, those men will never see women for what they truly are. They're living in La La Land.
That's not true, because he married his high school sweetheart, so he won. He won the prize. That's what everyone should have. Everybody should, have young love, first love, innocent. They should fall in love with a young girl in high school and then marry that girl. That's literally, it's living the dream. Your first love, young love, that should be your girl. You get married, you have kids. She never has sex with another guy. You don't have sex with another woman. You have kids. That's the dream. But the problem is he thinks that that's still happening, and it's very rare now, sadly. Because young women do not survive college. They go to college and they become whores.
Yeah.
And then they get divorced or whatever. Like, there's all these other things that are going on now. It just, if that happens to you, good for you. Congrats, you won. Everybody else out here,
struggling.
A little bit of a different ball game. It's a little sadder.
Absolutely.
So
Zodak sent $50.
Right,
my wife was a former whore, but now she's saved, so she's actually more pure than a real virgin.
It's so crazy.
Hagger Gay sent $20. If you back into a parking space, you're a retard.
Why?
Pat 528 sent $100. R.I.P. Sheridan Gorman. Wrong place at wrong time. SMH Chicago and deep blue cities are so fucked up. How would you implement mass deportations without so much chaos and backlash like we saw in many governors like Pritzker fighting Trump and ICE at every step?
Thank you for the big super chat. Just more force, more police, more cops. You do E-Verify, you ban them from everything, and then you basically utterly, annihilate them. Not like kill them or whatever, but, you just send in the military, the National Guard, ICE. You send it. Like, look, it's not that they can't happen. The government just doesn't want them to happen. The White House told them to stop raiding job sites, stop going into people's houses, stop deporting farmers. Like, they could do it. They just don't want to. And as far as protesters are concerned, crush the protests. Easy. Crush the protests, make an example out of them. Easy peasy.
Ryan's Mini sent $20. Do Jews deserve fear after they plundered our treasury, profited off our women being in sex work, sent our men to die in wars, and destroyed our country with mass migration all for their own benefit?
This is like a Fed question. This is like, it's not about we need to make them fear. That's got nothing to do with it. I want them to be reassured, actually, that they will have their dignity and their rights and their lives. What will change is that we are going to get people in power that care about the public interest. So don't come at, that's just like sick, vengeful. That has no place here. I want nothing to do with that. They did this, they did that. Well, where were we? We were asleep at the wheel. It's time for us to step up and take responsibility for our civilization. And we're going to reassure them. I don't want to harm them. I don't want to kill them. I don't want to deprive them of their rights. I want them to be reassured that they will be, in good standing as citizens of the United States. That being said, they will not be able, in the cases where this is happening, to get away with these abuses because Christians are stepping up. Patriots are stepping up. So it's got nothing to do with, that's just like a Fed question. That's like a Fed question. You want someone to commit an act of violence, but you don't want to be the one to do it. That's bullshit. I don't support that.
Signalsports.org sent $20. Love the show.
Thank you.
67 Wang 67 sent $20. 930. Why Obama sympathizer? He lies like Trump. Also kill all minorities.
I'm liking Obama now. I miss Obama. I miss the adults in the room. Get this orange clown out of here.
Sphincter Nuthole sent $20. I am Gru. You are my favorite minion. I breastfeed you and am so proud of you. You have become big strong boy. August 18th, 1998 to April 23rd, 2028. Grow Ipstad sent $50. Nick last Wednesday. $6 paywall is such a Jew move by Tucker. Nick last Friday. No show tonight unless you give me $100 a month. Bro really can't hate the wages enough lol.
I didn't, but that's not what it is. I do the show for free every single night. And then there is bonus content that is exclusive behind the paywall. Tucker took the most important interview in the country and paywalled it. That's hardly the same thing. Hey, I'm not doing a show, but I'll do some 30-minute bonus content if you want. Versus I'm interviewing the top government official that resigned as an objector to the war. Pay me $10 before you can see a live. That's totally different.
Gibal Grow Hyper 21 sent $20. Hey Nick, I have my wedding this September and I would love if you could come. It is bile. Bring your own lightsaber. I also hate PPL who donate 20. Lofty sent $100. You're a good man and I appreciate you.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, I'm all right.
Duval
I
Zionist sent
appreciate it.
$50. Dad just name dropped you at a dinner we were at, and everyone went batshit crazy. Had to pull him aside and let him know rule number 1, you never reveal yourself and you never name drop the Don.
Never name drop the Don.
Never name drop the Don. That is clever.
This thing of ours, yes.
Like, digging it.
Yeah, it's true. Hide your power level. It's only inside the family. Never go against the family.
Rape Trevor Sheets sent $20. Why have certain populations progressed far more in history than others? Is it eugenics or white/Christian influence?
That's a dumb question.
Hale State Grow I sent $20. Congrats, Nick. You're the first person clipped in Brill and Hollyhan's new book promo. Hell of an endorsement.
I saw that, yeah. Make America Talk Again. Dude, this guy's the worst. Slop for idiots. If you have that or buy that, I just seriously question what's going on there. Americans need to talk more. I just think that Americans need to talk more. It's like, dude, niggas are talking all the time. What do you mean?
Shavery sent $20. I want
to talk to liberals. What happened to Charlie Kirk? Make America talk again? Look what happened to Charlie Kirk.
Shavery sent $20. I wonder if anyone caught the subtleties of Ava Humper.
Make America shut the fuck up again. How about them apples, huh? Make America shut the hell up.
Shavery sent $20. I wonder if anyone caught the subtleties of Ava Humberg's interview with Tucker. What could be war crimes? Israel v. Gaza. War crimes. October 7th. The elites want a third temple, not the masses.
I haven't seen it.
William sent $50. Thanks for follow back, boss. Who you got for Fruit Love Island?
Yeah, well, thanks for blowing up my spot on that one. I don't know what's Fruit Love Island. I don't know what that is, but yeah, you got it, buddy. I love the indiscretion. There's nothing better than when you're liking somebody's tweets and they start posting screenshots saying, he liked my tweet. It's like, why you gotta blow up my spot like that? Like, sometimes I just want to move in silence. You know, it's just like, there's just no discretion anymore. Can niggas just fucking chill? I can't do anything without niggas like trying to blow up my spot.
$30. Nick Candace man Candace now she is sharing gossip text messages. I think she is a retard.
I don't know what you're talking
Chud
about.
Daddy sent $20. I make sure to play you on blast at night after my son goes to bed so he absorbs through auditory osmosis and wakes up based. Acid Whiskey sent $30. Your coverage of the war has been excellent and is helping me during exams. Thanks for putting me onto Ebola.
You got it.
Sabian sent $50. Hey Nicholas, a Jewish person in Miami asked me if I rapped to fill in today and I said I didn't know what that was because I'm hiding my power level. America first. Christ
That's
is king.
That's kind of funny. LOL.
Lala Cloud sent $20. As a young woman living in Sodom and Gomorrah, South Florida, I appreciate you and your values, Nick. Need men like you. God bless.
No, we need men that are better than me. I hope that's you guys. We need men that are better than me. That's why I fight. That's why I struggle, because we need a generation that's just better. So just take the advice. Heed my warning. Heed my call. But I appreciate
Line
it.
Dancing Nick sent $111. At Line Dancing Nick, hey Nick, made an Instagram channel called Line Dancing Nick. What do you think of it?
I don't know what that is, but thanks for the big
Mythical
super
Creature
chat.
Roy sent $100. You are not cynical on your take about women. Just realistic, and these clav clips are proving you right. Even the women who wouldn't act reckless like that in public are accumulating bodies every weekend in private over Tinder. And I'm not saying this as a bitter incel chud. All hail King Clavicular.
I know. So true. The prophet. Dude, Sneeko is just all salt now. Past the salt. Holy, it's like, dude, Sneak, we gotta stop whining. Every clip is like, he called Clav the prophet, but Clav is against everything he stands for. America's not a Christian country. Christmas trees aren't Christian. It's like, bro, like, why is every clip is like this? It's like, bro, can a nigga live? He attacks my politics because I'm a political guy now. It's like, bro, why can you just chill? Anyway, but I appreciate the big super chat. Yes, King Clav. It's so true, and I say it all the time. Clav, he's showing us. He's holding up a mirror to society, and we don't like what we see. He's holding up a mirror to your bitch. Your girl is going. Your girl is going. I don't know if I want to go there, but bro, your girl is going. And Clav has shown us the way. Clav has shown us. He said, let my people go. The incels. Moses. It's like that, Alex Jones. What do you think about clavicular? Moses. Next level. Moses. So that's why, Sneeko, because Clav is showing us firsthand. He's showing all these niggas and simps what's up. He had that Gen X cuck. His wife was out partying with Clav, and Clav is like, you gross bitch, you're cheating on your husband. And the husband defended the wife. The husband said, I let my wife go clubbing if I want. It's like, maybe Chad Champion was right. Maybe Kanye was right. Maybe, because on the one hand, you have the ascended Gen X cuck who says, my girl is going and I'm at peace. Like, my girl is going and I don't care. My girl is going and I don't care. He's saying, I'm at one with the universe. Good. Maybe Chad is giving her a good time. I'm working on my hobbies. Whereas the incel is like, she's with other guy, you know? So maybe Chad Champion was right about that. I'm not going to say he is. I'm just saying maybe. Food for thought. The ascended Gen X everyone, it's a joke, guys. It's a joke. It's a bit. Everyone's going to clip that and say, oh, the Tradcath is saying we should be cucks now. That's just your Groiper movement. It's a joke. Relax. No, Clav is showing how disgusting these women are. And that's why he's the GOAT. So, okay, Sneeko, that's why. All right? And Clav corrected Sneeko. Clav said, yeah, I don't endorse clubbing. I'm doing it to make money. Also, it's a social campaign.
This dog hunts 988 cent $20. Holy crap. Old black ass Fuentes started early tonight. Caught my goy mass slippin'. Thanks for the show, bro. Always appreciated King Groiper.
You got it. You got it.
Biggle 4200 cent $25. The eye is so bad on X my DMs is nothing but I only fans girls.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Dealed up to sent $100. True. I was watching your old stream covering the 2024 Biden and Trump debate. On that stream you were saying how you, being a Catholic, would never vote for somebody that is in favor of abortion, which I agree with. Fast forward to today and you're saying to vote Democrat. Can you genuinely explain?
No. Thank you for the big super
This
chat.
dog hunts 988 cent.
Because I explain it every night.
This dog hunts 988 cent $20.
Also, Roe versus Wade is overturned, so that doesn't even matter. Roe versus Wade is overturned. Trump did not enshrine it in the federal level, so let's just fucking stop with that. That issue is an albatross for Republicans, and I'm just sick of pretending otherwise. But abortion, really? So why didn't the Republican House and Senate use the nuclear option to enshrine it into federal law, if that is even a priority for them slightly? Just fucking stop with that. You know, totally. I'm over pandering on that one. And maybe that made more sense at one time. And it's not just abortion. It's the Democrats are bad on a lot of things, not just abortion. They're also feminists. They're also in favor of white genocide. They're also in favor of a lot of things that are bad. But the reason we're with the Democrats in this midterm election, fucktard, stupid ass, is because then they will get oversight powers and slow down the government. I don't know how many times I have to say that. Can you genuinely explain? I do every night. And if you don't get it by now, you're too stupid to understand, or you're lying. Either way, you're too dumb to be a part of this. Go vote Republican, cocksucker. Go vote for the Jews.
This dog hunts 988 cent $20. Hey, Nick. Six Finger BB and Big Orange Jew here. Watch the show nightly in attempt to pull our heads out of our asses. Great take. We appreciate the cipher. P.S. Don't let em know we watchin'.
Thanks.
Chicken Tendy Grow I percent $50. What's up with the left-wing people like Dean Withers or Destiny or any of those guys always having a feminine voice? Do you know what I'm talking about? Is that voice indicative of low T or something? Growable F sent $50. It's 24F leftist grower pet. Nick, we both know tradcom women are the real whores. One day we'll laugh about you calling me one though. Whore and incel. Anarchist and nationalist. More fun, no? So who?
I love when whores say, okay, but tradcasts are the real whores. It's like, but you're a whore also. The secret is that all women these days are whores, okay? It doesn't really matter that much. So you say, well, but the trad thoughts, they're whores too. It's like, okay, but you're a whore also. So, maybe, I don't know you. I assume so. If you're a 24-year-old leftist, I can assume, but who knows? We just want girls that aren't whores, that's all.
Sanrio Patriot sent $20. The spam issue is so frustrating because it's a direct result of Elon's new monetization policy, which just incentivized worse content that never existed before.
Yeah.
License to Wheel sent $25.
True.
Did you see that the Backlash pod fell apart and the Stone Choir guys exposed the BAP network for infiltrating the old Glory Club? Crazy how all the dissident groups collapse from infiltration or infighting. It is odd that these groups all agree if you talk about Israel killing Kirk you are blacklisted. Makes you think.
Bitch, really? Really makes you think. Shut up. Just stop with that. I'm about to retire because of shit like that. All these groups don't like you talking about Israel killing Kirk. Yeah, so it must be true. They killed their top goyim, so he couldn't persuade Trump not to bomb Iran. Just fucking stop with that. Yeah, I saw the Backlash podcast fell apart. Whatever. Old Glory, Whole Club. Yeah, that was... It was obvious that was infiltrated from the start.
Girly Pop sent
Everyone knew
$20. Streets are saying you're taking Fridays off to hang out with a potential grower pet. Also, have you watched Pop the Balloon?
No.
Dat Boyle Annie TT sent $20. Did you see Tucker continued his Fed interview tour with that Chinese professor guy?
Yeah, I
Francesco
did.
sent $100. The Sacks, Kent, JD, Tucker, The Take, Peak Take. That's why I support this show. These people stealing your talking points as well. Wow. Another Trojan horse. Great. W this show.
So true. Thank you for the big super chat. I'm glad you see it. I'm glad you see the vision. Thank you.
Halcyon sent $20. When the new merch drops tomorrow, will some of the existing merch, including the quarter zip, be removed from sale?
Yeah, it will be. Yeah, and it will be.
Good
Yes,
night, Trent
it
sent $25. Good night, white heart emoji, sleeping face emoji.
Night.
Griffith Sama
Good
sent
night.
$20. Impeachment is well deserved. Not sure if courts will push through. Insider and market manipulation from this liar/clown who parades no insider trading legislation. Not to even bring up war crimes.
Yeah.
Weldenheimer sent $20. Red pilled by Gavin in 2012. Grouped by you last year. I wish he could see through the veil of the Jays.
I know, dude. I love Gavin, but sometimes you're like, bro, 2015 called, you know? I love him, but he's got all these Jewish friends. It's like, dude, come on.
America First 1776 sent $20. Yes.
But he's the GOAT. He's a legend.
America First 1776 sent $20. Yesterday Lindsey Graham said U.S. Marines did Iwo Jima, therefore they can do Karg Island. 7,000 casualties and 20,000 wounded troops. With the airstrikes and drones, it will be worse than taking Iwo Jima.
Okay.
Just a girl sent $100.
Thank you for the big super chat from a Floyd.
Bugman sent $20.
Whoa.
Sneeko. Big Sneak. Sneeko. I fucking hate that fucking monkey retard.
Come on, we
Mitt
like
Romney
him.
sent $20.
No, we
Finding
like
that Trump
him.
being so Jewish about the markets is what's holding back the kind of firepower Israel wants to see. Robert Pierce sent $20.
Yeah.
Rest in peace Leo Radvinsky, creator of On Le Vans.
Whoa, based.
Ricardo
Go
to Jesus
off.
sent $20. I am a Filipino immigrant. What do you think about Filipinos? I love you. I love James Mason. Marie sent $20. Nick, you look very handsome. Much love from MN. Is it weird I'm attracted to older men? I'm 17 but want to marry a 25 to 40 years / oh man.
Okay, that's crazy. And that's crazy. First of all, older man, nice riz. What else? You attracted to chubby manlets too? Nice. No, that's good. No, you're a real charmer. Yeah. Is it, first of all, 17? I wouldn't even dream of it. A literal child? I know a literal child isn't trying to bait me. It would work, except that I'm a decent fucking person. But you're like older men. Thanks a lot. Appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a young man, so I guess you're out
Danielle
of luck.
Carey 3 sent $20.
I'm also a decent fucking person, and I would never talk to a 17-year-old.
Danielle Carey 3 sent $20. Dude, don't you know that the current regime in Iran just took over the country less than 50 years ago and most of the people hate the regime? This is a good thing, bro. Wake up.
That's amazing. That's really something.
Carter 11B sent $20. Are you still in the itchy phase of growing your beard out? I can't deal with it and usually end up shaving again.
It's a little itchy. Not that itchy.
Ruthless Zoomer sent $20. Hey Nick, when you get a chance to, can you check out my new article? These grifters are feds are absolute scum. Altismus and I have been exposing one in particular, who is literally in bed with Peter Thiel's boyfriend. AGL vindication.
Sure, why not?
Palest of the Pale Grow Hyper Mom sent $200. Great show as always. Love the St. Patrick's Day suit, and all the new fit. Thanks to you and the AF team for all I do. P.S. as a Groy per mom, I appreciate the low-key merch. I have a collegiate hoodie I wear out and about here in New England. My teens have Wang and empty studio shirts. We all have hats. Great stuff.
Wow, so wholesome. Thank you for the big super chat. The family's got their low-key. That's so funny. Mom is like, and boys, remember to hide your power level, like before they go out. Mom, we're going to the cross burning. Okay, just remember to hide your power level until you get there. Okay, Mom. Always stay 20 feet away. We're going to the Klan rally. That's a joke. It's a joke. It's obviously a joke. We're going to the German American Bund meeting at the Madison Square Garden. Don't forget snacks and hide your power level. Don't put your hats on until you get to the stadium and you're with other groypers. Fine, Mom. Okay. No, but I appreciate the big super chat. That's crazy. That's actually, but we love it. Yeah, so there's some low-key stuff, too.
Pray for the Marines
for
sent
sure.
$20. Iran has the Jask terminal to export oil by pipeline. What if the Marines are sitting ducks on the island for no reason?
They're thinking of
Greek
all
Roy
that.
percent $50. Took a contractor role from Ajit. Got treated like an employee plus discovered a $500 deposit scam tactic for clients. Quit in 12 hours. Jeet was angry and said I ruined him. Am I right or wrong?
I don't know what that's too wagey for me. I don't know what any of that means. That's just like wagey shop talk. I don't know what that means at
Cindy
all.
sent $20. I've accepted that my quarter zip is stuck in the Strait of Hormuz.
They're going out, okay?
Pragmatic
Relax.
Culture sent $20. You see Aiden admit he's getting fed stories for AF post from Vance staff? Everyone, except you, has a price to sell out America first.
No surprise. Is anyone really surprised? Is anybody surprised in the slightest? It is what
Granny
it
Grower
is.
percent $50. Nick, how many hours a day do you spend in prep and research? The beard makes you look 15 years older.
Really?
Clive said drop it.
No. But some people really like it. I don't know. Maybe I'll keep it. Maybe I'll get rid of it. You're right. Clav did say he was like adamant. I was like, should I keep the beard? He's like, I was like, damn it. Okay. Yeah, all right. Maybe I'll get rid of it. How many hours a day? I'm reading the news constantly. So many hours a day.
Griffith Sama sent $50. Impeachment is well deserved. Not sure if courts will push through. Press forward 3 sent $50. I get it. Mom greatest white pill ever RN.
Huh? Mom, yeah.
Basement Dweller sent $20.
Earlier.
Confirmation that your mom listens to all of your shows tonight proves that she is the best and probably cooler than you. W. Nick's mom.
Well, I don't know if she's cooler than me. Okay. Like we're the same DNA, but no, we love her. She's the best. She is the best. She loves the show. Best mom a guy could ask for. She's the great. I don't need to forgive her. Just a joke, Mom. No, she's the best. Old Groiper mom. What would she even be? Mother Groiper, Mom Groiper? I don't know. The GOAT.
Alim Sunshine, 54 cent $50.
Mother of all
You're
time.
cute without facial hair, but there is no one hotter than you with a beard or mustache. You mug Clav.
Think so? What do you think? Sometimes it works, especially when my hair's a little shaggy. I don't know. I don't know if I like it. I can never make up my mind. I grow it out, I start to like it, then I shave it, and I'm like, why did I ever have a beard? I don't know. I'm gonna let it ride for the next week, and then maybe I'll shave it next week.
Prospective Artisan sent $20. Disheartening to see so-called counter-Semites pushing Tucker Kent et al. As anti-Jewry heroes while Tucker keeps having struggle sessions about real anti-Semitism on his show. The cattle are herded.
Straight up, dude. Straight up. Well
Dead Ass
said.
Dom sent $20. BreadTuber Big Joel made a video essay on you, already at $500,000. Look up a photo of him, lol.
I saw that. It's just so dumb. It's so dumb. I saw a clip where he goes, well, Nick is like LARPing as a racist, and the only times he's smart is when he's against his own views. And it's always like this psychological thing. And it's like, maybe I'm just not your idea of a racist. I don't hate people. I'm a loving person. I love all people. I'm a Christian. But I also don't think that it's a good idea for America to become majority non-white. That is bad. I don't think that's good. I also recognize that that has largely happened. And so to the extent that I'm tolerant of that, it's because it's out of resignation. It's not because I think that's the ideal state of affairs or positive, but because it may be irreversible, and maybe the only way forward is to find a way to deal with that. And I don't think that's a complicated idea. I don't think it's complicated to say at once, we obviously have a black crime problem, but also I don't hate black people. At once, I don't want to be literally submerged under non-white immigration, but also I don't hate these people. And I think we could tolerate a level of diversity to say that, our country may already be past the point of no return, but also we want to salvage some sense of white identity in our country, at least locally, for our own people. That's not crazy. And the same goes for the Jewish thing. We can believe that Jewish oligarchs have too much power without saying they killed Charlie Kirk and, they're responsible for everything that happens. So
you can keep a dime sent $1,000. Angus Day, qui tolis peccata mundi, miserere nobis.
Thank you for the massive super chat. So true. You can keep the dime. Love it. Wow. 07's in the chat. Thank you for the massive super chat. Love it. I appreciate all the support. God bless, man. Huge super chat.
David
Thank you.
Official sent $20. The GOP has condemned you, Nick, and those aligned with you. I may not agree with every take, but I won't turn on Nick. The party needs an overhaul. Christ is king. America first.
Thank you.
Yami Groiper sent $20. Shout out to Scottish Groiper for the fist bump.
Yeah, let's go.
Blue Ranger Groiper sent $20. So much emphasis on the males. 6 feet 7 inches captain of the football team. Quarterback. Penetrated 10 mil times. Bro thought ABD fizzed 4.
That's you. That's what sex is, okay? That's what if a girl's a whore, that's what hypergamy is. Okay? She's not slutting it out for a bunch of chuds. She's slutting it out for the top 1%, top 10% males. That's the point, dumbass. Bro thinks that, yeah, that's the whole point. That's what hypergamy is. That's the whole premise, is that the top 10 or 1% of the guys are having sex with all the women, and they'll maybe select the top women, and then the rest of the women have to settle down with chud later. That's what hypergamy is. You keep talking about these chads. Yeah, that's the whole thesis, dumbass.
Jimbo sent $20. Women want to ban porn because they want to control men's sexuality, but nobody's ready for that conversion.
That's true. And don't get me wrong, there's a right way to be against porn, and I think people should be against porn. But there's a lot of women that use porn as a shield, and what they really hate is men's sexuality. And so I'm very suspicious of women that are on an anti-porn crusade, because a lot of the time, women like to say, it's okay that I'm a whore because you're using porn. And that's a way to justify them being whores. It's a false equivalency. So that's a big one you hear all the time. And just in general, they like to say, well, I don't have to be a lady because all these guys have jacked off before. And you go, that's not quite the same thing. And a big part of it, you're right, is that, and look, maybe, again, people are not ready for this. I think porn is immoral. It's a damnable sin. But it's also a way that men can have sexual autonomy. Because if women are denying men sex, which they do, and it happens inside a marriage, outside a marriage, how can a man take back control of his sexuality? And you might think that's pathetic, and you might, and you would rightly say that's immoral, but then that is an alternative. That's like what do they put you on when you try to get off heroin? They put you on, like methadone or something? It's like that, basically. And I think when women want to embargo that, and this is like a transmuted way of controlling a man's sexuality. A girl will have 100 bodies and they'll say, yeah, but you use porn. It's like, not the same thing. Or just in general, that I saw that post from Ella Malding, and you know what? She unfollowed me on Twitter, so I'm just going to speak freely here. She had this post where she goes, I want to marry a man that is so pure that he doesn't even get aroused by porn because he hates it so much. And it's like, you are insane. The idea that a man could look at graphic sexual images and not be aroused because of like the implied moral phenomena behind it, like because of the implied moral consequences of what had to happen to create it, is so insane. I don't even know what to tell you. I want a man that's so pure, he doesn't even get aroused, because women and girls are trafficked into porn. It's like, bitch, women and girls are not being trafficked into porn. I think that's a myth, basically. That's a load of shit. It's not that it never happens. It's not that it doesn't happen or hasn't happened. Let's be honest. There's a reason women are whores. It's because they get money and they don't need to get trafficked. That's the easy road. A woman could either get a job or find a good husband, or she could be a whore. Whether she's, a prostitute or a porn star, or she's sleeping around with high status males. But that's it. And so the idea that they're the victim, oh, those poor girls in porn, they didn't want this. They wanted to be astronauts. And then a mean man made them what? Make $100 million a year selling nudes? I don't think so, sweetheart. Also, guys are never going to not be aroused by graphic material. Why do you think in Islam they don't let them show their fucking wrists? It's because guys will get aroused seeing the shape of a woman's legs and shoulders, even if it's cloaked in black fabric in the desert. That's why they wear a hijab. That's why Jewish women wear wigs, because that's how powerful it is. That's just delusional. And they hate male sexuality. They hate it. And they use the trad thing as a cloak. They use the trad thing as cover. And it's a lot of Catholic women too. It's a lot of Catholic women have become these Puritan hall monitors about porn and Andrew Tate and degeneracy and blah, 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 because secretly they hate a male voracious sexual appetite. They want to control it. They want to confront it, defeat it. And that's bullshit. And that's actually part of the fucking problem. Part of the problem is that male sexuality is so inhibited and restrained. It's the men that aren't having sex. The women are having plenty of sex. It's the men that aren't having sex. It's the men that are having a lot of these problems. So, yeah, anyway. I saw that. It's like the day that a guy doesn't get aroused by a video of sex is the day that a guy doesn't have fucking balls. And that's the whole point, isn't it? It's like that other girl on TikTok where she said, I'm a 26-year-old virgin and I want a guy that isn't smelly, isn't gay, but also isn't too lusty. So it's like you want a man that doesn't want to have sex with you but isn't gay. Make it make sense. I want a man that doesn't want to have sex with me, isn't lusty, because that's what guys want, but also he isn't gay. But also he's super masculine. So you want a guy with no balls, isn't gay, but is also a big Chad. It's like, it don't work like that, sweetheart. They don't make men like that. It's not like that. So you're 100% right. 100%. But no one wants to say that because everybody wants to be trad. Everyone wants to be a trad LARPer and say, ban porn, blah, blah. And don't get me wrong, like, yes, ban it, regulate it, whatever. But like, we got to be honest. The anti-porn crusade, even a lot of the other social issues, it is these like church women. It's these like church-going women that are literally horrified that men have a dick and balls. And they want the men to be castrated. And there's kind of just no way around that. So we just need a society that's virile. Anyway, that's just true.
GR0 got 7 cent $20. My nephew loves you. He asked me to buy him an AF mug. It's his 13th B-Day next week. P.S. He got kicked out of regular school for writing long emails against the Jews. Now he goes to behavioral school.
Well, that's not good. But happy birthday to him, and I hope he has a good birthday. But don't do that. Don't write long emails about the Jews, okay? Try to have a normal childhood, please. You should be having fun. You're 13. Play Fortnite, okay? Hang out at the park. And if you want to write, do it privately, okay? Write your own journal. That's not a good idea.
An appeal to heaven sent $100. Great show.
Hey, thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it.
Success is a mindset sent $20. Jewish OnlyFans billionaire owner dead at 43 today. How many millions of young women's lives did this scumbag destroy?
The poor women. Will someone please think of the women?
George Floyd Litznews sent $20. Did you get the euphonium back?
Not yet.
Here comes the truth sent $100. Had to drop some change.
I'm going to take it like Carg Island. I'm going to parachute in.
Here comes the truth sent $100.
Amphibious assault.
Here comes the truth sent $100. Had to drop some change for the entertainment value of the show tonight. This shit was hilarious. Goim death. Do not come forth. Long live Nick in the super chats. Right when you said humping, I said, oh shit. Thought-provoking show too. I have to ask, why do you say pause during the show?
It's a meme, okay? Thank you for the big super chat. It's just a meme. Some boomer. Why do you say pause? Hey, listen up, Sonny. That's just a meme. It's like a Gen Z slang, okay? Thank you for the big super chat.
Drunk
Appreciate it.
I wonder how they're planning to get the amphibious assault ships to Karg. They'll be vulnerable going through the strait.
Yeah, I don't know.
Press forward sent $50. I get it. Mom greatest white pill ever RN.
W Mom.
Only clan sent $25. Hopefully you see this before you end. No message.
W.
Spring Bonnie 06 sent $20. Nick, there are people genuinely saying that if they see people wearing the quadr zip are saying death threats and to jump anyone who wears it, bring it on TBH. Mine comes tomorrow.
Yeah, honestly. You will do nothing.
Bro Iberstein the Destroyer sent $50. Ruthless Zoomer is an African LARPer.
Really?
Crazy Uncle Gil sent $20.
Is that true?
Israel is getting hit with furballs and getting crushed, so it will break the psyop spell from girls and men coming from there. I'm having fun, lol.
Okay.
Grab Sneako's neck and squeeze, sent $20. What if Clav pulls up on you with her girl and she's going? How do you preserve aura? Niggas say to thank him. The fuck?
There's nothing you can do. There's nothing. Honestly, I think about that sometimes. There's just like nothing. You just have to accept that your girl is going. And it is what it is. I don't even know what I would do. I would have to ask her that off the rip. I'd be like, if we're in the club and Clav pulls up, if you go with him, I will kill you. Right. Like, I want you to know I will cut your head off and bury you in the forest preserve. I will absorb your power. Kidding. That's a joke. But I would literally need to tell, if I ever popped out with the GF, if I ever had a GF, we would have to have the talk. I'd be like, okay, we're going to this thing. Clavicular's going to be there. He would never do that to me, though, because we're bros. But I would have to still say, hey, listen up. You cannot embarrass me. If you embarrass me, I will cut your face off and wear it like a mask. If you embarrass me, I will cut your fucking head off and send it to your parents. That's a joke. I'm kidding. I wouldn't actually do that. But I would communicate that these consequences would be severe. You know? No, but that's a thing. It's like you almost have to say which is the better option. The better option is like if she goes with him, it was never real to begin with. You have to be stoic. You have to be, your girl is going and you have to be okay with that. Because if she's yours, you have her mind and she's coming home at the end of the day or the next day. That's a joke. But, you know, if your girl is going, then it wasn't meant to be. Mm-hmm. If you don't have that, you have nothing. So you just have to say, if she goes, she goes. It's the real cuck is the guy that's like, duh, you know, don't let Clav take you. It's like you have to let go, bro. You have to let go. So that's what we're coming to terms
Finger
with.
Sneeko in the ass Roy sent $20.
Come on, we can't. Stop. We can't do that. Please stop doing that. I like Sneeko. You're going to get me in trouble. Stop saying that. He's the homie. I like grab Sneeko's neck and squeeze. That's funny. Okay, that's a funny one. But don't do that. But don't actually do that. Grab Sneeko's neck and squeeze. Why is that so funny to me? Oh, no, but we love it's funnier because it's one of those things. It's like when you see that TikTok where it's like your homie when the teacher says his kid died or whatever. And the TikTok is like the teacher's like, my son died, and the kid's in the class and he looks at his best friend and the friend's making like a funny face. It makes it funnier because I know he's going to lose his shit at this clip.
Ghost Nura sent $25. Great show. I agree with your views on Joken/JD Vance. Clav just wants you to shave cause he knows you outmog him with it.
Maybe he's sabotaging
I made cookies, sent $20.
He wouldn't do that.
I made cookies.
He's taller than me. He knows.
I made cookies, sent $20. There are a lot of freaks celebrating the bombings in Israel where there are a lot of casualties. I get Israel is evil but holy, these people need Jesus in their lives. Thoughts on this? We want Iran to win but celebrating innocent dying, ain't it? Love you. Goat emoji.
I agree.
God bless you and the family.
I would never celebrate while music plays, while missiles fall in Israel. Would never do
Roscoe
that.
Johnson sent $20. Never. I just turned 19 and am about to graduate with a mathematics degree. Anywhere I should apply to be able to make a difference?
But it depends. I don't know what your opportunities are.
Penis Envy sent $20. Penis Envy theory is true.
What is that, like Electra complex or something? I don't really know all about that. Okay, that's our last super chat. That's going to do it for me. Remember to smash the follow button, smash the like button, leave a comment. I'm on the air Monday through Friday. Thanks for watching. Thank you to our top super chatters.
Yeah.
Big special thank you to You Can Keep the Dime, Palest of the Pale Groiper Mom, LM Sunshine, Line Dancing Nick, Veltrix, Lane Groiper, R. Pat, Lofty, Mythical Creature Groiper, nice, Oiled Up Diddy, Francesco, Just a Girl, Appeal to Heaven, and Here Comes the Truth. Thank you to all of them. Thanks to all our super chatters, everybody that watches. We love you. I'll see you tomorrow. Until then, have a great rest of your evening.
Americanism, not globalism, will be our credo. It's going to be only America first. America first. The American people
fellers. I'm gonna end the stream there tonight. I'm pretty fucking tired. Um. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Sorry, I missed the very beginning of his show. I didn't realize it wasn't live. But anyway, get yourself some sleep, guys. And I'll see you later on in the huddle.